Scroll was the first to express gratitude to Roland for his care and support towards all the witches. She mentioned that no words could adequately describe their gratitude, and they hoped to continue serving Roland in the future. Roland breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the witches were about to bid farewell collectively. Wendy couldn't help but laugh out loud. She explained that this place was the sacred mountain that witches had longed for, and as long as Roland didn't chase them away, they wished to reside there indefinitely. Roland was delighted that the witches felt this way. Wendy clapped her hands and asked the other witches to proceed to the dining hall together. Before leaving, Scroll glanced at Roland's exhausted face, expressing concern for his well-being. Roland reassured her, patting his chest and saying that his health was perfectly fine. After the witches left one by one, only Roland and Anna remained in the office. At that moment, Anna took a few steps forward and gently hugged him. Carl, who was about to come in to report on his work, stood at the door and saw the two of them through the crack, then silently turned and left. As the moon rose overhead, the scorching air gradually cooled down. Tassa sat in the courtyard, holding an oil lamp and walking out of the room. It was none other than Hill, who had been hiding within the skeleton's finger. The people with him were all his companions, former members of the circus troupe. Each person introduced themselves, and the last one was called Magician, who had infiltrated the largest rat gang. Since their failed attack on the dock, their leader had been killed by the church's judgment army. Tassa didn't care about the trivial details, as long as he knew that the biggest rat gang was now non-existent. Undoubtedly, it was good news. He could perhaps seize this opportunity to recruit a group of rats with nowhere else to go and expand his sources of information. Tassa tapped the table and spoke solemnly. As Roland's personal guard, he was responsible for collecting information from all corners of the kingdom. However, for the sake of formality, he still asked once again, "Are you willing to serve under His Highness?" Without any hesitation, the 5 individuals shouted, "We are willing." Tassa instructed them on how to meet and what the secret code would be. He also informed them that Timothy would not sit on the throne forever. Afterward, he let them leave. Hill mentioned that Timothy had returned from the eastern region. He had heard rumors that Timothy was recruiting a batch of rats to join his army. Many leaders had already gone to the palace. Tassa quickly realized that Timothy wanted these rats as cannon fodder, just like during the previous attack on the Changji stronghold and the border town. The only question was, what was their target this time? Outside the western city walls, refugees were undergoing an unprecedented identity check under the guidance of the soldiers from the First Army. At this moment, a middle-aged man cautiously approached. He claimed to be a carpenter and had heard that craftsmen could obtain a place to live. The staff confirmed this, but said that before that, they needed to ask a few questions, such as his name and whether he could read and write. He introduced himself as Marcel and admitted that he couldn't read nor write. The staff then took out a sheet of paper with carpentry vocabulary written on it. This initial screening method was devised by His Highness the Prince. He gathered craftsmen from various industries and asked them questions about their professional knowledge and corresponding handling methods, recording their answers to form an inquiry form. In this way, by comparing the questionnaire during the review and asking a few questions, they could immediately determine if the person was lying. After a few questions, Marcel was able to answer most of them, and his tone of speech became increasingly fluent. Just as the staff was about to give him his identification certificate, Berev appeared. He looked at Marcel and asked him to extend his hand. If he was indeed a carpenter, his palm should not be so rough, especially the 2 calluses beneath the palm, which would become smooth and tough from frequent contact with wood. Additionally, carpenters often use black ink to draw outlines, so their palms would be stained with a large amount of indelible black ink, making them dark, not yellow. Berev observed Marcel's surprised expression in response to his questions, and he gave Marcel a chance to tell the truth. Unable to hold back, Marcel knelt down on the ground and admitted that he was not a carpenter but rather a neighbor of the carpenter. The staff members were amazed at how Berev knew all this. Berev nonchalantly replied, feigning indifference. Seeing the staff members' shocked and admiring expressions, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. In the past, the person who had just been questioned would have undoubtedly been punished. Furthermore, under the influence of His Highness, Barov's way of handling issues had recently changed. Roland sat back in his office chair and carefully reviewed the statistical report prepared by Barov. It took 3 full days for the city hall to comb through over 6,000 refugees, and among them, the proportion of craftsmen was relatively low. In the end, only 150 individuals passed the verification process. Roland instructed Barov to arrange housing for the craftsmen and their families. After a moment of silence, Roland suddenly asked, "How many people have fled after the award ceremony?" Barov paused for a moment and replied, "So far, there haven't been any from the native residents, but there are 7 serfs. The Eastern refugees are more numerous, totaling over 100. Roland let out a sigh. This was the moment when he realized that pushing the witches to the forefront would lead to such a situation. The native population of the border town had fully accepted the witches, and it seemed that most of the serfs also supported them. However, among the Eastern refugees, despite receiving treatment from the witches and being in a desperate situation due to the destruction of their homeland, over 100 individuals still chose to leave. This somewhat surprised Roland. At this point, Barov suggested executing all of them. He knew that those who were determined to leave in such circumstances must have been deeply influenced by the church. They would undoubtedly become followers of the church, so there was no need to show them any mercy. Roland closed his eyes and thought to himself. Truly devout individuals who were loyal to the church would be the over 300 refugees who were unwilling to leave the capital even in the face of the plague. Perhaps these people who decided to leave the border town simply couldn't change their beliefs. If Roland were to encounter this group on the battlefield, he would not hesitate to defeat them. However, he couldn't bring himself to mercilessly wield his sword and kill a group of civilians just because their thinking was futile and their ideals clashed with his own. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to let Nightingale interrogate these refugees. If there were any spies or infiltrators among them, they would be captured, but the others would be allowed to leave. Roland stood up and asked Barov to join him in taking a few photos to relax their minds. In the courtyard in front of the castle, he called Carter, Axe, and Soraya to join them. In one corner of the garden, several boards measuring 4 to 5 meters in length and width were laid out, with a canvas covering the ground. Although the border town was not large at present, its future scale would be several times its current size. Roland planned to promote this means of transportation in the town, a simple and affordable device that could replace a horse. Roland lifted the canvas, and Carter was immediately fascinated by the novel contraption before him. With 2 wheels and an iron frame, everyone had different questions about it. Roland smiled and explained that it was a bicycle. He positioned his feet on the pedals, assumed a standard starting posture, and with a push of 1 foot, he rode the bicycle around the stone path in the courtyard. After completing a lap, Roland pressed the brakes and effortlessly leaped off the bike, gazing at his astonished subordinates. A sense of immense satisfaction filled his heart. Roland had called them over with a purpose in mind. He wanted them to learn how to ride bicycles first, and then have Soraya capture their cycling photo on wooden boards. He wanted all the citizens to see that for the price of 1 or 2 gold royals, they could possess a mount similar to the Lord, the commander of the First Army, the chief knight, and the chief administrator of the city hall. The 3 of them spent the entire afternoon frolicking in the courtyard. Carter lived up to his title as the chief knight and was the first to master the art of cycling. Axe followed closely behind and successfully completed a lap around the courtyard. However, Barov failed to succeed even after attempting more than 10 times. He either wobbled dangerously close to falling off or couldn't move in a straight line. In the end, Roland had Soraya draw a static image of him standing next to the bicycle, gripping the handlebars. Once the bicycle promotional artwork was taken care of, the prince returned to his office. With some time before dinner, he had his guards summon Kyle Sichi. With the breakthrough in the development of mercury fulminate, the research and development of the new generation of weapons could now be prioritized. Undoubtedly, in the era of firearms, caliber represented justice, and rate of fire represented freedom. The more powerful the weapon, the greater the glory. However, an awkward problem arose. If they continued to develop along this path, they would soon run out of the lab's supply of the two acids required. Roland assigned Kyle a new task to design a chemical production system that could efficiently produce the two acids. As Roland was not knowledgeable in these matters, he hoped Kyle would figure it out on his own. As Roland pulled open the drawer, intending to snack on some fish jerky to ease his boredom, he was surprised to find the snack drawer empty. He paused for a moment, then looked up to see a piece of fish jerky being offered to him, right at the edge of his mouth. "You were looking for this," the golden-haired woman across from him smiled. Roland took a bite of the fish jerky, unable to hide the smile that curled on his lips. "I thought you would remain lost in the mist forever." "That wouldn't be so bad. At least others can't see me, but I can still see you," Nightingale replied, pursing her lips. Seeing the familiar expression on the other person's face, Roland couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "You mentioned before that you didn't know what kind of expression to show." Roland chuckled. "This is good too." On a raised platform, Roland congratulated the students below who had completed their elementary education, becoming the first batch of graduates in the border town. The young girl among the audience brightened her eyes. It was her first time seeing Prince Roland. Roland hoped they wouldn't become arrogant and complacent. There were still many knowledge waiting for them to explore, to discover. Nonetheless, he wanted to express his congratulations. "Long live His Highness!" Someone shouted out, and soon everyone excitedly joined in, "Long live His Highness!" The young girl in the audience turned to her friend and said that she wanted to work at the bicycle factory in the future. The pay was good, and she could even get a new bike. When the cheers subsided, Roland smiled and informed the students below that he would begin awarding the graduation certificates. The first name called was Pip. Pip felt his whole body tremble as he looked at the prince. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Stiffly, he walked out of the line, feeling the frantic thumping of his heart. Ever since he attended the award ceremony, he had a place he wanted to go. He couldn't become a military leader like Axe, nor possess the incredible abilities of a witch, but he had another path to take. Roland patted Pip's shoulder, congratulating him on his successful graduation. Pip looked at his graduation certificate. He was going to apply to the chemistry laboratory, aspiring to become a sage like Mr. Kyle Sichi. Despite being in the summer season, the ice and snow on the Hermes had hardly melted. Min stood atop the Tau, gazing into the distance while holding a report. It was surprising to learn that the witches could cure the current plague, and there seemed to be a powerful long-range weapon in Border Town. Tevrin slammed his fist on the table. He couldn't believe that Idiot had dispatched the Faceless to attack. If Heather were to return, she would surely be furious. Witches who could grow into pure ones were rare and extremely difficult to cultivate. Min spoke slowly. Whether it's the Punishment Army or the witches, their ultimate goal is to eliminate the enemy. Some losses are unavoidable in the process. After reading the entire letter, Taefun couldn't believe that Timothy had launched a surprise attack on Changji's stronghold and completely wiped out the envoy group. The contents of the second letter came from two sources: a report from Petrov from the stronghold and intelligence from local spy. Combining the information, it appeared that a militia group from beyond the western border had indeed launched a surprise attack on the stronghold and plundered the church. They not only consumed the church's pills themselves, but also targeted the medicine stored in the church. As for the latter point, Min found it somewhat peculiar. According to the report from Petrov, after setting fire to the church, the attackers immediately withdrew from the stronghold and disappeared without a trace. So how did they manage to ambush and kill members of the envoy group? The diplomatic envoy should have already arrived in Border Town, and the two should never have crossed paths. Taefun quickly realized this as well. Could it be? Could Roland Wimbledon have orchestrated the elimination of the envoy group and pinned it all on his brother, Timothy Wimbledon? Regardless, these witches heading towards the western border deserved their attention and thorough investigation.
Min didn't respond but pointed to the third letter instead.
You should read the final letter before we discuss further, he said. Taefun glanced at him with confusion and unfolded the letter. Soon, his hands began to tremble, and he could barely hold onto the thin sheet of paper. The letter revealed that a large number of witches had appeared in the fjord and destroyed all the churches. Min knew that those witches were far across the sea, and it seemed that Prince Roland Wimbledon of Greycastle posed the greatest obstacle to their plans. Min planned to lead 100 punishment army soldiers and pure ones who remained in the church to thoroughly cleanse the western border of Greycastle and seize an opportunity to deal with the fjord witches. Taefun wasn't entirely supportive of the idea. Suddenly, a flustered clergyman rushed into the room, carrying an urgent message. A massive fleet had landed on the coast of the Kingdom of Eternal Winter, and hordes of enemies were besieging the capital city. The situation was dire. Heather was desperately resisting, but the enemy numbers were overwhelming, and they had consumed the pills as well. The enemy's banners revealed an astonishing truth: the enemy fleet belonged to the Black Sail Fleet of Queen of the Green Water. The granite steps of the palace of the Eternal Winter capital have been stained with blood, and the smell in the air is a bit pungent. There are many corpses lying on the ground. There are God's punishment army, believers, and their own people. There are also sand people. After a while, 2 armored guards walked into the temple with a woman with her hands tied behind her back. Garcia knew she would not surrender, and she wanted to send Heather to the heavens. Heather can slowly beg the gods for salvation, or she can beg for forgiveness. She will cut off Heather's fingers and torture her so that she can fully experience the pain and helplessness of the citizens of Port Greenwater. Heather looked at Garcia coldly and sneered, then asked if Garcia is waiting to be crushed by the church army, or drifting on the sea for the rest of her life? Darika signaled her guards to do it. She already had a perfect plan. The army of the church is now attacking Wolfheart Kingdom. Hermes is like an undefended city. The guards drew out their daggers and approached Bishop Heather. Heather gritted her teeth and didn't let out a cry of pain. At this time, the bishop's left hand has become a bare palm, and there are beads of sweat on Heather's forehead. Garcia's Sand Tribe companions couldn't bear it any longer. Garcia laughed and told her, "Do you want to know how those witches in the church's hands will be treated? I guess you're not interested." At that moment, Heather suddenly burst into laughter. She said Garcia would never understand the greatness of the church. For those who opposed the church, destruction was the only outcome. Garcia chuckled, seeing Heather not uttering a word of plea even until her death. Back in the border town, which was about to face its last and hottest month of summer, Anna enjoyed her ice cream. Nightingale pushed open the door, followed by Maisie and Lightning. Roland noticed the weeds and leaves on their heads, realizing they had disturbed a bird's nest. Roland took out a pre-written letter from the drawer and handed it to Maisie, asking her to give it to Tilly when she returned to the fjord. Maisie hesitated for a moment, blinked a few times, and carefully tucked the envelope into her bag. Seeing her expression of sudden realization, Roland suppressed a smile. It seemed that the charm of the small town was quite powerful. Lightning also had a task. He opened the map and pointed to a southern region. He wanted Lightning to take Maisie for a flight and place 2 flags at the junction of the shallows and the mountains, marking it on the map. If Tilly agreed to send the witches, they would guide the sailboat to this location and be greeted by a hot air balloon. As everyone heard the news of possible new witches coming to the border town, they became excited. On the second day after Maisie's departure, Roland took the witches on board the new generation of hot air balloons. Before this, Roland handed them a stack of white papers and instructed them to spread them out to create a massive canvas, while Soroya painted. The pure fabric of the coating was much lighter and more resilient, with no seams at the joints, making it resistant to disintegration even at large sizes. Perhaps soon he would be able to start producing Berlin airships, dropping bombs from kilometers high, achieving 3-dimensional warfare across land, sea, and air. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Anna looked at Roland and not sure what His Highness is smelling at. Lily sneered and said, "I guess he is thinking about those new witches." After all, His Highness is still a man. The entire voyage went smoothly. with the witches chattering incessantly in the air. After flying around the shallows for a while, the group returned to the castle aboard the hot air balloon. Roland noticed Wendy, who was in charge of direction control, occasionally pounding her own shoulders, appearing very tired. He had heard that women with large boing-boings often experience shoulder soreness, and specialized undergarments were designed to solve this annoyance. Although he hadn't verified this claim, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Roland decided to make a small gift for each adult witch. The merchant caravan from the capital city arrived at the border town. Margaret and the merchants sat in the hot air balloon. Margaret was excited, while Marlin was somewhat afraid. Although they, as ordinary people, were flying in the sky, Marlin believed it was all thanks to the witches. Without the witches, the hot air balloon wouldn't be able to take off. Margaret noticed that Anna was only releasing flames, and as long as there was hot air, the balloon would rise on its own. Margaret wanted to purchase 5 hot air balloons that could carry 1 person each. She intended to use them on the ship so they could spot nearby pirate ships earlier. Roland gritted his teeth and said the cost wouldn't be low. He estimated it would require over 1,000 gold royals. Margaret generously said, 1,000 gold royal for each balloon. Marlin was also very interested and was willing to help Roland promote them. The price offered by the other party pleasantly surprised Roland. The 1,000 gold royal were a 5-fold markup he had estimated for the price, but he didn't expect the other party to readily accept a price so quickly. He thought of another way to make money. Additionally, whether it was hydrogen or coal gas, they were both consumables that needed to be refilled in the border town after use. This would provide additional income. Roland pretended to hesitate for a while and finally nodded, saying, "Then it's a deal." In the slumbering isle, Ashes frowned as she looked at the letter brought by Maisie. She couldn't help but be surprised. She didn't expect Roland to choose Sylvie. Doesn't he care about having his identity exposed? Tilly was also unsure. Perhaps her ability annotation was written too vaguely, or maybe Roland doesn't mind revealing his identity in front of them to show his sincerity and cooperation. There's also another possibility, Ashes said. Roland might truly be Tilly's brother, so he doesn't care about Sylvie's abilities. Tilly smiled. She knew her brother better than anyone else. Throughout their lives, he excelled at evading and run away from all trouble, and it was impossible for him to wage war against the church to protect the witches. Ashes also saw the other witches that Roland needed, one of whom was Lien. She was one of the most important witches on Slumbering Isle. If she were gone, no one could repair the houses once they were damaged, and no one could alter the topography of the island. The same went for Honey, who could command animals to help everyone catch fish. It was thanks to her that they enjoyed various delicious seafood every day. As for the other 2 witches, Ashes didn't have much objection. Tilly's expression became serious, and she opposed Ash's words. What is useful and what is useless? When she sent them to the border town, it was with the hope of forging an alliance, not abandoning them. Regardless of their abilities, all the sisters who chose to come to this isolated island are witches. How can they select them based on the usefulness of their abilities if they want to build Slumbering Isle as a home for witches? Ashes understood that this was Tilly's genuine expression of anger. She knelt down on one knee and apologized. Tilly sighed and slowly spoke. Roland selected these 5 witches from over 100. Among them are the ones you mentioned, Candle and Evelyn, whom you think have little impact. Are they truly useless? Perhaps through this contact, we will be able to understand whether his selection of these 2 was a coincidence or if he saw aspects that we haven't realized. I don't want you to speak such words. All the witches are partners in our shared goal, not mere tools. The departure was scheduled for the next day, and the ship responsible for taking them to Grey Castle was a warship from the border town. Sylvie leaned against the railing of the ship and took out a piece of beef jerky from her bag. She raised it above her head and waved it. A massive seagull descended from the sky with a cry and snatched the jerky in one bite. Captain Jack 1 I knew that seagulls would never get lost at sea,
and they could sense the approach of storms in advance. Jack looked at the plump seagull in the sky. Although it looked similar to an ordinary seagull, it was much fatter. This journey was entrusted to Sylvie by Princess Tilly to establish connections and provide mutual assistance with another gathering place for witches. In addition to the chosen 5 renowned witches on board, there were Ashes and Molly. However, they won't stay. Their presence was only to ensure a smooth and safe voyage. Sylvie, on the other hand, had another responsibility: to uncover Roland Wimbledon's true identity. But honestly, Sylvie felt that this task wouldn't be so easy to accomplish. If the Witch Union didn't agree, it would still be manageable. But what if they didn't want the information to leak out and decided to imprison her and the other 4? Looking through the cabin wall, Sylvie sighed as she watched Leanne, Evelyn, and others happily playing with the slime. She couldn't help but hope that the witches of the Witch Union were as welcoming and friendly as Maisie had described. Ashes looked at the other witches and sighed, patting her forehead. "Y'all must remember to keep your distance from Lord Roland Wimbledon. Never be alone with him easily." "Why? Isn't he Lady Tilly's brother?" Evelyn asked, puzzled. "He is indeed," Ashes replied seriously, "but that doesn't stop him from enjoying groping witches' bottoms." Everyone gasped in shock upon hearing Ash's words. As they approached the shore, Sylvie noticed a peculiar dark shape approaching them. It was massive in size, and all the witches looked up in astonishment, hardly believing what they saw. A remarkably large spherical object floated in the air, with a wicker basket hanging beneath it. Maisie and another witch stood on either side, accompanying the basket's flight. What caught everyone's attention was the long yellow banner hanging from the bottom of the basket, displaying a bold message: "Welcome to the border town." After the basket descended, Wendy stepped forward to welcome the witches from the fjord. Then she turned her gaze towards Ash, revealing a joyful smile. The appearance of another witch caught Sylvie's attention, as her strikingly pure blue eyes resembled a pristine lake. However, what intrigued Sylvie even more was this witch's immense and flawless magical power. Lightning also arrived, followed closely by Maisie, landing on Lightning's shoulder. Once Ashes briefly introduced the witches from Slumbering Isle, Wendy smiled and invited everyone to board the basket. Ashes smiled back, bid farewell to Wendy, and departed. Wendy looked slightly disappointed seeing Ash leaving, pursing her lips, but assured Ashes that she would take good care of them. Sylvie felt a slight tremor beneath her feet as the basket lifted off the ground. She saw Ashes and Molly waving to them as the hot air balloon ascended higher and higher, shrinking the landscape below into tiny dots. She sighed. No matter what, a new life in the border town was about to begin. The atmosphere during the flight was much more harmonious than Sylvie had initially expected, just as Ashes had said. Wendy showed care and concern for everyone, treating them all equally without any distinction because they were newcomers. Lightning seemed to get along well with Maisie, and she had a lively personality. Occasionally, she would fly into the basket with the chubby pigeon and engage in conversations with everyone, completely disregarding the fact that she was once a stranger. With Maisie acting as a bridge between the two groups, the other 4 gradually relaxed and began inquiring about the situation in the border town from Lightning. Eventually, the young girl hovered near the basket and started sharing stories about the town's battles against demonic beasts and invaders, as well as the incredible feats of the prince, such as his inventions and ideas. Her tales left everyone in awe and captivated their attention. Before long, a hot air balloon arrived above the castle. It descended directly into the castle backyard, and as soon as they stepped out of the basket, a series of booming sounds suddenly echoed through the air, startling the unsuspecting witches, leaving them momentarily frozen in place. Wendy explained that it was a cannon salute, a welcoming gesture from His Highness. The witches from the border town had come out to greet them. They walked through the green-shaded corridor and entered the grand hall of the castle. There, Sylvie finally saw Tilly's brother, who was seated at grand table. He bore a slight resemblance to the princess. Roland introduced himself briefly, assuring the witches that there's no need to feel constrained and that they could treat the town as their own slumbering isle. Unable to contain her curiosity,
Sylvie activated her magical eye and was taken aback. The expected darkness did not materialize. The man before her wasn't wearing the god punishment stone, and there were no traces of magical activity around him. He appeared just as he did in the normal field of vision. It wasn't an illusion, nor was he being controlled. This could only mean that the man before her was indeed Roland himself. Since the arrival of the 5 witches from Slumbering Isle, Roland had been in a constant state of excitement. After the evening banquet concluded, he found himself lying in bed, unable to fall asleep. Frustrated, he got up and poured himself half a glass of baijiu. Nightingale sat beside him, teasingly remarking if he couldn't sleep because he had seen new witches. Roland smiled and inquired about how things were going with the new sisters. She pursed her lips and expressed skepticism towards these new witches. One of them, named Sylvie, spoke was at least lying 50% of the time. While it wasn't to the extent of malicious intent, there were definitely hidden agendas. Roland casually remarked, "Perhaps she wants to confirm if I am truly Roland Wimbledon." Nightingale was slightly shocked and didn't quite understand. Roland explained that he knew Tilly believed he might have been replaced or controlled because, in her eyes, Roland was nothing more than a lazy and inept prince who would never protect witches. Any derogatory comment to describe the 4th prince would be an understatement. In order to avoid punishment, he often shifted all responsibility onto Tilly Wimbledon and even fabricated evidence. Curiously, Nightingale asked, "So, are you really Roland Wimbledon?" Roland looked into Nightingale's eyes and replied, "I am. And also I'm not." Nightingale was taken aback. She knew that Roland wasn't lying. Nightingale didn't mind. Regardless, as long as Roland was the Roland she knew, it didn't matter to her. After breakfast, Wendy led the 5 witches from Slumbering Isle to the office. The witches bowed their heads in greeting. Roland, not particularly concerned about formalities, wanted everyone to relax. He hoped the new witches could familiarize themselves with the town and the environment during the first week. They were free to explore Border Town. Nobody would discriminate against them or take them away. During this time, Roland wanted them to practice their abilities and attend educational classes after dinner alongside other witches from the Border Town. They would receive a monthly salary 1 gold royal, and if they had any questions, they could consult with Scroll and Wendy. The description in Tilly's letter was not very detailed, so Roland wanted to test their abilities first. Before that, Sylvie had something to give to Roland. She opened the package in her hand and placed several yellowed parchment papers and a letter on the table. Roland, with a puzzled expression, opened the envelope. The letter was not long, and he quickly reached the end, but the contents described inside stirred up a storm in his heart. It was an ancient document that Tilly and the others had found in a ruin. Roland and Scroll immediately recognized that the writing on the parchment was identical to the ancient books Hakara had previously obtained from the ruins in the eastern forest. If it was the church that had constructed all of this, why did they abandon it all? Moreover, not only were these grand structures left behind, but even the records from 450 years ago were completely wiped out. What were they trying to hide? The scorching summer sun couldn't bring any warmth to Roland. He could only feel a chilling sensation rising from the depths of his feet, eerie and frigid. What about the ruin lightning found in the hidden forest somehow connected to these ruins? And what about the demonic beasts, devils, and the city of Takara? What kind of catastrophe had occurred 450 years ago? Roland felt a strong sense of unease welling up within him. He decided to inform Tilly about the devils and the holy city of Takara in his response letter and included a picture of a devil as well. After equipping the entire army with the new generation of firearms, Roland will then make preparations to venture into the forest alongside the witches to confront the potential threat of the demons. He understood deeply that peace was not permanent, and it was essential to rapidly strengthen his own power. When the inevitable war arrived, he wanted to have the strength to fight back. The testing location was chosen to be the grassy land outside the town walls. The first to undergo testing was Liane, a petite girl with short, black curls. Her ability allowed her to effortlessly manipulate the terrain within a 5-meter range. During the test, Lian caused the earth beside her to rise vertically, forming a towering pillar that reached a height of 7 to 8 meters. The second participant was Honey, a girl nicknamed Honey due to her sweet personality. She was even shorter than Lian and had just turned 18 the previous winter. Honey possessed the primary ability of beast language, which allowed her to communicate with and influence animals within her range. Various animals under the influence of her magic would carry out her commands. In addition, Honey had an interesting secondary ability, animal messengers. She could use messenger animals to deliver her commands to target animals, recruiting more powerful creatures to her cause. However, this ability was currently unstable. The third participant was Evelyn, a woman in her mid-20s. According to Tilly, her ability could transform low-quality beer into other tasty alcoholic beverages with completely different styles and flavors. Roland's initial purpose for her ability is quite apparent: alcohol purification. However, it wouldn't be gentlemanly to give someone alcohol early in the morning. So on to the next one. The fourth witch is Sylvie. Whenever Roland faces her, he can't help but feel a sense of unease. He simply senses that he has an inexplicable vulnerability in her presence. What's worse is that he knows it's not just a figment of his imagination, it's actually her ability. Sylvie possesses a vision that disregards obstacles. As long as she wishes it, his clothes might as well not exist. Roland can't help but sigh inwardly, wondering why he doesn't possess such an ability. Sylvie's long, straight hair falls to her shoulders in a vibrant shade of green. Her ability is quite easy to understand. She can see everything within her surrounding area, including what is behind her. Her vision can penetrate through obstacles. Moreover, she can also see magical energy. The last witch to make her appearance is Candle. Like Anna, she also celebrated her coming-of-age day during the previous month of demons. She now has the ability to maintain the original properties of objects she touches for a certain period of time. For example, if she uses her power on an ice block, it won't melt even when exposed to sunlight and will continue to emit a chilling aura. However, after several rounds of testing, Roland realizes that her ability is not as perfect as he had imagined. Candle needs direct contact with the target object, which makes it difficult for her to solidify objects with high temperatures. His plan to obtain a drop of steel that would forever remain in a white-hot state, providing a continuous heat source for the blast furnace, has fallen through. Aside from Anna, no one dares to touch something that reaches thousands of degrees with their bare hands. However, even so, this seemingly introverted girl remained Roland's greatest acquisition. In the realm of industrial production, the solidification of material states can truly be deemed priceless. Subjected to factors such as heating, cooling, friction, and external forces, metals experience structures deform. If a crucial component of a machine can maintain a constant state, it signifies that it can consistently operate at maximum efficiency and precision. In other words, the application of intense heat can effectively enhance the mechanical strength of inferior metals. Emerging from the mist, Nightingale inquired, "Do you have a favorite among these 5 witches?" Roland casually replied, "They are all excellent." "What? You like all of them?" Roland playfully tapped Nightingale's head and she stuck out her tongue in response. Then, together, Roland and Nightingale returned to the castle. In the reception hall on the ground floor, the long rectangular table was already filled with various dishes. As the other witches took their seats, everyone began indulging in the feast. It was the first time for the newly arrived witches to experience such a lavish dinner and enjoy such comfortable showers. Evelyn felt a bit down, fearing she might not have a role to play and be left out. Scroll reassured her, mentioning how His Highness had never treated any witch differently in the border town. Hummingbird joined the conversation. Many of them had nothing else to do besides their work, but His Highness had provided them with ample leisure playtime and a lot of freedom. As the dinner approached its end, the prince suddenly clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. The first item to be served was baijiu, which had a richer flavor than beer or fruit wine and was more intoxicating. Therefore, underage witches were not allowed to partake.
3 glasses were placed in front of Evelyn, crystal clear and transparent.
Each contained a different drink. One glass was colorless, resembling pure water, the second had a milky white hue, and the last one shimmered with a bright orange color.
Evelyn's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She picked up the glass containing the orange-colored drink and took a sip.
Just as His Highness had described, the taste of baijiu was much stronger than beer, even slightly throat-stinging. Her taste buds detected a hint of bitterness, but the fragrant aroma of apples diluted its impact. It was her first time tasting such an exquisite drink. The baijiu mixed with milk was milder, almost devoid of bitterness. She could sense that besides milk, there was probably a touch of honey or sugar added to it. The sweetness and the aroma of the alcohol blended together, creating an entirely new flavor. Finally, when it was time for the last glass, she took a small sip. A scorching sensation immediately rolled over her tongue and down her throat, just as she had expected. With no other flavors to interfere, only the pure taste of the baijiu remained. It started with a fiery heat and then transitioned into a sweetness hidden beneath the bitterness.
Roland smiled, knowing that this glass was not the most intense baijiu. There was still room to enhance its richness. He would let Evelyn taste it later, and she was eagerly anticipating it. Once the wineglasses and plates were cleared, the prince ordered the servants to bring a pile of boxes and place them on the long table. These were small gifts for the adult witches. He hoped that the witches would open the boxes when they returned to their rooms to rest for the night. After dinner, Nightingale carried the box back to her bedroom. Before she had a chance to open it, Lightning, Maisie, Lily, and Rem bounded in, their eyes gleaming as they stared at the box in her hands. These young witches felt that His Highness was biased, not allowing them to drink wine and denying them gifts. When they opened the box, they were greeted by a strange garment that caught everyone's attention. It felt incredibly soft to the touch, made of high-quality silk, but it didn't look like a piece of clothing at all because it was too small. Maisie thought it was a windproof eyewear, while Nightingale unfolded the piece of paper that came with it. It contained instructions and descriptions of the gift. Wendy and Nightingale stood still, momentarily stunned. After reading the letter, the faces of the adult witches turned red. The young witches quickly caught on to the hint, and Wendy, in an unusual display of embarrassment, wore a flushed expression. Only Lightning remained unfazed, her eyes filled with curiosity and envy. She asked Wendy to try it on, sparking Wendy's deep embarrassment. She promptly ushered the 4 of them out before heaving a sigh of relief. Nightingale also felt a tinge of embarrassment. While it was common to receive clothing items from the castle for everyday use, no one had ever felt awkward about it. However, this gift was clearly intended to fit individuals of different sizes. In other words, Roland had carefully observed each person's measurements.
Yeah, boy.
The thought made her blush furiously.
Nightingale seemed to have an idea. She dissipated into the mist, passed through the walls, and made her way to Anna's room. The door was quickly opened, revealing Anna in her robe. Once Nightingale entered the room and closed the door behind her, she asked about the gift from His Highness. Surprisingly, Anna was delighted and said she had already put it on and found it very comfortable. She asked Nightingale if she wanted to take a look.
Nightingale hurriedly waved her hand, asking and stuttering if it wasn't strange for His Highness to give such a gift. Anna, puzzled, explained that His Highness intended to promote it as a product. The item was soft, lightweight, and comfortable.
Nightingale couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
She hadn't paid attention to these small details but had instead focused on His Highness's goals. Perhaps that was what set her apart, her purity and directness. With these thoughts in mind, Nightingale returned to her room, studied the gift for a while, and then put it on herself. Wendy still hesitated to put it on, but Nightingale teased her that His Highness probably made these designed specifically for her. She pulled Wendy into the mist to try it on.
Okay.
Sylvie felt that she had witnessed more extraordinary events today than in the past few years. From the pipes that released water with just a flick of a switch, to the soap that exuded a faint fragrance.
and the wine that burned like fire when consumed. Everything seemed incredible. Of course, the most unbelievable thing was the garment given after dinner. Such clothing was usually exchanged between lovers, yet according to His Highness, he not only wanted to give these clothing to the witches but also planned to promote it and popularize it in the Western territories. Sylvie couldn't help but shudder. What noble would choose to personally engage in such a business? Or was it that he truly had an unusual interest towards boing-boings and cakes? Sylvie couldn't help but recall Ash's warning, and she involuntarily stepped back a step. Ash was right. His Highness was a dangerous person, and if possible, it would be better for her to keep her distance from him. A week later, Roland spread out the blueprint in his hand. He officially launched the construction project for the steel bridge. He explained to Lien how to raise 2 pieces of land in the middle of the river to serve as the foundation for the bridge piers. Wendy was also on the boat, but over the past week, whenever she saw the prince, she would slightly avert her gaze, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. She stretched her arms and realized that her shoulders no longer hurt, and her arms were no longer sore. She wanted to find an opportunity to thank His Highness. Next, they would dig out some grooves and fill them with cement, repeating the process until a cement wall was formed that penetrated the bottom of the riverbed. Carl thought this idea was incredibly clever. This way, even if the river water washed away the outer layer of soil, it would be blocked by the solid cement wall. Before long, a mass of grayish-green mud emerged to the surface of the water, appearing soft and emitting an awful smell that caused everyone to cover their noses. However, in Roland's eyes, this was excellent fertilizer. Over the centuries, the remains of fish and other aquatic creatures, water plants, and human waste had gradually accumulated in the soil. He hoped to utilize it someday. Sonny looked at the wheat in his hand, which had been nourished with organic fertilizer, and saw that its quantity had doubled, and the grains had grown larger. He had initially become a knight to escape his peasant identity, but within a few months, he had turned from a knight to a prisoner and then inexplicably ended up working in the town hall. Now, he was starting to enjoy this job more and more. The first batch of wheat planted in the border town has finally reached the day of harvest. The serfs, under the scorching sun, use sickles to cut the wheat stalks, bundling them up and transporting them to the other side of the river. In the afternoon, Barav excitedly rushed into the office. According to the preliminary statistics from the municipal hall, the yield per acre of each assigned field is at least 4 times higher than before, with the highest currently reaching 6 times. Barav's expression appears even more ecstatic than Roland's. With just an additional 2,000 farmers, the town will be able to meet the food consumption needs of 50 to 60,000 people. It's simply unbelievable. In this era, the main reason for the inability to increase urban population is the low agricultural productivity. Even a large city like the capital, with a population of over 20,000, requires dozens of surrounding villages to provide food for its residents. Roland hopes to enter mechanized farming early, where the output of a single person will be enough to feed tens of thousands of people in the future. The significant achievement of a bountiful harvest in the border town today, without the promotion and application of agricultural technology and machinery, was only able to achieve mainly attributed to Leif's amazing work. In the evening, Roland gave a speech from a high platform, and it felt like time had returned to that dusk 4 months ago. The roaring bonfire, the densely packed crowd, and the last remnants of sunlight reflected on their faces were all familiar sights. However, what was different this time was the expressions on their faces. Instead of the initial fear and unease, now they were filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest and undeniable anticipation. Roland didn't introduce himself or waste time with pleasantries. He went straight to the point. He declared that everyone present could become free citizens. Once they became free citizens, they had the freedom to choose whether to continue farming or seek other occupations. The list of promotions would be announced in a couple of days. This simple statement ignited the atmosphere at the gathering. People couldn't contain their excitement and started shouting and cheering. Furthermore, starting from next year, as long as the harvest meets the promotion standards, even if the yield doesn't rank at the top, individuals can still become free citizens.
In other words, as long as they work diligently, they can definitely shed their status as serfs.
Roland paused for a moment and looked around.
I hope that one day in the future, there will be no more serfs in Border Town.
Everyone will become true citizen of the Border Town.
The moment Roland's words faded away, the cheers of the people echoed through the sky above the Redwater River, continuing without end.
Timothy walked into the arched dome at the top of tower in Bluewater Harbor.
Step by step, he approached the desk and sat down in the oversized chair.
Leaning forward, he pressed his face against the tabletop and took a gentle sniff, as a faint, pleasant fragrance entered his nostrils. At that moment, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had finally won.
Garcia had given up Bluewater Harbor, giving up the southern frontier, which also meant giving up the throne of Grey Castle. The knight guarding outside pushed the door open and entered.
Timothy would depart for the capital tomorrow morning.
Aside from the personal guard and the knights of Grey Castle, he left the rest of the knights and mercenaries under the command of this knight commander. Timothy ordered him to guard the southern frontier well, ensuring that the Sand tribes would not set foot on Grey Castle's territory again.
The young knight hesitated, and Timothy knew what he was thinking.
He reassured him that as soon as the matter in Bluewater Harbor was resolved, he would immediately recall him to the capital.
The young knight mustered the courage to ask Timothy if there was any news about his brother.
The knight's words caused Timothy to pause for a moment. Indeed, it had been 2 months since his brother was sent to plunder the western frontier, and there had been no news. Timothy, with his back turned to the young knight, stated that his brother must have returned to the capital ahead of them. He then ordered the young knight to burn everything that belonged to Garcia, including this building. He wanted everyone in the southern frontier to know that Garcia's lair no longer existed. He also wanted those who had used the pills but didn't die on the battlefield to be killed. Staying behind in the border town, safely withstood the month of the demons, defeating Duke Ryan, and capturing the Changgu stronghold, even causing the complete loss of contact with the 1,500 militiamen of Raymond.
How did he manage to do all this? Timothy never delved deep into understanding his younger brother.
Whether it was Garcia or Jylan, they never enjoyed playing with him when they were young. Undoubtedly, something must have happened to him after he arrived in Border Town, leading to the changes he had undergone.
Regardless of what he encountered, the population and location of Border Town is predetermined that he had nowhere else to run.
With no harbor or fleet and the impassable wilderness behind him, Roland could only hold that corner, waiting for his army to march and trampling onto his territory.
Are you sure about that?
Through the dimly lit corridor, Maine stood before the sacred shrine. Pope Oberlin, now aware of Heather's message, fell into a lengthy silence, exhaling a deep sigh. He had seen Heather growing up.
Oberlin inquired about Garcia and the kingdom of Wolfheart, as well as the new poison.
Maine responded, stating that it had proven remarkably effective in conquering Fong-Tooth Fortress. The defending forces held out for a month before perishing, and the Judgment Army swiftly breached the city walls. The residential areas were devoid of life, but when it came to the assault on Wolfheart City, the poison seemed to have lost its effect.
Presently, the enemy's resistance remained stubbornly resilient.
Oberlin quickly identified 2 mistakes made by Maine. Firstly, he should have launched the attack during the initial peak of the plague, seizing the opportunity to swiftly treat the afflicted residents with medication, thus significantly reducing their animosity and gain more church followers. Attacking a month later might have minimized casualties, but it also provided the enemy with ample time to react and discover a way to counteract the spread of the plague.
Secondly, Maine should not have been overly concerned about the losses suffered by the Judgment Army and the God Punishment Army.
Maine lowered his head in deep sorrow. Oberlin gently tapped his shoulder with his scepter and then offered him some words of comfort. He informed Maine that Garcia and the king of the Wolfheart Kingdom had gathered in one place, presenting an opportunity for the church. It was a chance to capture them all at once. Oberlin stood up and motioned for Maine to follow him. Guided by the guards, Maine walked alongside the Pope, slowly making their way deeper into the dungeon.
The enormous stone of God Punishment emitted a faint glow, illuminating the path beneath their feet. The guards ignited their torches, casting flickering light, revealing several towering iron frames standing alongside the stone pathway. Among the dusty air, a canvas covered in dust came into view. It rose high, clearly concealing a colossal object beneath it. Originally meant to be revealed in the final 2 years, the ultimate weapon now needed to be activated ahead of schedule. Maine could hardly believe his eyes. It was a massive, grotesque four-wheeled iron carriage, with a single wheel taller than his own stature. It lacked a carriage compartment, instead featuring terrifying metal ramming horns and skeletal frames. At the center of the frame, a spiky bone shield was mounted, as large as 3 or 4 door panels combined. 2 straight iron rods, one on each side, protruded from the shield's openings, pointing forward like poised arrows. This weapon could only be activated through the use of magic and required the presence of 3 or 4 witches to operate it properly. The following words from Oberlin nearly caused Maine to stumble and fall to the ground. It originated from the church's enemy, the demons from hell. Oberlin cautioned that this weapon must never be seen by the common folk. To assist him, Oberlin would dispatch 2 pure ones. Oberlin assured Maine that no one could escape from their hands. Pure ones under the Pope's command. Maine's heart trembled. The witches nurtured and raised by the church were known as pure ones, but the witches under the Pope's authority were the selected elite, the strongest among them. Meanwhile, in Border Town, Roland held the first high-level meeting of the Border Town in the castle's reception hall. Everyone was actively reporting on their work. Compared to the initial days when the scene was supported by only Barav and his 10 apprentices, the municipal hall had now expanded into a massive group of nearly 100 people. Among them were impoverished nobles, captured knights and their retinues, as well as native residents who had completed their elementary education. The attendees of the first high-level meeting were all the highest-ranking officials of their respective departments. Sonny applied to construct a mill next to the Crimson Water River, and Roland approved the request, instructing Sonny to first submit an application to the municipal hall. Once the funding was granted, they could work with the Department of Construction to develop a detailed plan. Additionally, Sonny also brought a promotion list of serfs, which included a staggering 516 individuals. Next came the Education Department, where Scroll reported that a total of 85 individuals had completed their elementary education. Following that was the Chemical Engineering Department. Kyle's first statement was that he hoped His Highness could find a true representative as soon as possible. He expressed his dislike for being in a leadership position and attending meetings. Roland rolled his eyes secretly. Since becoming a lord, he had learned to selectively ignore certain remarks. Kyle then began his report, mentioning that the laboratory was short-staffed. Fortunately, 5 individuals had recently joined, all of them young but clever, and they had completed their elementary education. The chief alchemist Kyle, in particular, seemed to have a disrespectful attitude and choice of words. However, considering his age and his enthusiasm for chemical experiments, Roland didn't feel much resentment. After all, when Kyle experienced the explosion accident and was completely healed by Manhwa, his first reaction was to conduct experiments without any constraints. He even planned to taste the flavors of different acidic solutions. Such fervent enthusiasm was truly unrivaled. The 4th person to report was Minister Carl from the Department of Construction. He provided an update on the major projects and construction work in Border Town. The next person was Axe, who was attending such a meeting for the first time and appeared somewhat uncertain. He reported that the 2nd Army had completed its basic training, while the 1st Army, except for the artillery unit, had been equipped with the latest firearms. Roland expressed his gratitude to everyone for attending the inaugural meeting. He expressed deep satisfaction with the progress and development of each department as presented in the reports. He also mentioned his intention to increase everyone's wage. Furthermore, he announced his plan to officially establish a city in this location after the end of this year's Month of the Demons. In other words, the small town would be upgraded to a true city. This grand city would stretch from the savage wilderness in the west to the Changji stronghold in the east and from the sea in the south.
Its natural defenses would be formed by the surrounding mountains and treacherous terrain. The city's area would far surpass that of the capital and any other city in the 4 major kingdoms. He urged everyone to push forward with their tasks and work diligently, in order to welcome the establishment of the new city with even greater enthusiasm. He looked at each person in the meeting and said, word by word, I hope that this city will remain warm as spring, even amidst the boundless winter. After the meeting, Roland asked Barav to stay behind for a private discussion. Barav expressed his concerns about the recent increase in expenses and the significant decrease in the treasury reserves of the city hall. There were only 2,000 gold left, which posed a serious risk. Roland took a sip of tea before responding, stating that next month when the Margaret Merchant Group arrived in the town, they could generate some income through trade. Additionally, once the sale of the hot air balloons was finalized, a substantial amount of income could be expected. Regarding the Department of Chemical Engineering, Barav expressed his dissatisfaction with Kyle's attitude toward Roland. However, Roland reassured him that it didn't bother him. He didn't need scientists to put on a show in front of him, he only expected them to shine and demonstrate their passion in their respective fields. After finishing his experiments for the day, Kyle returned home and took out a book, flipping directly to the last page. It was a neatly divided grid with around 100 squares. Each square in the top left corner had a small number, ranging from 1 to 118. Most of the squares were blank, except for a few in the middle that had symbols filled in. For example, square number 26 had the symbol for iron, and square number 29 had the symbol for copper. Kyle scratched his head, and wondered how could the prince forget such important information. The Highness reassured him that these symbols followed a specific pattern and believed that Kyle could fill in the remaining squares on his own. Prince Roland mentioned that this principle can be found in intermediate chemistry. In order to uncover the truth of the world, Kyle must obtain this sacred text as soon as possible. He suddenly realized that he could bring in the apprentices from the workshop from another city, thus filling all 3 laboratories and having more people assist him in researching methods for large-scale acid production. The following day, as they ventured deeper into the mine, the cave became increasingly damp. Sylvie carefully avoided the water droplets dripping from above as she carried a torch and proceeded through the cave. Even without light, true sight was not hindered by darkness, they only used torches to conserve magical energy. Nightingale, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped at a fork in the path. Lightning took out her notebook and checked their directions. Sylvie used her ability to quickly determine which path led to the mining area and which was a dead end. Once the task was completed, Nightingale circled back to the front of the group, leading them back the way they came. Sylvie noticed that Nightingale's ability seemed to be more than just invisibility. She could faintly sense the magic fluctuations caused by Nightingale's transformations but couldn't capture her form or movements. According to Lightning's description, Nightingale was the most powerful combat-oriented witch in the Witch Union. Perhaps that's why Prince Roland insisted on Nightingale joining the expedition. There are rumors that this mine used to be the lair of an ancient monster. Sylvie wasn't convinced, no creature could escape the detection of her magic eye. The exploration team consisted of 4 members, Sylvie, Nightingale, Lightning, and a young girl named Lucia. Whenever Sylvie discovered an ore, Lucia would transform it into various fragments and carefully store them in her pockets to be identified by the prince. Lightning was responsible for mapping the cave's terrain, and according to her proud remarks, no expedition would be complete without her. Her tone reminded Sylvie of the captain who temporarily stayed on Slumbering Isle. They soon arrived at cave number 23 and encountered 3 more forks in the path. Sylvie hesitated as she noticed there were 5 possible routes, with one seeming to loop back from below. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the narrow passage descended for a short while before turning sharply and heading directly toward the mining area. The group quickly reached the bottom, and Sylvie swiftly scanned the straight forks. The paths were filled with mud and stones, but when her gaze fell on the middle one, just as Sylvie was about to continue exploring along that path, she was hit by a strong wave of dizziness that interrupted her connection with her magic eye. Nightingale prepared to enter and investigate alone.
Sylvie closed her eyes and reopened them, only to find herself still surrounded by pitch darkness. It was as if her vision had been stripped away. She suppressed the growing headache and tried to expand her field of view, but there was nothing to be seen. As Nightingale prepared to descend and investigate, Sylvie held her hand and stopped her. She knew there was only one thing that could cause such an effect. Nightingale looked puzzled and asked what it was. The stone of God punishment. Sylvie gritted her teeth and replied, there is stone of God punishment underground, and it's capable of covering the entire area. Upon learning this information, Roland immediately mobilized the soldiers of the First Army to enter the North Slope mine. The final investigation confirmed Sylvie's speculation. The deep cave at the bottom of the mine contained a massive amount of the stone of God punishment. Once it was determined that there was no danger, Roland, accompanied by Carter, Anna, Nightingale and Lightning, entered cave number 23. He wanted to witness firsthand of the stone of God punishment. The entire cave was illuminated by the light emanating from these crystal-like stones. They rose from the ground, each with a height ranging from 20 to 30 meters, resembling towering neon towers that stood proudly before Roland's eyes. The staircase was not carved out by the soldiers, as Carter explained. He speculated that the staircase had existed for decades, while Anna said it's likely to be here for more than hundreds of years. Roland, accompanied by the knights and witches, walked straight to the edge of the stone of God punishment. It was only when standing at the base of the stone pillar that one could truly grasp the enormity of the stones. Roland also noticed that although the stone had the common crystal and prism shape, its surface lacked any crystal and patterns. Instead, it was smooth like a flat glass panel. Lightning was curious about the stone of God punishment, while Nightingale was repulsed by it. How she wished that such stones didn't exist in the world. Lightning asked Roland if she could take some as a trophy. Roland nodded, and Lightning swung the stone in her hand, forcefully striking one corner of the prism. However, it remained intact and undamaged. She then took out a dagger, but it couldn't even produce a single fragment. Nightingale tested it with her pistol, causing a few sparks to fly upon hitting the stone. After the smoke cleared, the group approached, only to see that the bullet had left a shallow mark on the surface of the stone of God punishment. It was perplexing, as normally applying force would reduce it to powder. Anna, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, "Your Highness, do you remember the treasure map drawn by Ferlin?" Roland pondered for a moment. Anna explained it did not point to the North Slope mine, but rather to this place, this underground cave harboring a vast amount of the stone of God punishment. After returning to his office, Roland called for scroll and reproduced Ferlin's drawing on the Book of Enchantments. The pattern in the book was similar to what he remembered, and the southernmost point did indeed fall at the foot of the North Slope mountain. If Anna's speculation was correct, could this be a map left by the church in their search for new veins of the stone of God punishment? But why did they abandon everything after going through the effort of carving a direct path to the bottom of the cave with the stone staircase? If the church had established a border chapel 450 years ago, the border town would be completely different today. Judging by the value and uses of the stone of God punishment, this mine doesn't seem like a resource that can be easily abandoned. Now that the Takira Holy City was an inaccessible forbidden zone, perhaps these answers could only be found by going to the stone tower, or maybe they would never be known. As night fell, Professor Scroll would hold lectures in the hall, unlike the noble academies in the big cities. The students who came to listen were all witches of the Witch Union. When it came to the recent tasks assigned by Prince Roland, Evelyn's eyes dimmed. The prince had yet to give her any real tasks, he would only occasionally ask her to taste his newly concocted baijiu. Evelyn rested her chin on the table, feeling disheartened. And, His Highness's baijiu is becoming more and more undrinkable. She once suggested adding water or fruit juice to balance it out, but His Highness seems to only want to make the strongest alcohol. Candle couldn't find the right words to say either, and in this regard, she could sympathize with Evelyn. As she recalls, after arriving at Slumberal, most of their time was spent on mundane tasks. With the increasing abundance of fish oil resources, solidified candles became less essential, and drinking alcohol was strictly forbidden by Lady Tilly's orders. Candle recalled the tense early days on Slumber Isle when supplies were allocated based on abilities, which created a subtle sense of division and exclusion among the witches. Fortunately, Lady Tilly took good care of them. However, in the border town, such situations never occurred. The witches all sat at the same table, enjoying meals together with Prince Roland, wearing and using the same things. Most importantly, regardless of their individual powers, they were treated equally. This was evident in their daily interactions. Although Candle had only been in the border town for a short 2 weeks, she had already deeply felt this sense of unity. As the witches settled down one by one, Scroll arrived. Today, there would be no lessons. Instead, a comprehensive test would be conducted to assess their knowledge. It had been 3 months since the witches began their studies, and His Highness deemed it necessary to evaluate their progress. All the questions were written on these sheets of paper, a total of 60. Total of 120 points. She paused for a moment, then added, "By the way, His Highness mentioned that only those who answer more than half of the questions correctly will be able to enjoy the ice cream dessert on Saturday afternoon. Those who score below this threshold will have their afternoon tea privileges revoked." Candle heard a soft click behind her. She turned around to find Nightingale with a bewildered expression, holding a broken charcoal pencil that had fallen to the ground, split into 2 pieces. His Highness made a special announcement that the newly arrived witches from Slumbering Isle had the option to either participate in the test or take a day off. Regardless of their scores, they would be able to enjoy afternoon tea. Candle and Evelyn decided to stay and participate. Honey and Leanne, on the other hand, happily stood up, bowed to Scroll, and left the hall. Sylvie, feeling unwell, also bowed and left after them. The compiled summary sheet was handed to Roland by the Scroll. Lately, he had been puzzled by the new discoveries in the Northern Slope mining area, making it difficult for him to concentrate on his daily work. He decided to shift his focus to something more relaxing for the time being. "Oh, Nightingale actually passed the test?" Roland exclaimed in surprise. Scroll smiled and replied, "Nightingale's score is among the top, and she even got a perfect score in the language section." Roland clicked his tongue and said, "I thought this test would make her cut down on sweets." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pinch on his shoulder. This time, all the members of the Witch Union scored above 60, which made him very pleased. Roland noticed that 2 witches from Slumbering Isle also participated in the test. Evelyn scored 5 points, while Candle scored 36. Candle must have had some foundation, and most of her points came from the language section. The individual qualities of the witches are truly astonishing, living up to the continuous enhancement brought by magic, both internally and externally. Witches from the border town are equally remarkable. Within just 3 months, individuals like Lily, Hummingbird, and Rem have gone from being illiterate to mastering the basics of reading and writing. This alone surpasses the abilities of most ordinary people. If everyone could completely set aside their biases and work together with the witches, pushing for social and cultural development, what kind of future would await them? Roland's heart was filled with curiosity. Lucia carefully took out the minerals from her bag, preparing to practice her abilities. Curiosity got the better of Ling, and she peeked her head out from the bed and interrupted Lucia. With a trembling hand, Lucia dropped the bag onto the floor. She turned around and lightly tapped her sister's head, urging her not to disturb and to focus on reading. Pouting, Ling complained that she didn't understand most of the words in the books. Lucia told her that's why she needed to read more, as literacy itself is a process that requires understanding and familiarity. The door creaked open suddenly, and Nightingale walked in. Ling happily ran over upon seeing Nightingale, while Lucia let out a sigh and collected all the metallic debris from the floor into her pouch. She realized that she might not be able to practice this afternoon. A strawberry-scented ice cream was handed to her by Nightingale. Nightingale proudly patted her chest, revealing that it was a reward she specifically requested from the prince. She also handed the ice cream to Ling. When Lucia found out that she only scored 68 points, she felt a bit down. Out of a total of 120 points,
she had only answered a little over half correctly. Seeing Lucia's expression, Nightingale comforted her, saying that Lucia had only recently arrived to the border town and her scores already very impressive and that she could always ask her if she didn't understand something. Ling raised both hands and said she wanted to join too, mentioning her desire to work. Nightingale smiled and replied, "The minimum age to start working in the border town is 16 years old and above. Since Ling is only 10 years old, she can't work yet." Ling expressed her aspiration to work in a chemistry laboratory in the future and become a great alchemist. Nightingale shook her head and advised against Ling working in a laboratory, as it was too dangerous. She mentioned that the prince had warned that explosions could happen at any time. Nightingale recounted the incident involving Kyle's accident, which sent shivers down the sisters' spines. Lucia hugged Ling tightly, making up her mind that she would never let her sister work in such a terrifying place. Nightingale suggested that Ling consider working in the city hall. The term civil servant was also coined by the prince. Suddenly, Ling broke free from Lucia's arms and curiously asked, "Sister Nightingale, do you like the prince?" Ling recalled that her mother said if a name is mentioned by a girl many times, it means that person is very important to that girl. Lucia's face stiffened at her sister's question. Goodness, how could she ask such a thing directly? It was incredibly impolite. In a panic, Lucia hurriedly covered Ling's mouth, intended to apologize. However, she was taken aback when Nightingale candidly replied, "Yes, I like the prince." Lucia brought the minerals to meet the prince, still echoing Nightingale's words in her ears. She couldn't help but be amazed by Nightingale's open attitude. It seemed impossible for a witch and a prince to be together. The lord of the border town appeared just as usual, with a slightly sleepy look, indicating that he had recently awakened from a nap. Leaning back in his chair, he seemed relaxed, his tone amiable, completely unlike other nobles who were usually stern. The prince frowned and carefully examined the minerals in his palm, one by one. He didn't recognize these minerals and planned to have Kyle identify them. He instructed Lucia to continue practicing her abilities in the backyard. However, just as Lucia was about to leave, Roland called her back. He praised Lucia for her performance on the test and expressed his hope that Ling would also participate with everyone next time. Lucia excitedly responded and bowed before leaving. As Roland watched the little girl depart with joy, he sighed while looking at the metallic particles on the table. He had been too naive, thinking that he could use Lucia's abilities to uncover the hidden mineral in the northern slope mine. However, reality made him realize the vast gap between mechanical engineering and geology. In terms of color and shape, they were nearly indistinguishable. For example, metals like iron, aluminum, magnesium, and potassium appeared as silver-white metals in their high-purity state, making it extremely difficult to discern them with the naked eye. It seemed he would have to rely on Kyle to solve this problem. Just then, a guard pushed the door open and walked in, carrying a confidential letter from the capital city. Roland set aside his quill and opened the envelope. The letter had no signature, and the handwriting was unfamiliar, but a single sentence indicated that it was undoubtedly from Tassa. It stated that a force of approximately 1,000 people had left the capital today and was heading towards the western frontier. At the Changji Stronghold Theater, as the audience's continuous whistles and applause echoed, the curtain slowly descended. May wiped the sweat off her forehead and looked at Eileen, who was filled with excitement. May nodded slightly in response. As soon as the curtain fell, Eileen couldn't help but rush forward and tightly hugged May. Her acting had received May's approval. May believed that the other young girl's acting was not up to par: stiff expressions, slow movements, lacking emotions. She pointed out all the mistakes, making the little girl teary-eyed. A backstage crew member chuckled and remarked that May was indeed strict. May shook her head, noting that most of the audience today were commoners. If they were nobles, they would nitpick endlessly. Suddenly, a group of people surrounded them. These people were all actors from the theater, and May recognized the leading woman. Bella sneered, calling May and the group all inept actors from the countryside, continuing to mock and taunt them.
Her words prompted laughter from the crowd behind her. Eileen retorted, mentioning the enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Bella, with disdain, mocked, referring the audience as people who deals with mud and shovels every day cannot be called an audience. She then said even a few monkeys get up on the stage to walk around, they would still cheer loudly. If it weren't for the free tickets, no one would have watched their crap show. Bella raised her voice, stating that their theater's income had significantly decreased because of accommodating the group's performances. After all, the nobles refused to attend since nobody wanted to sit on chairs filled with mud and grease stains. Bella's intentions were clear. Her seemingly scolding Eileen and the others were actually directed at May herself. May turned around casually and said, "The decrease in theater income is not solely due to free admission. The theater management has undoubtedly reached an agreement with His Royal Highness and Lord Petrov. The necessary funds will naturally be supplemented by the border town municipal hall. This is a business contract, not child's play." She find it ironic that Bella is a brainless shrew who only knows how to shout and scream. Furthermore, The Witch's Diary was written by His Royal Highness himself. Does Bella want to imply that His Highness's thoughts are low and vulgar? Insulting the royal aristocracy can result in severe punishment, such as the punishment of losing one's voice. Bella gritted her teeth and said, May went to the border town, not to see Eileen, but for Ferlin. Her voice abruptly stopped as a bright red palm mark appeared on her left cheek. Bella couldn't believe it as she touched her face. May took a deep breath. She had acted on impulse. Two male actors behind Bella stepped forward, condemning May's actions while slowly approaching her. May smirked inwardly. Yes, she had acted impulsively, but she saw no reason to apologize. She glared at the two men. She couldn't help but recall what Carter had once said. While men may possess greater strength, they also have many weaknesses. Certain attacks can instantly render them defenseless. Although she wasn't quite sure how the conversation had led to this, she was prepared to strike if these two men came any closer. Just then, the door to the dressing room was violently pushed open, and a knight in armor walked in. Several armed warriors with spears followed closely behind him. As they entered the room, they aimed their spears at the crowd. May couldn't help but freeze, blinking her eyes, thinking that what she was witnessing was an illusion. However, nothing changed. She even saw a smile sneakily appear on the knight's face. The knight was none other than Carter. The conflict quickly came to an end. Upon seeing the intimidating knight, no one dared to say another word. In the evening, when they returned to May's residence, she poured a glass of wine for Carter. Carter was surprised to see that the home of the most popular actor in the western region was so ordinary. May explained that she had used all her savings to purchase this small, old house located in a deep alley of the inner city. Although the house was small and worn out, moving away from the outer city would at least protect her from harassment and prying eyes of ill intentions. Carter awkwardly apologized, but May smiled and reassured him that it was fine. She poured herself a small glass of wine and asked Carter if he had come to sort out the theater's order and resolve the disputes among the actors. Carter shook his head and replied that it was Timothy causing trouble again, and the main forces were on their way. He had come ahead to make preparations and also really wanted to see May's performance. May froze for a moment, then shook her head. These things shouldn't have been told to her. Carter said he knew where to draw the line, and it wasn't a covert operation either. May promptly took the glass of wine from Carter's hand, saying that he shouldn't drink during mission. However, after everything settles down, she would gladly invite him for a proper drink. As for Carter's previous invitation, she already had an answer in her heart. Some things can only be known after trying. Border town is where she truly wanted to stay. She had decided to move to the border town with her father after the performance is over. Roland arrived at the Chango stronghold 2 days later. Petrov and members of the 5 major families greeted the prince. Roland stated that the exact number and route of Timothy's forces were still unknown, but they were undoubtedly targeting the western frontier. Based on Timothy's usual tactics, they would likely recruit civilians through pillaging and then use drugs to force them into attacking.
One of the family members was unclear about the drugs mentioned, so Roland explained that they were evil pills that could grant civilians powers stronger than knights, but once the effect wore off, the users would die in helpless agony. Roland ordered them to bring all their family members and the local civilians into the stronghold. One of the family members mentioned their warehouse with food and goods, but Roland firmly interrupted, saying they had only 3 days to transport as much as they could, but it was essential to gather all the civilians within the stronghold. He cannot allow Timothy and his troops to harm the civilians. After the meeting, the prince summoned Axe into the castle. Roland did not reveal the true information he possessed to the nobles. Thanks to Lightning and Macy's meticulous reconnaissance, the team from the capital city had been exposed. Unlike the previous invaders, they were now sailing on a single-masted ship, following the main channel of the Crimson Water River, heading west into the center of the western region. This was a particularly tricky route. Once the enemy crossed the fork in the river, they could either turn back along the tributary to attack the southern and eastern gates of the Changji stronghold or continue westward, straight to the border town. To avoid the dilemma of dividing forces for defense, Roland had to proactively concentrate his superior forces to defeat the enemy in one decisive blow. Clearly, the fork in the Crimson Water River was the most suitable ambush location. Roland left 100 soldiers to guard the Changji stronghold while he himself would join the front lines after organizing the stronghold's defenses. Nightingale felt uneasy, but Roland reassured her that he had to go. He needed to utilize the abilities of the witches. A white-tailed kite glided through the sky before landing gracefully on Roland's shoulder. Roland summoned the witches and began discussing the creation of bunkers and tanks. The concept of bunkers was already familiar to them, but they had never heard of tanks before. Roland sketched a simple design, explaining that it was a carriage with a cannon mounted on it. However, he mentioned that they couldn't truly call it a tank yet, as they didn't have enough horses. Nevertheless, Honey could gather wild beasts to assist them. Manhwa asked if beasts pulling cannons could be considered tanks, to which Roland replied earnestly, "Of course. They can call them tiger style and leopard style." Next, Roland shared his plan with Lien. He intended to establish defensive lines on both sides of the main river channel. He used sticks to create a rough diagram, but Lien didn't fully understand. While it would allow the soldiers to hide effectively, she doubted it would prevent Timothy's fleet from passing through. Roland didn't offer much explanation, simply stating that there's no way for them to be able to get through. Then he turned to Leaf and tasked her with concealing the fortifications. He instructed her to use weeds and vines, making the bunkers appear more natural and blend in with the surroundings. Leaf assured Lien that they should trust the prince. In Roland's mind, he imagined how, once the cannons were pushed into the well-disguised fortifications, each compartment would fire rounds after rounds. The 16 field cannons would maintain their accuracy despite the rough terrain. In fact, at such a close range, they could hit the sailing ships in the middle of the river even with their eyes closed. The enemy would find themselves in a disadvantageous formation. The enemy fleet arrived at the fork in the Crimson Water River half a day later than anticipated. Upon receiving the news, Vaynor gave the preparedness order to the artillery crews and then returned to his own position. Each compartment had a shooting window and a hole near the top of the wall. Climbing 2 steps of the earthen tower allowed for a convenient view of the situation on the river. The soldiers chatted and laughed, happily wiping the cannonballs. Vaynor sighed inwardly. These guys had lost their sense of tension. They no longer trembled like they did on the battlefield several months ago. He couldn't say whether this change was good or bad, as he felt they were underestimating their opponents. However, he couldn't harshly reprimand his subordinates either, because he himself wasn't any better. Since becoming soldiers under the prince, their understanding of combat had undergone a dramatic transformation. Bloody and brutal fighting seemed unrelated to strength, skill, or bravery. They simply repeated the memorized steps from their training, prepare and fire towards the enemy according to training to achieve victory. Alongside the assistance of the witches, they hadn't lost a single battle. One soldier even thought that it would be great if he got injured so he could see the angel Manhwa.
Vainer punched him on the head, telling him to pay attention to the enemy situation. Just as Vainer was lost in his thoughts, the warning from the scouts brought him back. The soldiers changed their expressions and started loading ammunition seriously, waiting for orders. The compartments became bustling with activity. They had practiced this step too many times. They silently awaited the arrival of the attack signal flag. The fleet, now visible in the distance, was getting closer and closer to their ambush location. However, Prince Roland had still not given any orders. Sylvie and Lien grew increasingly anxious, fearing that they might not have time for the messengers to relay their commands. It was almost too late to stop the fleet from passing through the fork in the Crimson Water River. Roland instructed the two witches to listen, and suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated across the river. As if it were a signal to attack, thick smoke mixed with flames erupted from over a dozen bunkers, accompanied by the continuous rumbling of thunderous explosions. Lien redirected her gaze back to the river, hardly daring to believe what she was seeing. There were no knights or mercenaries engaged in close combat, yet the deck of the first sailing ship seemed to explode. Wood splinters and body parts scattered in all directions, and the crew on the ship were instantly killed or injured, with blood mist rising and staining the deck. She can only see a black sphere being shot out from the bunkers, which she thought was useless, swaying for a moment before crashing down with a thunderous impact, knocking two knights who had just climbed from the cabin to the deck. Sylvie finally understood what the prince meant by "they won't make it through." However, how did his subordinates manage to achieve this? Compared to Lien, who was observing from a distance, Sylvie had a more vivid view of the scene. It was the first time she had witnessed such a sight. No sharp blades or spears were needed. With just round, rolling spheres, people were torn apart. As her vision was too close, she even felt that the blood and entrails of those killed were splashing onto her own body. Several others were struck by the iron spheres, either severing limbs or shattering their skulls. The ship's cabin was now filled with flowing fluids and a mix of red and white. Suddenly, the witch felt a surge of nausea and started puking. Prince Roland noticed her discomfort and handed her a handkerchief, advising her not to use her abilities to watch any further. Sylvie took the handkerchief and wiped her mouth. This was probably the incredible invention that Maisie and Lightning had mentioned, but at that time, no one paid much attention or thought much of it. After all, it was hard to imagine such an astonishing weapon without witnessing it firsthand. She turned her gaze back to the battlefield and saw the Timothy fleet beginning to approach the banks. However, they were unaware that Prince Roland had set up fortifications in more than just one location. But the soldiers inside the bunkers did not give them a chance. The soldiers just aimed their weapons at the targets and easily pulled the trigger. The enemy couldn't hold on for long before collapsing completely. Those who had disembarked from the ships tried to get back on board, while those waiting to disembark scrambled in all directions. The prince put down his binoculars and ordered Axe to take the reserve troops to clear the battlefield. He wanted the leader to be captured. Roland asked Sylvie to follow Axe, as he doesn't want anyone escaping. With a nod, Sylvie agreed to accompany Axe. She suddenly understood why Prince Roland dared to openly protect the witches in this corner of the continent. With such formidable power at his disposal, even Church's divine punishment army would not easily defeat him. Axe arrived with two prisoners. Before Roland could even inquire, one of them began shouting loudly, claiming to be a Bark Knight and requesting permission to write a letter to his family. He assured them that his family would undoubtedly offer a generous ransom. The other person introduced himself as a nobleman's second son and expressed willingness to pay a ransom as well. Roland raised an eyebrow in response. He asked if these two were the ones who led the attack. Both of them were frightened and hastily pointed out Sir Vincent was the leader, but he had perished during the first wave of the attack. They also requested to have their ropes removed, hoping to receive proper treatment. The prince shook his head and stated that no ransom was necessary. However, if they were willing to reveal Timothy's plan and any information they possessed, he might consider granting them better treatment. The two individuals hesitated for a moment but declined the offer, explaining that they had sworn allegiance to Timothy and could not betray their oath. Roland shrugged indifferently and ordered his guards to take them away and hand them over to Axe.
Roland turned around and told Axe that he had no restrictions on the methods or means to obtain sufficient intelligence. He made it clear that he would show no mercy towards those who had captured and harmed innocent civilians and dared to invade the Western territory.
Roland's tone grew cold.
Once you're done questioning them, treat them as deceased.
After a few days, Roland returned to the border town. Axe also brought all the information obtained from the interrogation.
Roland furrowed his brows. This was just the vanguard force. The information Axe obtained revealed that Timothy dispatched one militia force after another to attack the western borders. He employed the same method to deal with Garcia in Greenwater Port. These forces consisted of criminals, rats, and mostly refugees gathered from various places. The intelligence from the enemy knights revealed that Timothy deceived these people, initially using verbal promises to appease them before having them ingest the first batch of pills. Consequently, they were then under the control of Timothy, as they sought more pills to alleviate their pain and cravings.
This attack is merely meant to deplete the border town's resources.
The fallen knight Sir Vincent believed that since the town had no walls, he estimated that around 1,000 militiamen who consumed the pills would result in approximately 3,000 casualties.
This would be a severe blow to the border town.
Meanwhile, he could observe Roland's response and the effectiveness of his tactics. Roland couldn't help but feel a burning hatred and frustration. Timothy was using wave after wave of cannon fodder. Even if Roland managed to emerge victorious without a scratch, it would still be a Pyrrhic victory. Compared to repelling Timothy's invasion, his primary concern was putting an end to this meaningless war.
Otherwise, how long would it take for the population to flourish again once Grey Castle was unified?
Roland knew that the month of the demons was approaching, and soon the entire western border would be covered in heavy snow, making it impossible for land travel. Timothy undoubtedly intended to act before the winter snow arrived. Roland closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and continued, expressing his desire to stall this war.
Sending envoys or diplomatic communications would be ineffective.
Roland was determined to prevent Timothy from seizing the population. He planned to evacuate the people before Timothy could reach them. Additionally, he aimed to instill fear in Timothy regarding the western borders.
For instance, allowing some prisoners to escape back to the capital city, spreading fear in the capital city. Despite the risk of exposing their tactics and weapons. However, since there's no way of them obtaining the manufacturing method, Roland wasn't concerned.
Lastly, Roland intended to write a warning letter, foretelling the day of the attack in advance, and then launch an assault on the exact day. Roland had decided to attack from the sky. He was no longer the weak and insignificant newcomer who needed to hide himself under disguise. It was time to reveal his true power, step by step, and take Timothy's place on the political stage of Grey Castle. He wanted the kingdom's people to take notice of his presence. It had nothing to do with vanity but rather a form of promotion for his territory and influence. A kingdom filled with corpses and ruins would be of no use to him. Through this demonstration, he hoped to encourage more people to venture to the western borders and stand by his side. As promised, the Margaret Trading Company arrived at the border town.
While enjoying a delicious feast, they discussed Garcia's black sail fleet.
It was said that after plundering several cities, they sailed north along the coastline, and nobody knew where they had gone. Margaret inquired about the hot air balloon, so Roland led them to the backyard and taught them how to operate it, demonstrating its safety. Once inflated, the balloon remained unaffected by rain, impacts, fire, or even the pecking of birds.
Margaret quickly grasped the key points and asked how many gas canisters were needed.
Roland replied that it required around 5 or 6 canisters for a single hot air balloon. Margaret thought such alchemical technology would be quite expensive.
Roland cleared his throat and employed excellent sales tactics, offering the first inflation of the balloon for free and even including a complimentary camouflage outfit. After the caravan departed, Roland let out a long sigh of relief.
The treasury was once again filled, and he could finally begin expanding the population. He looked up at the sky, envisioning the construction of the city next year. The banks of the Crimson Water River would undoubtedly be dotted with residential houses. Roland decided to go and visit Anna in the backyard on the northern slope. Upon entering, the first thing that caught his eye was the floor covered in metal blocks. Roland was astonished to see that they had already reached over 2,000 in number. Anna mentioned that block 1057 was particularly sturdy, while 2284 excelled in both hardness and toughness. Lucia held a small notebook and reported that block 2284 contained 0.8% carbon and 15.2% unknown elements. The test conducted by Anna and Lucia were of great significance. Roland instructed Lucia to break down the ores into various raw materials, and then Anna would blend them with pure iron in different mass ratios, melt them together, and create test blocks to assess their performance. Although Roland knew that steel was essentially an iron-carbon alloy, with higher carbon content resulting in pig iron and no carbon resulting in pure iron, he was aware that carbon content within a specific range could be classified as steel. Furthermore, even the slightest fluctuation in carbon content could significantly alter the properties of the metal. Therefore, the first thing to be determined was the extent of this range. After a few encouraging words to the two witches, Roland sat back and quietly watched the two girls working. Although the autumn sun still shone brightly, it no longer carried the scorching heat of the summer. He felt a warm sensation throughout his body, accompanied by a long-lost sense of tranquility. He lost track of time as the courtyard gradually grew quiet. Suddenly, he felt a soft hand resting on his forehead. Lucia was nowhere in sight, but Anna stood before him. Roland was startled, and Anna warned him, saying, "Your Highness, be careful not to catch a cold." Anna looked into Roland's eyes and knew that he had something to tell her. Roland hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly shook his head. He held Anna's hand, feeling somewhat perplexed, and roughly explained the plan to expand the population. He mentioned the initial freedom of choice, but now, to save time, he had resorted to some half-enticing, half-coercive methods. Although he did this to prevent the civilians from being forcefully conscripted by Timothy and ultimately succumbing to the ravages of the pills, upon reflection, Roland realized that his actions were not so different from Timothy's. The only distinction lay in their respective goals. Anna covered the prince's mouth, understanding that Roland was concerned that others might not appreciate his actions, and he himself couldn't guarantee that all of his future goals were correct. Roland was unsure whether the means or the desired outcomes were more important. Before he could respond, Anna had already moved closer, holding his hands and whispered softly in his ear, assuring him that she would watch over him carefully. The environment on Slumbering Isle was improving day by day. Once airborne, Tilly could see the bustling crowds and lively markets below. It was no longer the secluded place where only around 300 witches resided in isolation. Through negotiations and agreements, they had established commercial connections with the surrounding islands. Tilly had even brought in a group of ordinary residents from some overcrowded village islands. Although they currently lived on the outskirts of the island, far from the witches, Tilly believed that one day Slumbering Isle would become a city where everyone would live together harmoniously. Tilly could temporarily fly using magic stones, but she hadn't figured out the underlying principles yet. Just as she was conversing with Ashes, a massive white bird descended from the sky. Due to its rapid descent, it crashed onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It was Maisie, who couldn't believe that Tilly was actually flying in the sky. Tilly playfully rubbed her cheek and asked Maisie how the witches from Slumbering Isle were doing in the border town. Maisie rummaged through her bag, searching for the letters. They had all entrusted Maisie to deliver them to Tilly, including one from Prince Roland. Ashes took out half of a muffin and offered a piece to Maisie, but she shook her head and instead stuffed a handful of fish jerky into her mouth, mumbling, she went to play with Molly. With that, Maisie flew out of the courtyard, flapping her wings. Ashes felt that Maisie had grown bigger even more in the past month, both in size and maturity. Tilly smiled and said she felt the same, perhaps because life in the border town was truly wonderful. Returning to the room,
Tilly tore open the letter sent by Roland and found that apart from a letter filled with content, the remaining dozen or so pages were actually vivid illustrations, laying out the pages of drawings one by one. The contents were somewhat unbelievable and terrifying. The background depicted a desolate wasteland at dusk, with two monstrous creatures engaged in a fierce battle against a group of witches. The witches were clearly at a disadvantage, as their abilities seemed to have lost their effectiveness. Neither snakes nor fireballs could stop the enemy's advance. By the final drawing, several witches lay lifeless in pools of blood. Tilly anxiously grabbed the letter and quickly skimmed through its contents. Soon, she felt her heart tighten as a recurring word in the letter made her hands tremble slightly: demons. The letter described how Hakura obtained an ancient book and led the witches across the Desolation Mountains in search of the Holy Mountain. However, they did not find the Holy Mountain but encountered terrifying monsters instead. These creatures possessed astonishing strength, swift movements, and the ability to command demonic beasts. One of them could even release lightning from its hands. After contemplating for a while and finding no answers, Tilly decided to set aside all of those things and took out Sylvie's letter. She intended to know the results of investigating the Lord of the Border Town. However, the first sentence of the letter left her stunned, even more so than when she had seen the word demons. Lady Tilly, I have found no traces of disguise or magical influence on Roland Wimbledon. Apart from the Witch Union, there are no other factions of witches hidden in the town. So, I believe, he might be your true brother. Tilly was left speechless, shocked by the revelation in Sylvie's letter. A real brother. How could that be possible? Tilly held the letter in her hands, but her mind couldn't focus. Thoughts swirled in her head like a tidal wave. Among the 5 children of Wimbledon III, the eldest 3 were born close in age and played together. By the time Roland was born, the youngest, Garcia, was already 6 years old, and naturally, they didn't include him in their group. Logically, Tilly should have formed another circle with Roland, but it wasn't the case in reality. Roland longed to be accepted by his 2 older brothers, striving to fit into their circle, but often ended up being the one who was getting bullied. This twisted and volatile treatment caused Roland's character to become distorted and easily angered. Of course, he didn't dare to direct his anger towards the 3 elder siblings, so started bullying Tilly. Ever since Tilly fought back, Roland hadn't provoked her again, and Tilly had chosen to ignore her brother. Even in adulthood, Roland had shown no signs of change. In fact, he had worsened over time. She couldn't believe it. How could someone like him stand with the witches, sheltering them, and even dare to oppose the church? Tilly was perplexed and conflicted. It seemed contradictory to her that someone with Roland's history of bullying and twisted character could now align himself with the very beings he had once despised. The fact that he was willing to go against the church, an institution that held immense power and influence, further intensified her confusion and disbelief. Tilly didn't know what to say for a moment. Ashes nudged her several times before Tilly mentioned that the letter stated that Roland hadn't been controlled or replaced by the witches. When she mentioned the incident with the butt grabbing, Ashes coughed a couple of times. After contemplating for a moment, she remarked that even though they hadn't seen him for just a year, he seemed like a completely different person. Tilly asked Ashes to elaborate further. Ashes thought for a moment and said, Roland feels clean. Although he doesn't have a preference for extravagant jewelry or clothing like nobles do, his attire is very clean. Overall, Roland now gave a favorable impression. Tilly smiled, surprised that Ashes would speak well of him. She let out a sigh of relief, realizing that her brother had indeed undergone significant changes. But what had prompted his transformation? Perhaps the true reason could only be discovered by meeting him in person. Regaining her focus, Tilly shifted her attention back to the letter. The second half of the letter detailed Sylvie's observations and experiences in the border town, including her daily work and discoveries. As Tilly continued reading, another piece of information caught her attention. It described a weapon capable of launching iron balls and crossbow bolts from iron tubes, with immense power. Although Maisie and Ashes had mentioned such a weapon before,
this was the first time Tilly had encountered such a detailed description, complete with hand-drawn illustrations. Ashes suggested that Tilly ask Roland to send a batch of those weapons in her reply. However, Tilly shook her head, explaining that allies should not be approached with suspicion. Such a test would only undermine the trust they had painstakingly built. Besides, they were planning to visit the border town this winter, and it would be better to discuss it in person. Ashes shrugged in response, and Tilly smiled, continuing to read the letter. As her eyes reached the end of the letter, Tilly couldn't help but freeze. Roland had actually invented a type of undergarment designed for women's boing-boings and had gifted it to every adult female member of the Witch Union as a present? It was simply absurd. Wait a minute, Tilly suddenly remembered that when Roland was in the capital, he had also given some noble ladies tight-fitting corsets. Some of them had even been thrown back at his face. This was wildly spread among the nobles. This was definitely something he would do. Tilly felt conflicted. On one hand, it aligned with her memories of him, but on the other hand, she felt that it would be better if he didn't align with those memories. Should she go to the border town to see him this winter or not? Upon returning to the border town, as soon as they entered, Kyle mentioned that he had come up with a feasible plan for large-scale production of sulfuric acid. However, it required a significant amount of lead and skilled craftsmen, and he hoped to seek the assistance of the witches. Roland asked Kyle to provide him with the detailed plan. Then, Roland gestured for him to sit down and taught him another task. Kyle shook his head repeatedly, stating that he didn't have time recently as large-scale acid production was a challenging endeavor that required his full attention. Roland reassured him, saying that it wouldn't require much time. Seeing Kyle's puzzled expression, Roland requested him to manufacture more soap. Kyle immediately recalled the saponification reaction mentioned in elementary chemistry, which involves the reaction between sodium hydroxide and fats or oils to produce alcohol and salt. It was indeed an unusual feeling to hear standard chemical terms from an alchemist's mouth. Roland nodded in agreement, and Kyle still seemed a bit puzzled. It didn't seem important to him, but the prince emphasized that it was crucial. While soap production itself might not be important, the byproduct of the production process was something Roland urgently needed. Kyle immediately realized it was alcohol, and Roland confirmed that he needed alcohol, or glycerin to be exact, as it was a highly important ingredient. Kyle shrugged and said he would assign it to his apprentices, but he would demonstrate the process in front of a few clever apprentices chosen by him. Meanwhile, Roland shared some news with him, mentioning that a sailboat had arrived at the dock with 50 people on board, and one of them claimed to be an alchemist from Crimson Water City. Before Roland could finish his sentence, Kyle stood up excitedly. It was Charles, and he had truly brought his apprentices to join Kyle. Kyle exclaimed joyfully that Charles was his finest disciple, and he will surely fit for the job. Lightning checked her adventuring gear once again, which she carried with her at all times, including survival tools and weapons. Maisie also checked her own belongings, with piles of food laid out in front of Lightning. Lightning was at a loss for words. They were going on an adventure, not having a barbecue in the wilderness, at least bring a weapon. Maisie pointed at her beak, indicating that her beak was her weapon. Lightning sighed. After all, it was just a one-day trip, and they shouldn't encounter any major dangers. They were preparing to explore the westernmost part of the enchanted forest. Lightning had a little secret that she hadn't told anyone. She no longer dared to explore the forest alone. This was a great shame for an adventurer. However, she couldn't deceive herself. The journey to the stone tower had instilled fear in her towards this deep forest. Just the thought of those terrifying creatures potentially hiding somewhere in the forest made her want to escape as quickly as possible. Thunder had once mentioned to her a method to overcome fear, to gradually approach it, observe it, and understand it. Eventually, she would realize that fear wasn't as dreadful as it seemed. This exploration would be Lightning's attempt. With Maisie accompanying her, she felt a bit more confident. They had chosen a safe route, following the Crimson Water River westward without venturing deep into the forest. With this approach, it was unlikely they would encounter any demons. The two quickly approached the magnificent mountain. They had flown to the westernmost part of the forest, where the dark green expanse ended and the land transitioned back to a lighter shade of green. They arrived at a meadow. But as they ventured further, their line of sight was consumed by a pitch-black color that extended all the way to the base of the mountain. They descended towards the dark land. Soon, they realized it was a ground made up of black stones. Maisie pecked at it after landing and found it to be very hard. Lightning picked up a piece of the black stone and examined it closely, realizing that there were countless such stones scattered all around. She collected a few pieces, intending to show them to His Highness upon their return. Lightning called for Maisie, instructing her not to move, and then put on her wind goggles. In an instant, she accelerated to her maximum speed. After flying for about half an hour, she could faintly see the landscape beyond the mountains. She came to a stop and carefully observed what lay ahead. At the edge of her vision, a layer of reddish-brown mist hung over the peaks of the mountains. Roland sat at his desk, pondering how to launch an air raid on the imperial palace of Capital City. Suddenly, he heard a tapping sound from behind the windows. When he turned around, he saw Lightning clinging to the window, looking panicked, while Maisie perched on top of Lightning's head, pecking at the glass. As Nightingale opened the window, the little girl flew into Roland's arms. He gently stroked Lightning's head and comforted her, asking what had happened. Black stones, cool. A huge snowy mountain, cool. Maisie landed on the desk and flapped her wings, delivering the report. With a serious expression, Lightning spoke up, saying she had seen a demon. Roland's face grew solemn, and he told her not to panic, urging her to take her time and calm down. After a while, Lightning raised her head from Prince Roland's arms. She had initially intended to draw the map of the forest, but instead, she discovered a massive mountain covered by a layer of reddish-brown dense fog. The fog was so thick that it resembled undissolved fresh blood, spreading westward without apparent boundaries. The scene was just like the one depicted in Soraya's drawing. After Roland relayed Lightning's findings to everyone, Scroll suggested further investigation of the area covered by the red fog. They needed to ascertain whether it would cross the mountain range and reach the continent along the coastline. Wendy nodded in agreement. They had to be prepared. As the two oldest witches in the Union, Scroll and Wendy were the backbone in the hearts of many witches. Although the others were still somewhat afraid, no one wanted to sit idly by and do nothing. Roland also leaned towards this proposed course of action. Seeing no objections from the group, the plan was essentially settled. The key now was how to implement it. Anna suggested using hot air balloons for reconnaissance. They could camouflage themselves in the sky, using the clouds as cover, and fly over from the sea. Lightning suggested bringing Sylvie along, and Roland nodded, saying he would go as well. As soon as he spoke, Wendy, Scroll, and Nightingale all simultaneously objected, stating that they couldn't let Roland take such risks. Roland, with a serious tone, responded that it wasn't a reckless act. He believed that the demons did not possess the ability to cross the vast sea and high mountains, otherwise, they would have already spread throughout the four kingdoms. They were gathered in the far west, and perhaps they weren't as terrifying as they seemed. There was another reason he didn't mention, one that made him more experienced than anyone in assessing the development of an alien civilization. If he could witness the demons and their cities with his own eyes, it would greatly help in formulating future development directions and counter-strategies. The witches still hesitated. Roland smiled and said that staying in the hot air balloon would definitely be safe. If there was any danger, he wouldn't have let the witches go in the first place. Seeing that their persuasion was ineffective, Nightingale was the first to change her stance. Roland could go, but he had to take Nightingale with him and couldn't leave her side. As he looked into her earnest eyes, Roland knew he couldn't refuse her. After considering it for a while, he announced that the expedition members would be himself, Anna, Wendy, Soraya, Sylvie, Nightingale, Lightning, and Maisie. They would depart in a week. Besides the necessary food, everyone had to carry a pistol, and during this week, everyone must practice diligently. After making the announcement, Roland finally had the time to examine the black mineral Lightning had brought back. He held it in his hand and waited, feeling a slight jump in his heart. In terms of weight, it was much lighter than ordinary stones, making it unlikely to be a metallic ore. It had a hard and lightweight exterior that reflected a metallic luster, and it was exposed on the surface. Could it be coal? Roland asked Anna to release flames, and under the scorching black fire, the stone quickly turned bright red and translucent. Roland immediately realized that it was high-quality anthracite coal. This unexpected discovery filled him with joy. Coal was not rare in Greycastle and was mainly used for kilns and heating. However, its applications were extremely wide-ranging. Before the prevalence of internal combustion engines, the blazing burning of coal fueled everything of steam power. After coking coal, it could replace charcoal for iron and steel smelting, making it much more environmentally friendly than excessive deforestation. Even in the age of electricity, coal could be used to produce coal gas, hydrogen gas, and asphalt, as well as for power generation. It could be considered an excellent and cost-effective fuel. Holding an open-pit coal mine in his hand was very important. The only question was how to develop it effectively. After thinking for a moment, Roland realized that they needed to construct more steamships and fully develop the mining fields in the area. By increasing the number of steamships, they could transport the mined coal more efficiently and expand their capabilities. This would not only meet the local demand for coal but also provide an opportunity for trade and economic growth. The development of the mining fields would require infrastructure, such as railways and processing facilities, to optimize the extraction and utilization of the coal resources. With this unexpected discovery, Roland saw the potential for significant advancements in their industrial development and energy supply. The coal mine would serve as a valuable resource, contributing to the prosperity and progress of their kingdom. In the palace of Greycastle, there was a loud bang as a copper bowl was turned upside down. This was something newly developed by the Alchemist Association of the capital. If used in larger quantities, its power could tear through armor. Timothy was delighted and rewarded the inventor with 25 gold, instructing him to start mass production of it. After the chief alchemist left, a knight remarked that while this invention appeared intimidating, it would be impossible to defeat knights with it. It required ignition to activate, and its effective range was only about half a step. Other knights voiced their agreement, and Timothy felt a twinge of anger. If it weren't for Garcia luring away the alchemist responsible for developing this item at the Alchemist Association, he would have already conquered Greycastle. At that moment, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the door. An anxious guard entered the palace hall and knelt down on one knee. He informed Timothy that the militia force sent by Greycastle to the western border seemed to have suffered heavy losses. The defeated soldiers had returned to the capital, and they had brought with them a letter of inquiry from Roland Wimbledon. Now, many people were aware of the situation and what was written on the letter. The letter stated that Timothy's foolish actions, attacking the western border, were a mistake, and he would pay the price for it. Roland declared that he would launch an attack on the capital in the early second month of autumn, and by then, everyone would witness Timothy's shaky hold on the throne. The training location for revolver shooting was arranged in the courtyard of the castle. Including Sylvie, all the witches selected for the reconnaissance team were given a revolver. After spending 2 days familiarizing everyone with the proper shooting stance, Roland proceeded to the live ammunition shooting phase of the training. The witches performed decently during the gun handling exercises, but the shooting exercise didn't go as expected. Especially when the deafening sound of gunfire echoed and the recoil, everyone's first instinct was to cover their ears, leaving Roland with a vacant expression. He then shifted his gaze towards Anna. There, she held the gun in both hands without moving a muscle, continuously pushing the trigger, completely disregarding the recoil and gunpowder smoke. Setting aside accuracy for a moment, just this action alone was executed perfectly. Roland was secretly amazed. Even though it was a large-caliber revolver, which had a strong recoil. How could her arms remain motionless during continuous shooting? Curiosity drove him to approach her from behind, and he saw that 2 clusters of black flames were tightly adhering to the grip, firmly holding it in the air, while Anna merely made a gesture of grasping, not even touching the handgun.
Roland could only laugh wryly and loudly declare, "No one is allowed to use their abilities to assist in practice. If they were to encounter enemies with God's punishment stones, they will be in a frenzy." Seeing a group of witches enthusiastically manipulating their weapons, Roland couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Until now, he still remembered the appearance of each witch when he first met them. Anna used to be as thin as a bamboo pole, with lifeless eyes and a perpetually expressionless face. Nightingale always had a trace of gloom between her eyebrows, and her smile had nothing to do with her emotions. It was, in fact, a mask to conceal her own feelings, always wearing a mischievous smile on her lips. And Wendy, who couldn't hide her fatigue behind her gentle voice. Lily, who had accepted her fate and confusion when she threw herself into the future like a solitary leaf, always on guard like a cat. Surviving after oppression, betrayal, and pursuit was a stroke of luck. There was no time to think about where they were heading. But now, they were completely different from the past. The witches exuded a unique charm, their eyes sparkling with vitality. The future was no longer uncertain for them. Besides simply staying alive, they now had the strength to pursue other things, beautiful things that were just as precious as life itself. In the afternoon, it was time for the specially designed high-altitude throwing exercise. The number of witches participating in the drill was reduced by more than half, leaving only Anna, Wendy, and Lightning. In order to fulfill his promise, Roland planned to drop a 250-kilogram bomb directly above the Grey Castle Royal Palace. As the altitude increased, the border town quickly shrank to the size of a fingernail, and the crimson water river turned into a gleaming silver ribbon. However, the drop distance of over 1,000 meters meant that hitting the target will be unlikely. To achieve precise targeting, the bomb had to be equipped with a guidance system. And the young girl, Lightning, would be responsible for this task. "Drop the bomb," Roland ordered. Wendy pulled the valve and released the bomb. Anna sealed the release hole with the prepared cover plate and tightened the fixing bracket. These procedures had been practiced repeatedly on land, and the two of them worked together seamlessly. During the descent of the bomb, Lightning fell at the same speed and applied horizontal thrust to it, allowing the bomb to freely change its trajectory, transforming it into a guided missile. When it was close to the target, Lightning pulled the rear mechanism, separating the deceleration parachute from the bomb. The bomb would gain sufficient kinetic energy in the final few hundred meters and penetrate through the roof of the palace. In this way, the substantial drop distance became a guarantee for precise control of the impact point. The remaining task was to continue practicing this process. A week quickly passed, and Roland called Barav, Carter, and Axe to the castle to inform them that he would be leaving the town for 2 days. He instructed them to continue implementing the town's affairs according to the usual plans. However, his words were met with unanimous opposition from the three. Carter hoped to fulfill his duty as the chief knight and guard the prince. Axe requested to form a 100-person squad for protection. Barav argued that according to the municipal government's decree, any order must be reviewed and stamped by the Lord before it could take effect, urging Roland to stay in the castle. Finally, Roland demanded that everyone follow his command. Barav still didn't understand why Roland had to personally take action. After a moment of silence, Roland spoke up, mentioning that it might be about the survival of the Western Territory or even the entire kingdom. When the three asked for specific reasons, Roland shook his head. He reiterated that this trip was a confidential operation and they were not to disclose the information to anyone. In his mind, Roland considered that the headquarters of the demons might be stationed over 200 kilometers away from the Western Territory, and these demons had once destroyed the holy city of Takira. Revealing such information would be too shocking. As a person who had seen countless doomsday movies, Roland isn't too shocked, but for them, accepting such a reality would be difficult. If the news were to leak, it would cause even more trouble. If it triggered panic among the people, it could lead to a mass exodus from the Western Territory. Therefore, it was not the appropriate time to announce. After attending to the municipal matters, Roland and the witches boarded a hot air balloon and ascended from the castle courtyard, flying towards the direction of the mountains.
Since learning about the existence of demons, Sylvie had been burdened with heavy thoughts. She wanted to know if the church, which had fought against the demons 400 years ago, was truly good or bad. Before Roland could speak, Nightingale preemptively responded, stating that the church was definitely bad. Kind-hearted people wouldn't arbitrarily hunt down witches. However, Sylvie continued to stare directly at Roland, as if wanting to hear his answer. Roland contemplated for a moment and said that it was still uncertain whether the church was truly fighting against the demons. If they had made such significant sacrifices, why would they conceal the information and destroy all past records? Spreading this matter widely would be the best way to expand their followers. They still didn't have a complete understanding of many pieces of information, and the distinction between good and bad wasn't so simple. Roland was well aware that Sylvie was actually asking whether he would stand with the church in order to fight against the demons. Sylvie opened her mouth, but didn't deny anything. Roland spoke seriously, stating that the authority of the church and the monarchy were inherently incompatible. Even without the witches, he would not stand on the side of the church. Moreover, now he had everyone by his side. Nightingale smiled proudly. The other witches also expressed their trust in Roland, saying that he was reliable. Sylvie nodded gently, and the heaviness between her eyebrows seemed to fade slightly. And so, as dusk descended, the group could vaguely see the outline of the snow-capped mountains. They selected a camping site on a mountain ridge closer to the sea, allowing them to easily observe their surroundings. It was also far away from the forest, ensuring that wild beasts couldn't easily approach the camp. Everyone began setting up their tents, but due to the limited payload capacity of the hot air balloon, they could only bring one large tent. Therefore, Roland displayed a gentleman's spirit and let the witches sleep in the tent while he slept in the basket. Although Wendy and Soraya suggested that they should go to the basket and let Prince Roland sleep in the tent, he refused each one of them. Only Sylvie kept looking at Roland with a vigilant gaze which left him feeling both amused and exasperated. After assigning the night watch, everyone entered the tent. It was at this moment that faint footsteps could be heard from behind. Roland turned around and found that the person approaching was none other than Anna. Anna approached to accompany Roland. She mentioned that although Sylvie didn't express her gratitude, her mood had become much lighter. Anna herself was also pleased with her own choice. She kissed Roland on the cheek and then went back to sleep. Watching her return to the tent, Roland stretched contentedly and yawned. He intended to go back to the basket to sleep. However, as he was about to do so, an invisible pair of hands cupped his face. There was nothing in front of him, yet he could feel the soft touch on his face once again, but this time, it was from the other side. In the early morning hours, everyone packed up their camping gear and set off once again. Roland also noticed a detail: even when sleeping in the wilderness, the witches' appearances remained flawless, while he clearly couldn't achieve the same. Without looking in a mirror, he could guess that his hair was definitely a mess, and in the eyes of everyone, he probably looked disheveled. After half an hour, following Lightning's instructions, they arrived at the designated location. As Lightning had described, a red mist shrouded the area behind the mountains. The mist pressed down heavily, and the closer they got to the ground, the more intense the red it became. Sylvie couldn't see much due to the distance. As the hot air balloon slowly approached the ground, Sylvie finally began to report what she saw. About 10 miles from the seaside, she had discovered a collection of buildings made of black stones, forming a triangular shape resembling spires. Most of the spires were empty, but some appeared to be filled with liquid. Sylvie froze for a moment. She saw hundreds of pairs of eyes suddenly opened. Sylvie shouted, "The demons have spotted us!" Upon hearing this, Roland gave the order, "Wendy, retreat at full speed." Strong winds quickly blew, and the sudden movement of the hot air balloon caused the basket to tilt. However, Sylvie's warning chilled everyone's hearts. 2 demons were flying towards them on their mounts. These creatures could fly, and it didn't take long for Roland to spot 2 black dots in his field of vision. Looking through his telescope, he saw the mounts beneath them with their sharp-toothed beaks, hairless bodies that bore no resemblance to birds. If he wasn't mistaken, these were 2 hybrid demonic beasts.
Roland realized his carelessness. He hadn't expected the demons to have flying mounts, and the situation with lightning was dire. She wouldn't be able to engage in combat like this. If they were shot down from this height, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. The demons were getting closer to the hot air balloon, and Roland could already see the two demons approaching. One demon raised its spear. Just as Sylvie issued a warning, Anna had already extended her hands, controlling the black flames to unfold into a thin curtain, shielding the basket. She successfully blocked the incoming attack. The previous block had consumed a considerable amount of her magic. The two demons surrounded the hot air balloon from the left and right, and Anna alone defended against one of them. The other witches immediately picked up their pistols and started counterattacking. The witches quickly drew their pistols and retaliated. However, with the basket constantly swaying, it was nearly impossible to hit a fast-moving enemy. After 2 rounds of bullets, none hit their targets. At that moment, the arms of the demons raised once again, and this time they chose to attack from both sides. Anna didn't even have time to observe the enemy behind her when she summoned a thin layer of black flames to shield the basket. She could only cover one side, and Roland clearly saw the demon swing its right arm towards Anna, but he couldn't see the trajectory of the spear. Almost instinctively, he pushed Anna away, who was facing away from him. Then his shoulder felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, and he was sent flying backward, colliding with the basket wall. An unbearable pain seemed to tear him apart, followed by a strong dizziness, as if his consciousness was slipping away. Nightingale's heart-wrenching cry was the last sound he heard before losing consciousness. Witnessing Roland being hit, Nightingale felt her chest tighten suddenly. She feared that he would never wake up again. Just the thought of it made it difficult for Nightingale to breathe. She had never felt so helpless before. But it was Anna who first reacted. She crouched down, covering the entire wound with a mass of black flames. Under the flames, white smoke billowed, accompanied by a sizzling sound. When the black flames dissipated, Roland's severed arm was charred black. The trickling blood had stopped. It was an emergency measure Roland had taught everyone in first aid classes. They learned to secure the wound, then quickly go to the medical center and find Manhwa. They had to get back as soon as possible. Nightingale turned her head slowly towards the southeast, where the town located. She urgently shouted to let lightning protect the balloon's descent. Although the girl's face was pale, she nodded, casting a glance at the unconscious Roland, and then flew out of the basket. The other demon was still attacking the hot air balloon. Nightingale took a deep breath, forcing herself to temporarily set aside the image of Prince Roland being injured. Now only she could fight the demons. Nightingale saw the best opportunity. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and, taking advantage of the hot air balloon, positioned herself directly on top. The demon was charging straight at them at that moment. Nightingale was surprised to discover that there was a vortex of magic energy slowly rotating within the demon's body, and a shining stone embedded in its arm. Just as the demon was about to collide with the hot air balloon, Nightingale leaped out of the mist and appeared behind the demon. The monstrous winged demonic beast suddenly sank under the increased weight on its back. The demon seemed to realize something and abruptly turned around. But it was greeted by the thunderous roar of a 12mm caliber revolver. The bullet tore through the shroud of flames and smoke and blasted a fist-sized hole in the demon's head. Sticky blood splattered everywhere, and a pungent smell of blood filled the air. The enemies convulsed and fell to the ground, while the demonic beast changed its direction, gliding past the hot air balloon from the side. Just as Nightingale was about to turn back towards the top of the balloon, an unexpected incident occurred. The tilting corpse pulled on the reins, causing the mount to suddenly roll to the side, throwing her off. Before she could react, she had already been thrown beyond a safe distance to return on her own. She heard her sisters shouting in panic, but it was all in vain. Lightning was engaged in a battle with the demons, and even if Maisie transformed into an eagle, she couldn't lift herself up. Nightingale was well aware of the imminent outcome she was about to face. Wendy struggled to control the wind direction but was powerless to stop it.
Nightingale closed her eyes, and the scene of her encounter with Roland replayed in her mind. She sat on the edge of the bed, toying with the dagger in her hand, waiting for the prince to enter through the door. Everything started to fade away, leaving only the smiling face of the prince. Nightingale had only one regret, perhaps, was that she couldn't accompany him until the end. Suddenly, a series of high-pitched chirps reached her ears. Nightingale opened her eyes and saw a white figure diving straight towards her, landing on her chest. It was Maisie. She was about to say something when a dazzling white light burst forth from the bird's body. Its form instantly expanded, revealing enormous and formidable flesh wings unfurling from its back. Feathers scattered, and the bird's head transformed into a terrifying and fearsome visage, resembling a flying demonic beast. Maisie let out a deafening roar as her claws grabbed Nightingale and threw her upwards. When Maisie carried Nightingale into the battle, the situation instantly reversed. The demons let out an angry roar and was forced to abandon the pursuit of lightning. Instead, it fiercely hurled a spear towards Maisie. Nightingale tapped Maisie twice, and Maisie's body rapidly shrank, transforming back into a bird. The spear whistled past them, plunging into the sea. In the next instant, Nightingale emerged from the mist and returned to Maisie's back, seamlessly evading the attack. Just as they were about to collide, Maisie suddenly descended, brushing past the enemy's shoulder. Once she regained her balance, Nightingale had disappeared from Maisie's back. She reappeared behind the demons like a phantom. With anger in her eyes, she pulled the trigger, and the gunshots resounded continuously. The demon fell into the ocean. The demonic beast, now without its master, was also struck down by lightning with her pistol, falling into the sea and quickly disappearing. A hot air balloon descended slowly. Everyone anxiously looked at Roland. Wendy mentioned that they had been delayed for so long, and the hot air balloon would take a while to reach the town. They now had to proceed with Lightning and Maisie leading the way for His Highness. Maisie's enormous head opened its jaws wide, reassuring everyone that she was fine. Lightning seemed a bit downcast, probably feeling that as an adventurer, she was afraid of fighting the enemy, which led them all into this predicament. She quietly said she was fine as well. Before setting off, Nightingale gently patted her head, telling her that it wasn't her fault. The witches had bound the unconscious prince to Maisie's back, while Lightning carried the severed hand. The two quickly took off, soaring along the Crimson Water River towards the town. The other witches realized that they needed to leave as soon as possible. The hot air balloon ascended once again, and now only 5 people remained. Soraya was puzzled, wondering why the hot air balloon was spotted, while having sky camouflage and should be difficult to distinguish at a height of 2 kilometers. Sylvie furrowed her brow and explained that there was a gigantic demon with a head even larger than its body, covered in countless eyes. Anna recalled the strangeness of the 2 flying mounts. Their blood was a deep blue color instead of the dark black color from the typical hybrid demonic beasts. Wendy exclaimed how fortunate it was that Maisie could transform into their likeness. If it wasn't for her saving Nightingale, they would all have been in danger. Nightingale, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. She revealed that Maisie's abilities had evolved. The magical energy within her was no longer a swirling vortex but had transformed into a fixed form, a pair of unfurled white wings, expanding gracefully. Lightning held onto the arm of His Highness, feeling overwhelming guilt. The demons may have had a fearsome appearance, but it wasn't overwhelmingly powerful in the air. If she had left the hot air balloon from the beginning to intercept the enemy, His Highness wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. It was at that moment that Lightning realized how far she still was from being an outstanding adventurer. His Highness's breathing grew weaker, and his body grew colder. They had to move at full speed. By the time they reached the border town, Lightning felt dizzy and disoriented. The excessive speed not only drained her magical energy rapidly but also put a tremendous strain on her body. She gritted her teeth and, using her last ounce of strength, landed directly in front of the castle's courtyard. She shouted towards Carter, who had rushed over with a gun upon hearing the commotion, quickly summoned Miss Nanoa. "The prince is injured." Roland suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself lying on a soft, spacious bed. Above him was a familiar ceiling. He turned his head to look at his shoulders, both left and right seemed to be intact. Testing his hands, they too appeared to function as normal. Everything felt like a dream, yet he knew it was not. Encounters with the demons and subsequent attack were undeniably real. Being unscathed in his bedroom meant they had successfully escaped the demons' pursuit and safely returned to the castle. He wondered if everyone else returned safely. He propped himself up, a sense of weakness coursing through his body. He was about to call someone when he saw, at the edge of the room, against the wall, a line of witches: Anna, Nightingale, Lightning, Maisie, and Manhwa. They were leaning on each other, their breaths steady, eyes closed, seemingly deep in sleep. Roland quietly stood up and pulled back the curtains. Anna was woke up by the sound, rubbing the sleepiness away. She stepped over to Roland. When Roland asked about the other witches, Anna's voice took a somber tone. She told him everyone was fine except him. Before he could utter another word, Anna hugged him tightly, calling him a fool. Anna's actions woke the other witches. Hearing Anna repeatedly call the prince a fool, they joyously got up and flocked over. Lightning was the next to jump on Roland, followed by Manhwa and Maisie. Nightingale hesitated for a moment but finally decided to join, wrapping everyone into her arms from behind. Thus, they all huddled together, reluctant to let go for a long time. At night, Roland learned about the detailed course of events. The witches had jointly defeated the pursuing demons, while Lightning and Maisie had escorted him back in advance. After receiving treatment from Manhwa, his broken arm swiftly healed, but due to severe blood loss, he had been unconscious for a whole day. This mission had been somewhat unexpected. Even the sky-camouflaged hot air balloon could be spotted by the demons. Despite the significant danger, the acquired intelligence was extremely valuable. The so-called demons were not some messengers of hell, but seemed more like a highly advanced civilization. Nightingale also discovered that magic existed within the demons, but unlike the witches, their magic seemed to rely on certain mechanisms to be activated, like the gem embedded on their arms. Unfortunately, all the demons' bodies had fallen into the sea, so Roland couldn't further verify these theories. Lastly, concerning the red liquid in the stone tower, Roland suspected that the red mist in the sky was formed by the vaporization of this liquid. Perhaps demons not expanding further into the wilderness, or even the four great kingdoms, was due to the limits of the gas's coverage area? Regardless, according to all the information they had, there would be no immediate threat to the border town. At this point, the door to his bedroom opened, and standing in the doorway was Anna, dressed in a white nightgown. She closed the door behind her and bolted it. Then, she took Roland's hand and walked him to the bed. Though she seemed a little nervous, there was no hesitation in her eyes. They both knew what was about to happen. Roland lifted her by the waist and gently placed her on the bed. He found himself growing nervous. Just as he was lost in thought, Anna's soft voice echoed in his ear, asking him if he had considered the possibility of losing his own life when he pushed her away on the hot air balloon. Roland was taken aback, not expecting her to ask such a question. He had just acted instinctively, but Anna insisted that Roland, as the future ruler of Grey Castle and the hope of all witches, should not have risked his life for her. Roland smiled, saying he couldn't stand by and watch her be attacked without doing anything. Even if he had more time to think, he would still have made the same choice. Anna lowered her eyelashes, falling silent for a moment before speaking again. She wanted to know more about Roland's past, to understand him better. Roland thought for a while, and decided not to speak about the past of the fourth prince and the palace, but to share his own true story. He described how he had lived in a city much larger than Grey Castle, how he was a troublemaker in school, and how he had completed all his studies as he grew older. With half-closed eyes, he slowly narrated his embellished past. It had been a long time since he had experienced this sort of unguarded, unrestrained communication. Perhaps it was time for the next step? Turning his head slightly, Roland found that Anna had already closed her eyes, her chest gently rising and falling against his side, peacefully lost in sleep like a kitten. He shook his head and then couldn't help but chuckle. Whispering a good night, he too succumbed to the world of dreams.
As the morning sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, everyone began to rise from their beds and stretch. Wendy and Sylvie exchanged greetings while preparing for their morning routine with a basin of fresh water. Nightingale rubbed her eyes, seemingly having stayed up late the previous night. Wendy asked her if she had not slept well, to which Nightingale replied that she had many dreams. Sylvie snorted in disbelief. She had clearly seen Nightingale snuck off to the third floor of the castle last night, even standing in front of the Prince Roland's room for quite some time. Just as she was about to comment, Nightingale suddenly turned to stare at her. At her silent warning, Sylvie decided it was best not to be overly curious. Sylvie had gradually come to accept the undergarments that Roland had provided for the witches. She had to admit, Prince Roland was not what she thought to be but a really great person. Thinking of him now brought a warmth to her heart. She could never expect there were nobles who would willingly risk injury for a witch. Witnessing Roland's selfless act of pushing Anna away had touched something deep within her. The witches of the Witch Union were not mere tools under his control, but his important companions. If Roland could join hands with Tilly, combining their strength, they might truly create a new kingdom where witches and ordinary people can all live in peace. Maisie was showing off her new form in the newly renovated backyard of the castle, twirling around for everyone to see. This brown-feathered giant bird, including its tail, was a full 10 meters long, with a wingspan nearly 15 meters. Its sharp teeth were intimidating, and if it hadn't been for Maisie's newly evolved ability, everyone probably wouldn't have made it back. Nightingale stroked Maisie's smooth neck, saying that she will prepare a bag of charcoal-grilled fish chips for Maisie every day. The giant bird's tail wagged more joyfully. As per usual, it was time to test the new abilities. Maisie took Roland and Nightingale into the sky. The brown-feathered giant bird she had transformed into was even larger than the original version ridden by the demons, and her flight speed was about 80 kilometers per hour, although still much slower compared to lightning, but she can now carry people on her back. Now, the magic power contained within Maisie had greatly increased. Roland extended his arms, experiencing the sensation of riding a dragon. Moreover, through Maisie, Roland confirmed his previous theory: a witch's evolution depends on her understanding of her own abilities. Whether this understanding is acquired through learning or sudden enlightenment, it can both prompt changes in abilities. They soon landed at the new apartment building. After nearly 4 months of construction and renovation, the building was finally ready for use. Each witch had her own private bedroom. Evelyn thought back to the cement that had placed a few months ago during initial phase of the construction. Mixed with stone, it really could form various shapes. Moving into her new room, Evelyn felt a bit anxious. It had been a month since she came to the border town, and aside from tasting wines for His Highness, she hadn't done anything else. In the last test, she ranked last among the witches, scoring only 5 points. Even so, His Highness showed no signs of treating her any differently. Candle, excited, pushed open the bedroom door, inviting Evelyn to see the kitchen. Candle paused, then squatted down to touch her forehead and asked her if everything was all right. After a moment of silence, Evelyn spoke softly. It had been a month since they arrived, everyone had their own tasks. Lien's construction of the new city walls was almost complete. Honey had trained a large number of flying messengers for His Highness, and Sylvie had accompanied His Highness to investigate those terrifying creatures. Yet she still had nothing to do. She didn't understand why His Highness had chosen her. Candle pondered for a while and suggested Evelyn ask His Highness herself. Evelyn was startled, but Candle reassured her, saying that Prince Roland was a good person. Even Sylvie had changed her previous stance of keeping her distance and being wary of the prince, and began to praise Prince Roland. After some consideration, Evelyn decided to do as Candle suggested, in order not to continue suffering from this insecurity. Roland summoned Berev to his office. He asked Berev to issue a recruitment notice. As much as possible, the workers processing the starch should be female. Roland believed that women were more meticulous in their work and hoped to see more women take up jobs. He also demanded that after the next round of assessments, the town hall under Berev's responsibility must recruit a group of female apprentices. Berev responded that there was no precedent for this,
and if it was just about being meticulous, his apprentices were no less competent than any woman.
Roland bluntly stated, if there's no precedent, then they'll create one. Roland needed all women to take on the task of building the town and needed to guide people to change their perceptions. After Barav left, Nightingale appeared. When she heard the word starch, she thought Roland was about to cook something delicious. Roland simply explained how to obtain starch. Although starch could make decent ingredients, Roland's focus was not on food. It was a key material for producing explosives. Nitroglycerin had not yet started to be trialed, and conditions for TNT were even more out of reach, so nitrocellulose became the most easily manufactured high explosive. While Roland was thinking about explosions, and Nightingale was contemplating new dishes, meanwhile there came a knock on the office door. The door creaked open, and Roland was surprised to see that it was Evelyn standing outside. She walked to the desk and bowed her head, seeming a little nervous. She wanted to ask a question, and Roland smiled, inviting her to ask anything she wanted. Evelyn, her voice trembling, asked why he had chosen her to come to the border town. Roland was slightly surprised by the question. Evelyn went on to say that her abilities were not outstanding, and that the salary Roland provided was enough to hire a professional brewer in the capital. Roland didn't answer but stood up and asked, "How do you find the taste of those drinks?" Evelyn gave her evaluation of all the alcohol. Roland stood up and opened a cabinet, taking out a jar of wheat beer from the top shelf and placing it in front of Evelyn. He asked her if she could transform this wheat beer into the baijiu he brewed. Evelyn extended her hands, held the jar, and soon the dim yellow liquor inside began to change. As bubbles surged, the beer became clearer and clearer, until it was as transparent as water. Roland tasted it, and it was indeed the taste of high-alcohol liquor. Roland said that this was the reason why he chose Evelyn. Looking at her puzzled face, he explained that he planned to open a brewery, and he wanted Evelyn to be his chief brewer. In the Palace Hall of Internal Winter City, Garcia Wimbledon, draped in a fur coat, sat on the throne, listening to the appeal and request of a nobleman. The kneeling nobleman hoped Garcia would help him seek justice. His son, a knight who had protected the former queen, had been killed by the church believers. He wished to take his soldiers into the mountains to capture those rebels and avenge his son, and he also hoped Garcia would provide him with snow powder. Garcia knew the powder was her trump card to change the situation on the battlefield, so she could not give it to him. Maybe the nobleman knew Garcia was going to refuse him. Before she could speak, he said that if Garcia agreed to his request, he would return to the court to serve her, and his whole family would fully support her rule over the kingdom of Internal Winter. This made Garcia shocked slightly. The church had executed the queen and wiped out a group of senior officials. She knew this nobleman had a great reputation in the kingdom. If she could gather the remaining nobles through him, she could alleviate the difficulties of administrative operation to a certain extent. She pondered for a moment, and finally made a decision. She would not give the powder directly to him, but she would send people to assist him when he needed it. When the nobleman left, one of Garcia's knights presented a glass of fruit wine and brought a letter from the king of Wolfheart. The letter stated that the church had sent troops again. They were departing towards Wolfheart City and had broken through several temporary defense lines. The knight couldn't believe it. The month of the demons was approaching. Did the church plan to abandon the new holy city? Garcia's face was grave. She hadn't expected the church to act so quickly. If she had few more months after the month of the demons, she would be better prepared. Clearly, the church didn't plan to give her that time. Garcia knew that if she refused the Wolf King's request for help, once the kingdom of Wolfheart fell, she wouldn't last much longer either. However, this was also an opportunity. If she could exhaust and hopefully wipe out the church's army in Wolfheart City, when the demonic beasts invade Hermes on a large scale, the church would face a disaster. She ordered her subordinates to prepare the Black Sail Fleet for the campaign. She planned to spend the winter in Wolfheart City this year. Meanwhile, back in the border town. Upon hearing that the prince planned to drop a giant bomb from a hot air balloon at an altitude of 2,000 meters onto the palace, Carter was somewhat incredulous. Axe, excited, said that if they really could drop the bomb right above Timothy, he would certainly be scared out of his wits. Roland smiled. Suddenly, a white shadow fell straight to the ground, raising a column of smoke and explosion in the test site. The dull landing sound came afterward. After a week of training, Lightning's bomb guiding skills had greatly improved. The test was very successful, and Roland announced that the air raid plan was officially launched. Roland called together the key personnel. The plan would be executed next Monday. Axe would lead a team of 50 musketeers to escort the witches. Roland did not plan to fly there directly in a hot air balloon because it was too far. According to the map, if they departed from Silverlight City, they could complete the bombing in one day and return before sunset. This time, Nightingale and Sylvie would be responsible for monitoring the surroundings of the camp, and the other 4 witches would carry out the airstrike. In the end, Roland urged everyone to pay attention to their safety. He would be waiting for their good news in the border town. May returned to border town once again, standing on the dock looking at the 2 large ships sailing away. 2 young actors wanted to ask questions, but Eileen was helpless and could only find May. The 2 girls looked at May with twinkling eyes, asking about the history of the witch's diary. After May answered their questions, Eileen pulled the 2 girls away, asking them to pack their bags and prepare to disembark. Eileen stood next to May, thanking her for bringing the girls who hadn't finished their drama class to border town. Even though Prince Roland didn't have high requirements for drama, Eileen feared that His Highness wouldn't accept them. May, however, said that she didn't plan for all of them to become actresses. Although these girls were still far from being ready for a stage performance, they could understand the scripts and could read and write, which was exactly what His Highness needed. May further explained that the prince was promoting drama not because of his own preferences, but with the intention of using it to promote positivism to the public. Excited, Eileen flung herself into May's arms, looking at her with admiration. Soon they arrived at the dock of border town. Eileen jumped off the ship and hugged Ferlin tightly. Ferlin thanked May for protecting Eileen during the theater conflict. Seeing the 2 of them acting sweetly with each other, May pursed her lips, shouldered her luggage alone, and headed for the residential area. The familiar figure she was expecting did not appear, even though he had solemnly promised in the letter to give her a surprise. Although the luggage was not heavy, she felt somewhat disappointed. Back home, May put down her package. She knew that the man she was thinking of was an important figure next to His Highness, and could not move around as freely as ordinary people. A long-lost sense of relaxation hit her. She let out a long sigh and took out some wine from the cabinet, just about to have a drink when there was a knock at the door. Standing outside was none other than Carter. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, having not expected the boat to arrive an hour early. When he heard that she had arrived, he had rushed over from the military camp. He apologized for his tardiness. Oddly enough, despite not seeing him at the dock and despite him not being there to greet her, seeing Carter now, May's mood instantly lifted. May invited Carter to have a drink, but he politely declined because he still had tasks to complete. The chief knight took out a small red wooden box from his pocket and handed it to her. May thought it was a new product from the market and opened the lid, only to see a golden ring standing quietly at the bottom of the box. At the top of it was a sparkling clear gemstone. Carter knelt on one knee and asked May, "Will you marry me?" The witches in the First Army had been on the road for 4 days now. According to the plan, they should arrive at the outskirts of Silver Light City by tomorrow afternoon. With the help of the flying messengers, controlled by Honey, Roland could receive letters from the team every day. In the absence of Nightingale, Chief Knight Carter took over the responsibility of guarding the castle and the prince. However, what puzzled Roland was that Carter seemed to be in a very good mood these days, as if he had encountered something particularly happy. Was it that delightful to return to his original job of guarding him personally? Seeing the rapid progress of Border Town's construction projects in recent months, Roland was delighted. Suddenly, Kyle rushed into the office, excitedly declaring that he had successfully developed the large-scale acid-making method. Roland stood up in excitement, asking Kyle to take him to see.
They arrived at the laboratory by the Crimson Water River, where a very young-looking man bowed to Roland. Roland recognized him as Charles, whom Kyle often mentioned. Charles led Roland to several gray and white tanks and a furnace. Each tank was about 4 meters high, with pipes connected at the top. Kyle explained the operation and results, and Roland excitedly patted the lead tank, asking about the production output. Charles picked up his notebook and said that the daily output was about the same as a week's amount from the laboratory's distillation method, and it could be further increased with larger tanks. Roland was delighted, instructing Charles and Kyle to construct larger-scale devices in a few days. If there wasn't enough lead, they could substitute it with iron. Psoriasis coating could protect the iron from acid corrosion. Kyle nodded in agreement, but his next words froze Roland's smile on his face. Now that there were significant results with the large-scale acid-making method, and the 5 laboratories were all filled with apprentices, could he finally receive the promised intermediate chemistry book from His Highness? Scroll was tidying up the books on Roland's shelf, the autumn sun shining on Roland's back through the window. The prince would occasionally jot down a few lines on paper, then began to ponder with his hand on his forehead, while saying some words incomprehensible. Scroll sighed softly, regretting that she couldn't help him. Among the witches, perhaps only Anna could assist him in this regard. The prince had written several pages earlier, and Scroll had committed them all to memory, but that was all she could do. This knowledge was far more advanced than the mathematics and other subjects she had encountered before. Seeing the prince's headache, Scroll suggested he should rest for the day. Roland dropped the pen as if surrendering, leaning back in his chair and exhaling. He envied Scroll's perfect memory. Scroll smiled and said that it wasn't always good to remember everything. For example, bad experiences, sadness, and sorrow were better forgotten for one's happiness. Recalling Scroll's past, Roland probably guessed what she was thinking and showed a sorry smile while saying she is right. This sent a warm sensation through Scroll's heart. Rarely did anyone care about a witch's feelings, let alone when that person was a member of the royal family. Prince Roland was completely different from all the other nobles she had ever met. He had profound knowledge, yet he spent his days trying to teach it to others. He was of noble status but did not display an exclusive attitude. He had the admiration of the people and could do whatever he wanted. But not only did he not do so, he took care of others' feelings. Now, Scroll found her thoughts were gradually changing. In the past, she didn't agree with the prince marrying a witch, but at this moment, she felt that no matter who the prince marries, nothing would stop him from ascends to the throne of Grey Castle. He relied not on the conventional, power-hungry nobles, but on the people who supported him because he brought them a better life. Roland rubbed his head. This was the last page. He planned to hand it over to Kyle like this, along with a physics textbook. That should be enough for him to study for a while. Roland pulled out a new piece of paper and quickly wrote down a few words. After all, it's a book from the ancient times, missing a large part is quite normal, right? Scroll stepped out of the office, her attention drawn by the splendid view of the back garden. Leaf, using her ability, had filled the backyard with a variety of plants. The garden was filled with plants that Leaf had improved, various fruit trees and crops, as well as dozens of bird nests where the messenger birds raised by honey slept. Scroll had always thought that Leaf could be the first witch with an evolved ability. Leaf recalled the prince saying that evolution originated from understanding one's own abilities. She could sense that evolution was not far from her. Her eyes sparkled with a bright light. Animals are life, plants are also life, even the cells that make them up are life. Looking at this garden, she felt that she had found her direction forward. Under the watchful eye of Sylvie, the team moved in such a way to avoid all scrutiny, not attracting anyone's attention from start to finish. Once the camp was set up, the following day, the hot air balloon was slowly ascending, commencing its mission of the airstrike. Anna leaned over the edge of the basket and asked Lightning if she was tired. Lightning shook her head, saying she could fly for an entire day. Wendy also moved closer, telling her to not feel too tense. Lightning saying she had practiced many times and the palace was so big that she couldn't possibly miss. Wendy smiled, advising Lightning not to overdo it and reminding her that His Highness had emphasized that her safety was most important. Wendy gently told Lightning that what happened during the scout wasn't her fault. Everyone could see Lightning's dejection over the past few days. Not everyone was adept at fighting. Anna also consoled her, asking her to rest for a while. Seeing both of them say so, Lightning gave a soft hum through her nose and flew into the basket with her head drooping. After a morning's flight, Maisie flapped her wings back to the hot air balloon, reporting to the three that the inner city of the royal capital was already in sight. The royal capital was not unfamiliar to the witches of the Witch Union, who had once hidden in the slums of this city for several months. Compared to other cities, the capital was very harsh in its pursuit of witches. Almost every month, witches were executed in the tiered plaza of the outer city district. Wendy manipulated the air currents, keeping the basket steadily suspended above the royal capital. Everyone was well practiced in the next steps. As the bomb descended, Lightning quickly caught up with the bomb, beginning to adjust its trajectory bit by bit. She had no affection for this bustling capital, and if she could drop the bomb right above Timothy, ending his life, she would be more than willing to do so. If Roland were to rule the kingdom of Grey Castle, all of these tragedies could have been avoided. The wind whistled in her ears, the view on the ground expanded, and the details of the palace and the inner city gradually revealed themselves before Lightning. As the altitude plummeted, the parachute quickly reached its release point. Lightning pulled the mechanism, allowing the parachute to detach from the bomb, while at the same time, she embraced it and climbed upward rapidly. Before leaving, Prince His Highness repeatedly instructed that she must ascend to a sufficiently high safety position before the bomb hits the ground, and never look back at the explosion. However, the little girl couldn't resist her curiosity. A dazzling flash of light ignited at the top of the palace and quickly expanded. The incandescent light turned into bright orange-red, then disappeared into the rolling smoke. This process lasted less than a minute, and the entire royal capital could hear the explosion. The knights hurriedly led Timothy to the basement. Along the way, Timothy saw shattered glass filling the corridors. Through the broken windows, the dome of the castle on one side was no longer there. In the continually rising smoke and dust, only a few solitary stone pillars remained of this magnificent building. Timothy knew that what had just happened was definitely not an earthquake but the effect of a large amount of snow powder exploding. He couldn't believe that his younger brother also had such a weapon. He didn't know how Roland managed to bury the snow powder in the palace. As soon as he stepped into the basement, Timothy grabbed the collar of a nearby knight, instructing him to thoroughly search the entire palace area. All suspicious persons, regardless of whether they were nobles, attendants or servants, needed to be thoroughly investigated. After the knight left, Timothy realized that his back was soaked with cold sweat. Roland had actually managed to do it. Your position is not as safe as you imagined, and everyone will see that your throne is already tottering. Thinking of this warning, Timothy couldn't help but shiver. As his anger gradually subsided, he felt fear rising from his feet. He fiercely punched the broken wall. Roland received a secret message from the royal capital. The letter was written by Tassa for Roland and was delivered by the flying messenger. The letter stated that the palace was quickly sealed off, and everyone was prohibited from entering or leaving, so he was unable to know the situation inside the palace. By evening, all the residents knew about the attack on the palace, and everyone was discussing this matter. Coupled with Roland's previous warning, many people even thought that Timothy had already died. The major nobles outside the royal capital showed no movement, and the response from the palace side was also very swift. Tassa believed that Timothy had not died. Tassa informed Roland that he would be used this attack to portray it as divine punishment for Timothy's tyrannical acts. Tassa have already collected evidences of Timothy's brutal actions and will start to spread over the next few days and distribute it by the rats. Soon the entire royal capital would know about this. After reading, Roland folded the secret letter and put it into the drawer, letting out a long sigh. If this attack could truly deter Timothy from sending troops, that would be great. The next thing to do is to wait patiently for the witches to return. Just then, Carter pushed open the door of the office. He reported that 2 fleets had arrived at the dock, one being the Margaret merchant fleet and the other being the envoy group Roland had sent to the southern border to recruit refugees. They brought 500 refugees who were undergoing quarantine procedures. Kyle put down the book, repeatedly saying, "So that's how it is." Charles worriedly noted that Kyle hadn't slept all night. Ever since Kyle got this intermediate chemistry book, Kyle hadn't slept for 2 days, practically staying up all night to read through the entire ancient book. He had glanced at it a few times, but the content was too profound and difficult to understand. The chief alchemist's voice showed no signs of fatigue but was rather spirited. He discovered that he knew nothing about this world. He had always thought that alchemy was just alchemy, and everything else had nothing to do with them. But he was wrong. The book from the very beginning tries to link everything together. Everything is composed of the same substance and operates under the same rules. Even the rise and fall of the sun, the blooming and falling of flowers are the same. This rule is so precise that as long as the initial conditions are the same, the results will be exactly the same. Chemistry is just a small part of it. Charles couldn't believe what he heard. This completely overturned his previous understanding. These theories are too elusive and cannot be verified by the naked eye. Kyle also finds it hard to answer the questions raised by Charles, but His Highness have definitely opened up a new door to the truth of the world. He hopes that in the future, he can understand these 2 books on physics and biology as well. Maine stood on an arched hillside, gazing at the city in the distance. Wolf Heart City was already broken and battered, with local black boulders filling the damaged areas. Unrepaired areas were covered with wooden frames and shields. A bishop reported that the siege beasts were ready, to which Maine nodded with satisfaction, asking him to wait for the signal to attack. He need to go and talk to the pure ones under the Pope's command. Thinking of the 2 witches, he couldn't help but frown. They were unlike the other witches raised by the church, maintaining their own way even in the midst of marches and battles. In the middle of the plain stood 2 women and 3 prisoners kneeling on the ground. One of the witches had long white hair and her robe fluttered with the wind, like a flawless elf. The other woman had an enviable figure and golden curls, occasionally bursting into a clear and pleasant laugh. Maine ordered everyone to leave, but the 2 witches didn't understand why he had driven the audience away. Maine explained that they would soon launch a full-scale attack on Wolf Heart City, and that interrogating the prisoner at this time was pointless. He hoped that they would quickly move to the front line as well. Isabella shrugged and said she couldn't stop Zero, who enjoyed playing the judgment game the most, and wanted Maine to be a spectator for once. Maine maintained a poker face, but he was secretly annoyed. Calling it a judgment game was a euphemism. It was more like a cat-mouse game. The prisoner had to escape from the area set by the witches or defeat them to stand a chance of survival. A long sword and a light crossbow were placed in front of the prisoner. He picked up the crossbow from the ground and shot at Zero. Regardless of whether he hit her or not, his other hand had already grabbed the long sword, and he swung it forward. But the blade didn't hit anything. When he looked up, he was stunned. The bolt from his crossbow was caught in Zero's mouth. The prisoner's eyes widened, and his hands trembled slightly. In the next second, those seemingly delicate hands grabbed the prisoner's head. With a gentle pull that used his forward momentum against him, a light crack was heard. Then the prisoner fell to the ground. She turned her head, looking at the remaining 2. Seeing this, one of the other prisoners turned and ran, which seemed to disappoint Zero. She turned into a wisp of ghostly light and rushed into the prisoner's body. He immediately stopped in his tracks, his eyes rolling back, and his body underwent a strange transformation. A dim light burst from within him, his body contorted and deformed. Zero then returned to the last prisoner. He was the youngest of the spies caught, his somewhat immature eyes full of shock and fear, seemingly unable to believe what had just happened. What shocked him most was that Zero knew his name, his identity, and how he had been recruited into the scout team. Zero lifted his head, telling him that he no longer has a home to return. His family are all gone. The boy opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. Zero continued to speak, telling him his father had fallen to death while repairing the city wall and his mother had been punished by whips when she tried to condemn the overseers. The young boy couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face showing an uncontrollable sadness. He fell to his knees, sobbing, asking her what he should do. "Follow your heart, only the gods can judge," Zero gently said. The boy knelt down, saying he was willing to tell them everything he knew, as long as they could save his mother. Zero patted his head, took out a plant with long slender leaves from her pocket, and handed it to him. The boy swallowed it directly. Maine knew that for ordinary people this was a highly toxic poison. Not long after the boy swallowed it, his face turned a sickly pallor. He clutched at his throat, making rasping sounds. His nails quickly tore through his skin, splattering blood on his neck. After a few minutes of suffering, his body gradually softened, and he stopped breathing. Maine asked in a deep voice why she had tricked him into taking the poison. They could have gained a devout church believer. She shrugged her shoulders, revealing that what she had said were all lies. She had no idea of the true situation of his family. Maine, growing impatient, turned his head and told them to prepare for the attack. Both witches were very confident. The Wolf King and Garcia were sure to die. The sound of the attack horn rolled across the sky, and amid the towering dark clouds and autumn wind, the second siege began. The siege beasts, machines designed to launch massive iron spears, burst into a magical glow. When the light was as bright as the sun, the massive iron spear, engulfed with magical flames, exploded in an ear-splitting roar, shooting out at a speed difficult for the naked eye to follow, straight towards the city walls. Just then, a thunderous noise came from behind the walls. The frantic sound of the horn blew again, and the mixed force of the Judgment Army and the Punishment Army began their charge towards the walls. Now, the defenders of the Wolf Heart City had to contend with these warriors who were not of this world, using nothing but their flesh and blood. Thinking back on Maine's expression, Isabella voiced her concern. Maine is set to become the next pope, and he may not be pleased with what Zero has done. Zero, however, was unconcerned. Once Maine reaches the top floor of the library, he'll understand. This is the way to please the gods. Isabella didn't quite understand, but Zero continued, the current pope's life is nearing its end. He confided this to her himself, even planning to let Zero consume him before he dies. Isabella protested, but Zero reassured her, she knew what she can and can't do. Isabella sighed, realizing that Zero was a weird person, probably because of her unique power. After consuming so many people, there were hardly any experiences left in the world that were new to her. Thus, Zero rarely took an interest in anything. Everything she did was for her own amusement, and it had to be an unusual form of entertainment. Isabella shifted her gaze back to the battlefield. A fierce fire suddenly burst out beneath the city gate, separating the Judgment Army who had not yet entered the city. Even those who fell and rolled on the ground couldn't extinguish the flames that had caught on them. This was Garcia's alchemical weapon. Zero decided that it was time for her to join the battle. The moment the Wolf King and Garcia stepped onto the deck of their small boat, Zero and Isabella have also arrived. At this moment, there was no need to ask questions to understand that something was amiss. Everyone drew their weapons, leaped off the boat, and charged straight towards the Pure Ones. Isabella then unfolded her power. The stones of God punishment worn by the knights began to vibrate. Zero immediately transformed into a wisp of ghostly light and dove into the body of the Wolf King. Garcia wore an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom how they could use their abilities in front of the stones of God punishment. Zero didn't bother to explain much and rushed towards Garcia. It had been a long time since she had felt such warm sunlight. Garcia stood in the garden, taking a deep breath as the scent of rosemary drifted into her nose with the breeze. This was the Grey Castle. Garcia sat down by the central pond, running her fingers over the stone bricks. Ever since she fell here when she was a child and hit her forehead hard against the edge of the pond, causing her face to be covered in blood, her father had all the bricks removed and replaced with smooth cobblestones. She remembered that Gerald and Timothy were there at the time. Seeing their sister fall,
they were all terrified and even imitated her fall one by one, trying to comfort her in order to make her stop crying. Everything seemed to have returned to her childhood. Garcia turned her head and saw a woman in white coming out from behind the flower pond. Zero said she was not a witch, but a pure one. Garcia retorted coldly, saying that all she had was just the ability to create illusions. Suddenly, she picked up a stone and squeezed it hard. The stone did not crumble, instead, the hard edges cut her skin. She could feel the pain. Zero lifted her skirt slightly and bowed, welcoming Garcia into the spiritual battlefield. Garcia was startled, and suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from her chest. Zero somehow pulled out a long sword from nowhere and stabbed it directly into her chest. Garcia fell to her knees, trembling as she tried to cover the wound. A large amount of blood loss made her consciousness gradually blur. The next moment, she found herself still standing in place, unharmed. Garcia was gasping heavily, not knowing what had happened. The place that had just been pierced still ached faintly. Lowering her head, there was a large pool of blood splattered in a jet pattern under her feet. Zero explained, "This is the basic rule. The consciousness is not immortal, and the pain brought by each death is real. It will consume mental and physical strength, and when this feeling exceeds the range that one can bear, the real eternal sleep will come. Ordinary people can only endure 3 to 4 deaths, while some strong-willed individuals can endure 7 or 8, she finished, then drew a large sword from behind her again and leaped straight up, slashing towards Garcia. The witch, dressed in a white robe, could not possibly hide such a huge weapon. Were those weapons conjured out of thin air? Her words suddenly flashed through Garcia's mind. This is Garcia's own world. The sword fell, but it did not split Garcia in two. Instead, it hit a large iron shield, the huge rebounding force causing Zero to lose her grip on the sword hilt and fall back several steps. Biting her teeth and sneering, Garcia said, "This is my world," and a handbow suddenly appeared in her hand, raised to fire at the enemy. At the same time, a cross rose behind Zero, trapping her firmly. The arrow instantly sank into Zero's abdomen, and she showed a look of pain. This surprised her. Zero didn't expect Garcia to counterattack so quickly. Garcia then conjured a long spear. Garcia raised her long spear, but an unexpected change occurred before she could react, and she suddenly swapped place with Zero. Moments later, Garcia clutched at her own neck and retreated a couple of steps in confusion. Zero had previously absorbed an extraordinary witch, which gained her powerful abilities. She looked at Garcia with a smile and said, "It's my turn now." In her right hand, Garcia held a shield, and in her left, a sword. For the first time, Garcia truly grasped the dreadfulness of an extraordinary witch. Whether it was speed or strength, Garcia felt a crushing pressure. She gave up on defense. In a flash, a ballista materialized before her. She pulled the trigger, but what was fired was not an iron spear, but a black liquid. Zero was drenched in this dark liquid. Garcia tossed a Molotov at Zero, transforming the witch into a pillar of flame. However, the repeated move proved ineffective. Zero was too fast, and the ballista simply couldn't keep up. Garcia had no choice but to rely on traps to hinder Zero, turning the entire garden into a snowpowder-filled explosive field. After several bouts of combat, Garcia felt her breathing gradually grow heavy. Beads of slid down her forehead. Waves of dizziness assailed her mind, threatening to topple her over. The reborn Zero did not take advantage of the situation to attack. Instead, she clapped her hands. Garcia's performance had already exceeded her expectations. She went on to explain that although they could alter the terrain and environment in this world with their consciousness, energy consumption was much greater than creating weapons or something out of thin air. She knew Garcia must already be feeling severely weak and tired. Garcia took several deep breaths, showing no signs of giving up. After all, she had already slain Zero many times. Garcia didn't believe Zero could outlast her. Zero shook her head. The church had made many preparations for her, from various knowledge and battle techniques to even feeding her the Judgment Army to enhance her abilities. Knowing they would be sacrificed, the Judgment Army resolutely helped to hone Zero's skills. Zero had once devoured an extraordinary witch before, whose power made her tremble. Zero nearly lost in the spiritual world, but in the end, she defeated her with the demon's weapon and gained all of her powers. Though Zero was unable to truly transform into an extraordinary witch or use the powers of other witches she had consumed, she can be considered invincible in the spiritual battlefield. In the past 2 centuries, she couldn't even remember how many people she had devoured. Garcia didn't understand why Zero would reveal so much. What Zero meant to say was that her consciousness was incredibly potent. If measured by death, she could easily withstand hundreds of deaths. Garcia scoffed, yet she knew her chances were slim. She needed to possess an even more powerful weapon. As if seeing through her thoughts, Zero told Garcia that she couldn't make herself invincible. The legendary weapons from the ancient books she had not experienced could not be created. What she saw and her own knowledge was the key to victory. Garcia planned to fill the entire garden with snow powder, intending to perish together with Zero. Zero looked at Garcia with a pitiful gaze, subsequently summoning a ghastly, terrifying chariot. It was the siege beast that they used to breach the city walls, also known as the weapon from the demons. Garcia's defenses were as fragile as foam. The robust spear shaft directly bypassed the multiple barriers Garcia had set up, tearing her in two with minimal effort. The chariot continued to launch unstoppable spears, and after recovery, the same death was quickly repeated. Garcia didn't even have time to create the snow powder to perish together with her enemy. The continuous agony blurred her consciousness. Cracks appeared in the sky, and her world began to collapse. Zero watched Garcia and told her she had held on for quite a while. She said the final farewell before departure from the spiritual battlefield. Isabella was surprised. She had thought for so long that Zero had failed. Zero had gained Garcia's memories, some of which even surprised her. Isabella asked if she had obtained the method to produce the snow powder, to which Zero nodded, saying the ingredients were simple and commonly found in the workshop. Isabella prepared to hurry back to the Holy City to report to the Pope. Zero nodded again, but Isabella called her back. Was it an illusion? Zero looked the same as before, but why did Isabella feel that there was something different in those light red eyes? Isabella scrutinized Zero for a moment, then shook her head. A grand celebration was taking place in the hall of the border town. All the witches and senior figures were present, toasting and celebrating. Barab also celebrated the upcoming marriage of the Chief Knight Carter to the Western Star, Miss May. Roland raised his glass to welcome Anna and the witch's return. The glasses clinked lightly, and the girl's eyes brimmed with a sweet smile. Lightning suddenly appeared, Roland laughed and said, rewarding her with a cup of fruit wine. As Roland handed her a cup of fruit wine with added ice, she suddenly leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. It was a custom from the fjords. Roland wasn't as surprised as the first time he experienced it. Since it wasn't their first time seeing it, all of the witches didn't find it too strange. However, Sylvie widened her eyes, then looked at Roland with accusing gazes. Ready to call 911. While everyone was enjoying the food, Roland left the hall and came to the castle terrace. Under the gentle night breeze, Roland felt a chill. Half of the autumn had passed. Nightingale appeared from behind him, holding a thin fur coat. She draped it over Roland. Roland smiled, looking at his own territory. Nightingale pointed in the direction of the brightly lit square. The town was getting more and more lively. Nightingale remembered the first time she snuck into the town. It was a place of utter desolation. But now, standing here, she could feel the joy of the townspeople. Roland looked up at the cloudless, bright night sky, taking a deep breath. He still had a lot to do: expand the scope of education, establish public healthcare, strengthen cultural construction, and encourage childbirth. Looking at Roland's back, Lightning quietly stuffed some food into her bag, only to be caught by Maisie. Lightning pulled Maisie into a corner of the hall and told her that she planned to go exploring tomorrow. She asked if Maisie would like to come along. Without a second thought, Maisie agreed. Lightning and Maisie quickly discussed what they would need to prepare for tomorrow. They shouldn't bring a bag full of food like last time. Maisie patted her chest, saying she understood. As they prepared to leave, Lightning stopped her again, reminding her that this was a secret and they couldn't tell anyone else. Early the next morning, the two set off. Lightning had traversed this journey many times in her memory, so much so that she could find the right direction even with her eyes closed. Their goal was to explore an ancient ruin, a stone tower that was left behind over 400 years ago. Lightning said that if they could bring the ancient books inside the tower to His Highness, he would reward them with lots of food and chicken eggs. This instantly perked Maisie up. The stone tower, half covered with vines and moss, still stood in the forest. Everything around it looked the same as it had several months ago, with no changes. Lightning descended and circled the tower to confirm it was safe before landing gently. Lightning made a shushing gesture, saying that there might be demons here. Immediately, Maisie's tail stood straight up. Although the bombing was successful and did not disappoint His Highness, Lightning found that her flying was no longer as agile as it once was. It was as if there was always a demon chasing her from behind. This was an obstacle brought about by fear. Lightning recited her father's teachings to herself in her heart. She had to overcome this, or she feared she might never be able to fly freely again. This was also why she decided to act on her own without informing His Highness Roland. Perhaps His Highness would scold her later, confiscate her ice cream, and the Sisters of the Witch Union would worry, but she was determined. As the daughter of the greatest explorer of the fjords, Thunder, Lightning could not accept a cowardly version of herself. This time, she brought a pistol and took Maisie along. Lightning pointed at the top of the broken tower, saying that she would go up to check the situation first and asked Maisie to be careful. The little girl kept encouraging herself in her heart as she walked down the stairs step by step. As she reached the corner of the hallway, she peeked around quietly. The collapsed wooden door was shattered, and there was no sign of the devil at the entrance to the basement. At this moment, she heard a faint voice floating from the darkness. It was hardly audible, but it was extremely familiar. Lightning shivered involuntarily and nearly turned around to run away in panic. She gritted her teeth, suppressing the fear that welled up in her heart. This time, the calling sound was much clearer, and the tone was exactly the same as last time. It kept repeating, "Help me." Lightning was startled, and she decided to fly back first to consult with Maisie. After briefly explaining the situation, Maisie suggested that they could extinguish the torches and sneak in, so the demons wouldn't be able to see them. Maisie could transform into an owl, allowing them to have night vision. Lightning felt useless, having run away at the first sign of fear. Maisie rubbed against Lightning's face, comforting her, suggesting no one could continue to shout for months under a demon's siege. Plus, as an adventurer, shouldn't Lightning be interested in these peculiar adventures? After hesitating for a moment, Lightning decided to follow Maisie's advice. Lightning wanted to overcome her fear, but why was Maisie so interested in exploring the ruins? She asked Maisie, "Is it because of the rewards of a basket full of eggs?" The owl blinked its round eyes and turned its head away. The atmosphere relaxed considerably, and Lightning gradually calmed down. Once again standing at the entrance of the ruins, Lightning took a deep breath, tightly grasping her revolver, and cautiously walked into the profound darkness. Lightning slowed her pace, carefully testing the edge of the stairs, then cautiously made her way down. After a turn, she suddenly saw a magic stone on the wall brightening the room. She carefully walked to the junction of the staircase where she saw water dripping down. At this point, the cries for help became clearer, as if they were ringing in her ears. In the center of the room was a stone platform with several figures standing on it. From their appearance and robust bodies, they were undoubtedly demons. In the middle of the high platform encircled by demons, stood a massive ice cube, within which was a woman dressed in a magnificent robe. Lightning felt somewhat scared seeing the demons, but Maisie said those demons should already be dead. Before she could finish speaking, Maisie had already flew towards the cube, heading towards the high platform. This startled Lightning so much that she froze on the spot, forgetting to reach out to hold Maisie back. By the time she reacted, Maisie had already pounced on a demon. The demon that was pecked a few times by the owl collapsed with a bang and immediately turned into a pile of ash. Lightning closely observed these stone-like creatures, their bodies covered with tiny cracks. Maisie flew to the top of the ice cube and pecked fiercely. This time it didn't shatter but instead emitted a crisp knocking sound, indicating its extreme hardness. Lightning placed her hand on the cube, a cold chill seeping through her skin. The woman inside the cube seemed so lifelike, with her long blue hair. Not far from her was a red magic stone, repeatedly echoing the plea, "Save me," over and over again. Lightning and Maisie quickly flew to the outskirts of the town to report the situation to Roland. After listening to Lightning's description, Roland couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He looked at Lightning and thought to himself, Lightning was too audacious, daring to investigate the ancient ruins known to be inhabited by demons, with only a pigeon on her side. What was even more frightening was that there was a witch sealed in the ruins. Lightning also brought back the magic stone. As they opened the box, an anxious female voice suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. The sound was sometimes near, sometimes far, and was quite unnerving. Nightingale revealed herself, detecting magic within the stone. Roland thought for a moment, knew this appears to be a magical recording device that can continuously emit sound. Roland patted Lightning on the head, gently advising her, "Don't do this again, especially venturing into dangerous places without permission." He then looked at Nightingale, telling her to gather all members of the Witches' Union and axe to the office. The plan to search the ruins might need to be expedited. Once everyone had arrived, Roland narrated from beginning to end of the discoveries Lightning had made. Anna understood Roland's implications. The witch might still be alive, and through her, they could learn about events from over 400 years ago. Scroll, however, mentioned that the witch might not belong to that era. Lee stated that the witch might not necessarily be on their side, a statement that made Roland ponder. Indeed, they both had valid points. If the ruins were left behind by the church, the witch sealed inside might well be on the side with the church. Lightning mentioned the witch's extravagant clothing, Roland suggesting she might be a high-ranking individual. If the woman harbored any bad intentions, there was no guarantee that her abilities would not pose a threat to the Witch Union. Lily suddenly spoke up, surprised that everyone was considering whether the witch was on their side. Rem tried to stop her, but Lily did not cease and questioned how someone from 400 years ago could still be alive. Lightning argued that the woman was completely different from the lifeless demons, her skin was smooth, and her lips full of color. Maisie kept nodding in agreement. Wendy stepped in to interrupt their argument, saying that regardless of whether the witch was dead or alive, they had to give it a try. Wendy suggested that if she turned out to be a church witch, all they needed to do was attach the god's stone of punishment before she woke up. Moreover, they had Nightingale and Anna. Most importantly, this witch might have information about the calamity 400 years ago. Roland agreed with Wendy, intelligence about the demons was crucial to Border Town. He had to take the initiative in the future confrontations. Roland looked towards Axe, asking about the status of the First Army. Axe saluted and stated they could only mobilize a maximum of 50 men. The other squads were already recruiting refugees from various places, and they needed to leave forces behind to prevent Timothy from launching a large-scale attack on the Western Territory. Roland nodded in acknowledgement and began to strategize. Suddenly, Rem looked out and gasped. Everyone followed her gaze out the window and was taken aback. Unbelievably, Roland looked outside of the window and saw that the gloomy sky was unexpectedly filled with snow. It was snowing, which was unusual. To his knowledge, the Western Territory only experienced snowfall once during winter, and it wasn't even winter yet. Outside the city walls, demonic beasts were slowly advancing towards the city wall. Roland turned towards Axe, inquiring if there was ever snowfall during the last month of fall. Axe turned into a serious expression, stating that he hadn't experienced such an event in his 8 years in the town. Opening the window, Roland pondered. The heavy snowfall implied the coming of the month of demons, and during this time, the entire Western Territory would face the threat of demonic beasts.
Deploying the First Army was out of the question, even transporting the witches by hot air balloon had become dangerous. He had no choice but to suspend the rescue plan, waiting until the sky clears up. On Slumbering Isle in the fjords, Thunder was drinking hot, steaming fish soup. He was eager to start his next adventure. The sights he'd seen on his last expedition had left him stunned. He was very curious about what exactly was on that piece of land. Tilly smiled and mentioned that she planned to personally go to Border Town, also intending to experience the month of demons in the western region, and she invited Thunder to join her. Thunder was silent for a moment, but ultimately refused. He explained that her daughter is having a good time there. After all, anything could happen on an adventure, and he had lost her mother already. He didn't want to lose her as well. Tilly understood what he meant, and she handed him a piece of paper, beginning to talk about business. Although Thunder had helped them a lot, the price for hiring witches had to be according to the rates on the paper. Thunder finished the fish soup in one gulp and laughed out loud. He chose 3 witches and generously offered 4,800 gold. After he left, Ashes hesitated, voicing her concern that although this could bring a substantial amount of wealth to Slumbering Isle, the risk of the abilities of the witches could also be exposed in the process. She was afraid that this information could reach the church. Slumbering Spell is a brand new guild formed by Tilly. Here, explorers from the Fjord Islands can hire witches with suitable abilities to assist them in their adventures or to provide various services like building houses, manufacturing, and repairing items. Making money isn't Tilly's main concern. Instead, she hopes to use the guild to introduce more people to Slumbering Isle and establish relations with them. Thunder once said, "Fear comes from the unknown," so she hopes to start in the fjords, making people accept witches, and understand that witches are not different from them, and are certainly not emissaries of demons. As their conversation went on, they shifted the topic to discuss that Maisie had not yet returned to Slumbering Isle, and they were worried about what might have happened. Ashes mentioned that the living conditions in Border Town were good, and she was worried that the witches might not want to come back. Tilly suddenly suggested, "In that case, let's go there." Ashes was stunned for a moment before she could respond. Tilly laughed, stating that they had promised to help Roland fight against the demonic beasts and bring back the other witches on the way. They needed to start selecting the witches to go to Border Town in the morning. Most importantly, she wanted to see what her annoying brother had turned into. Meanwhile, Roland climbed onto the city wall where soldiers equipped with revolving rifles each watched over their posts. The new city wall was much taller than the previous stone wall, preventing demonic beasts from leaping over. As Roland made his way along the wall, the soldiers straightened their backs and saluted him. Their high spirits already marked a stark contrast to the original state of the militia just a year ago. Just then, the sound of a fierce argument came from behind. Roland looked toward the noise source and saw a group of people arguing loudly in the middle of the residential area. One of them, dressed in a black and white uniform, appeared to be a municipal official. Carter charged directly into the crowd, subduing the instigators of the fight. The prince's personal guards ordered everyone to stop, and the situation was quickly brought under control. Seeing Roland, the man who had been beaten fell to his knees. Roland turned to the official, whose face had been bruised, and asked him what had happened. The official claimed that the refugees had initiated the fight. He had been distributing food when he was suddenly attacked by the damn Mad Dog refugee. The man restrained by Carter immediately shouted in defense that the official was lying. He claimed that these people had colluded with serfs to extort them, charging money for each serving of food. When Roland had taken them in, he clearly stated that the food was to be distributed for free. Roland was slightly taken aback. The Eastern Region refugees had been thoroughly vetted by the City Hall, and all craftsmen, literate individuals, or those with special skills had been moved into the inner ring of the town. In theory, those remaining were ordinary civilians. However, the tone and vocabulary of the man didn't match those of a commoner. On the contrary, the City Hall member, who was full of derogatory words such as damn and mad dog and constant cussing, was extremely disappointing. Roland knew most likely this official was a knight from Duke Ryan, who later surrendered.
Roland affirmed that he did say that housing and food would be provided for free before they officially joined Border Town, and this promise still stood. He reiterated this in front of all the refugees. Upon hearing this, the refugees loudly praised Roland's kindness and shouted, "Long live the prince!" But, as a brawl had occurred, Roland ordered the personal guards to bring all the people involved to the castle. He wanted to personally adjudicate this incident. The official's face suddenly turned pale. Roland then looked at him asking about the charged porridge and what was really going on. Back in the castle hall, Roland took his seat at the head and looked down at the two men. After everyone had a chance to tell their side of the story, he finally knew what had happened. The official, a man named Koya, resented being stripped of his knighthood and was annoyed by the tedious paperwork of the city hall. His frustration had vented towards the refugees. He took the opportunity of distributing porridge to deliberately charge the refugees and stir up trouble between the two groups. In fact, Koya had been charging for porridge for several days already. Because of his conspicuous city hall uniform, most refugees stayed silent out of fear of reprisal from an official, which only emboldened him. It wasn't until today that someone stood up to protest. Upon understanding the situation, Roland let out a sigh. He hadn't expected corruption and stagnation to have started this early. Roland called Barav to his side and asked in a low voice how such a situation would typically be handled by a lord. Barav responded that if the offender was a noble, he could escape any punishment by handing over a few gold royals. The crime of a commoner attacking a noble could range from amputation to flogging. However, Koya was no longer a noble. Roland pondered for a moment and decided to follow the rules of Grey Castle. He stood up and swept his gaze over the entire hall to deliver his judgment. Koya, for neglect of duty and extortion of refugees, was stripped of all his duties in the city hall from this day forth, sentenced to 10 years of labor in the mines, and fined 3 times the amount of his extortionate income. As for Wade, who initiating an attack on a city hall official, was sentenced to 10 strokes of the whip. He reiterated that the distribution of porridge would continue to be free, and all extorted money would be returned. Roland sat in his chair, the incident making him realize that as the number of citizens continued to increase and the authority of the city hall rapidly expanded, it might be time to address the issue of internal regulation. Many modern institutions were not applicable to this era. Legal interpretation and judicial powers were something he needed to keep in his own hands. He needed a simple system that could supervise the organization without requiring too many people. Nightingale appeared, and Roland clasped her hand on his shoulder. He said he wanted to establish a new department to oversee the city hall and arrest any individuals or groups that could potentially threaten the stability of the Western region. This department would be responsible only to him. Roland tentatively named it the Western Territory Security, and he wanted Nightingale to be the chief. Nightingale had the ability to distinguish between truth and lies. Roland said that if Nightingale was willing, he could provide her with a special afternoon tea with ice cream in winter. Nightingale gently pinched his hand and said that she would agree to anything Roland said and anything Roland wanted to do.
Yeah, boy.
Such a system would be in line with the checks and balances of power that are common in many modern political systems, while also addressing the specific needs and constraints of Roland's situation. This kind of internal department could help prevent corruption, and could also play a role in maintaining social stability and justice. Wade staggered back to his residence, and the old man immediately greeted him. Seeing the wounds on Wade's back, the old man urgently asked him to lie down. The old man originally wanted to sprinkle ash on the wound, but Wade quickly stopped him, saying that the knight had said that it was fine to leave it open like this, and it would heal in 2 or 3 days. The old man shook his head and said that Wade would have a high fever tonight if left untreated. Wade said his wound wasn't very painful, but rather felt cool and itchy. He knew this was a sign of healing. After the whipping, his back was doused with a bucket of water. The knight told him that this water could eliminate all disease-causing microbes. The old man had never heard of these words. Wade said it must be related to the witches. The old man lowered his head, and after a long time, he said in a deep voice that Wade shouldn't have stood up for him. Wade said that if they continued to tolerate it, they would be treated even worse. He feared that the two of them wouldn't last until the end of winter. Moreover, he purposely chose that time to fight Koya. Wade knew that Prince Roland would appear on the city wall at that time every day. He believed that the prince hated those who tarnished his reputation. He had also found out before that the prince was very kind and wise. Thus he took the bet, and he was correct. The old man was somewhat sad. He knew that Wade could have lived a decent life in Border Town, but he chose to stay here for him. Wade smiled and said that it was the old man who saved him back when he almost died. He patted the old man's shoulder and said everything would get better. On the sea, the weather was getting colder. Captain Jack and the witches were sitting together, sipping fish soup to keep warm. The blonde woman named Andrea praised the taste of the fish soup, but Ashes couldn't stand the fishy smell of the sea fish. Andrea sarcastically said that Ash's taste had been spoiled by the cooking methods of Border Town, and her courage was dwindling. Ashes glared at her, and Andrea laughed and said, "If Ash can't stand the smell of fish, how can everyone expect Ash to stand up when Lady Tilly needs her?" Ashes understood that Andrea was deliberately picking a fight. Ashes disdainfully said that Andrea's arrows could not compare to the weapons of Border Town, and once she tasted Prince Roland's delicacies, she would know. The two were the top witches in Slumbering Isle in terms of combat power and often argued about who was the strongest. Though they often bickered, they would undoubtedly fight side by side without hesitation when danger arose. Suddenly, a sailor burst into the cabin, his face pale with fear, yelling that mutant sea ghosts had appeared. Everyone rushed out of the stern building to see more than a dozen fish-bodied, crab-legged creatures on the deck. They moved swiftly, their 6 legs moving like a giant cockroach. Andrea snapped her fingers, and a golden light emerged from between her fingers, morphing into the shape of a bull. She was ready to compete with Ashes to see who could kill more. Tilly infused magic into the flying magic stone and soared into the midair, overlooking the entire deck. These monsters were somewhat different from before. As soon as Ashes joined the battlefield, the situation quickly changed. Any demonic beasts daring to face the giant sword would be cut in half. Andrea was not to be outdone. Her magical longbow could shoot anything handy as an arrow, with both power and accuracy being astonishing. Seeing the demonic beasts being quickly killed, Tilly remained alert. She felt a huge monster under the ship, continuously hitting the bottom of the ship. Before she could finish her sentence, a shadow swept from under the ship, and the sailboat began to shake violently again. Tilly landed back on the deck and briefly explained the situation. They had to force it out of the sea. The monster came again. Savvy ran to position and jumped out of the ship's rope. Several circles of hemp rope were tied tightly around her waist. The other end of the rope was in Ash's hands, steadily controlling her descent. The shadow struck, and Savvy instantly opened the barrier. The monster hit the barrier head-on, its huge body suddenly stopped. Savvy let out a muffled hum. Ashes pulled hard with one hand and barely pulled Savvy onto the deck when a giant sea beast had already roared out of the water. In the blink of an eye, Andrea had flown above the monster's head. She summoned the magic ball, pulled the full string, and the arrow made purely of magic power emitted a piercing roar, like a thunderbolt, and penetrated the monster's body. Then there was a loud bang, and it exploded into pieces. Andrea fell into the sea with a plop. Suddenly she began to shout and yell, saying she couldn't swim. Ashes sighed helplessly, shook her head and then jumped into the sea, and saved her. Tilly finally breathed a sigh of relief. The threat of the sinking ship was lifted, and at least she didn't have to worry about swimming to Border Town. Suddenly, she felt a chill on the tip of her nose and looked up, only to freeze on the spot. Snowflakes were floating in the sky. Tilly understood that snow represented the beginning of the month of the demons. It was only autumn and it was already snowing, which meant that Border Town must have started being attacked by demonic beasts. A few days later, they arrived at the place where they had picked up the witches from Slumbering Isle last time. Tilly was very interested in the hot air balloon. Before disembarking, she asked Captain Jack to wait here for a few days. Tilly began to ascend and then asked Savvy to summon an invisible barrier to let everyone slowly rise. Before long, they crossed over the mountaintop. Then, under Ash's guidance, it took them half a day to finally arrive at Border Town. The first thing that caught Tilly's eye was a uniquely shaped steel bridge. Ashes thought it was a waste of materials, as a pontoon bridge would solve the transportation issue. Andrea elegantly wagged her finger and said that it had its value. Once the town expanded, a pontoon bridge would obstruct river transportation. Tilly didn't care about their routine dispute but set her eyes on the other side of the river. After crossing the steel bridge, immediately 2 guards came over and asked what they were doing. One of the guards looked at them carefully and asked if they were witches. This question caught Tilly off guard. Although she already knew that the existence of witches was public in this town, when she personally heard an ordinary person ask this sentence in such a calm tone, it still stirred a wave in her heart. She nodded, and the guard smiled and asked them to wait there. Then he immediately ran towards Border Town. Just as Ashes was about to speak about Tilly's identity, she was interrupted by Tilly. Tilly was curious about how Roland would receive a witch from another city. Not long after, a tall blonde woman dressed in a white robe walked over. It was Nightingale, and Ashes greeted briefly, and Tilly could feel the sharp aura emanating from Nightingale. Without a doubt, this woman was a combat witch, and an incredibly powerful one. Nightingale looked at Ashes first and then swept her gaze over everyone. When her eyes landed on Tilly, she suddenly paused. The sharp feeling disappeared in an instant, replaced by warmth like water. She gently introduced herself first, recognizing Tilly as Roland's sister at first glance. Under Nightingale's guidance, they entered the castle. Sylvie was the first one to come over. She told them that the prince had already sent someone to notify the others. A voice that sounded familiar, yet strangely foreign, echoed from behind Sylvie. Tilly raised her head. A young man was smiling at her. His appearance had not changed much from her memories, but his smile and demeanor were completely different from before. "Welcome to Border Town, my dear sister," he said. Tilly's thoughts surged in her heart. She had many questions bubbling at the edge of her lips, yet her face remained calm. Following Roland Wimbledon into a room, she watched as he poured her a warm cup of red tea. Roland knew Tilly had a lot to discuss with him, so did he, but there was no rush. He glanced out the window at the snowy landscape, remarking, "Winter is still long this year." Grasping the cup, she didn't respond but seated herself by the wooden table, quietly studying Roland. His opening words were unlike anything her brother would say in her memories. This Roland Wimbledon was entirely different. He was attempting to control the conversation. Despite his gentle tone, it was the posture of someone in authority. Roland tilted his head, calling out the name Nightingale, who was worried for Roland's safety. Nightingale finally revealed herself, then left the room reluctantly after Roland reassured her with a smile that this was his sister, and there was no cause for concern. Roland poured Tilly another cup of tea, informing her that only the 2 of them remained in the room now. Tilly fell silent for a moment before finally asking the question that had been in her mind. Who is the person sitting in front of her right now? She was surprised by the swiftness of his response. Roland said he was her brother, Roland Wimbledon, the 4th Prince of Grey Castle. Roland then admitted that he had changed significantly, but he was willing to explain everything slowly to Tilly. Everything started when he saved a witch. The story was not complicated, but it was deeply gripping. After recounting all that had transpired since he was assigned to the border town, in essence, a witch named Anna had deeply moved Roland. Through the saved witch, he had seen the evil of the church and its deception of the people. The subsequent assassination attempt by Garcia further revealed to him the darkness beneath the royal power, and even hiding in the corner couldn't spare him from the shadow of malevolence. He had finally decided to change everything. Tilly took the last sip of the tea. She took a deep breath. These explanations were somewhat satisfactory, but the most crucial point was how Roland had come across all this bizarre and exotic knowledge. Steam engines, firearms, none of which were taught in Grey Castle. Roland explained that all of this was because he suddenly acquired additional memories. He poured another cup of tea for Tilly. As she stared at the tea in her hands, she wondered, could it be the power of a witch? She quickly dismissed this thought and asked another question: how could Roland prove that he was indeed Roland and not just the additional memories? The question was a bit unreasonable, but Roland's tone remained calm. Roland's past was vivid in his mind. Although he had acquired many strange memories, he couldn't remember where they came from. Roland was still deeply marked by the image of him leaving Tilly crying on the shattered glass, so that was his proof. Roland paused, looking at Tilly. He had never apologized to her back then, and he hoped it wasn't too late to do so now. Tilly remained silent. The Roland before her was neatly dressed, his demeanor sincere, as if he were recounting an indisputable fact. The current Roland was certainly much better than the wastrel prince from her memories, but Tilly still had many questions. Seeing Tilly's confusion, Roland took a sip of his tea, stating his own surprise that his sister had also become a witch and had managed to hide it from everyone in the palace. He looked at Tilly, telling her that winter was still long, and he hoped that they could gradually understand each other. This was probably the best solution for now. Tilly nodded her agreement. Roland smiled, saying, "Tilly will come to love this place." After Tilly left the office, Roland let out a sigh. Outside, heavy snow was falling, and his heart was similarly in a tumult. It was clearly stressful to keep a straight face while spinning yarns in front of a smart person, especially while maintaining an expression of sincerity throughout. Nightingale flipped onto the table, looking at Roland, asking how he felt facing his witch sister. Roland shook his head. He had felt nothing but the pressure. Nightingale had thought it would be a deeply emotional reunion, but Roland knew that his relationship with Tilly hadn't been good when they were children, and he had often bullied her. Nightingale moved closer to Roland, implying Roland who never spent time alone with other unfamiliar witches. Roland blushed, but thought to himself, it's because he don't want Nightingale to see him lying. He didn't respond, leaning back in his chair, telling Nightingale, "She will understand someday." Nightingale reached out and touched his lips, hoping that Roland would tell her everything in the future. By evening, a grand feast was held in the castle hall. The food was even more plentiful than usual. The newly arrived witches from Slumbering Isle salivated at the sight of the food-laden table. Those who were initially disdainful of the food in Border Town are now flushed with embarrassment. Amidst the clinking of goblets and flickering candlelight, the feast finally ended in a harmonious and lively atmosphere. After dinner, the fireplace blazed, and Roland sat with members of the Witch Union along one side of the long table. Tilly and the Slumbering Isle witches sat on the opposite side. Macy, due to the sensitivity of her identity, simply transformed into a pigeon and perched on the chandelier above. Tilly was the first to speak. In addition to wanting to help Border Town repel the demonic beasts, she also planned to take back the 5 witches she had previously sent. She briefly described the current situation on Slumbering Isle, problems with food and housing that they needed Leon and Honey to solve. Roland felt a headache. The First Army could handle repelling the demonic beasts, and there was almost no need for the witches to fight, except for dealing with fast and flexible mixed breeds. But when it came to construction, the role of the witches was irreplaceable. The port was not yet accessible through the mountains, the dock was only half built, and he still wanted to construct more cave dwellings. When he asked if it could be delayed a little longer, Tilly reluctantly shook her head. She had found demonic sea beasts in the water and feared that these creatures would become increasingly ferocious. Leaving earlier would be safer. With no other options, Roland made a final effort. Apart from Leon and Honey, the other 3 hadn't completed their primary education, and he didn't want them to drop out halfway. Tilly couldn't help but smile, knowing that Roland valued them highly. Seeing through Roland's thoughts, she asked how he intended to utilize their abilities. Roland gave a brief explanation about solidifying metal parts and brewing. Tilly recalled how Candle and Evelyn had initially been worried about their abilities being useless on Slumbering Isle, and they were often. Tilly didn't finish her sentence, but Roland guessed it had to do with facing discrimination,
much like Rem's experience back in the Witch Association. Tilly was pleased that Roland was so keen on keeping them. She looked to Evelyn and the others, curious to hear their thoughts. Sylvie was the first to respond, saying she would follow Tilly. Candle said quietly that she could be anywhere. Evelyn was silent for a moment before replying that if Tilly needed her, she would return to Slumbering Isle. Otherwise, she wished to stay in Border Town. She paused, adding that she still had much to learn from Scroll. Tilly noticed her nervousness and reassured them they could freely move between the two places at any time. Tilly then turned to her brother, expressing her desire to invite the witches from Border Town to visit Slumbering Isle. She hoped that through their efforts, witches would be able to live freely in the future. Roland nodded, recalling the last time Tilly had called him brother, which was more than a decade ago. He smiled and said, "That day will come soon." After they finished discussing this matter, Roland cleared his throat and spoke in a serious tone. "Now, let's discuss the demons and the ruins." He informed Tilly of the recent discoveries in the snowy mountains behind Border Town and in the hidden forest. The early arrival of heavy snow had disrupted his plans to explore the ruins and rescue the witch. Tilly was astonished to hear that the demon army was so close and that the ruins from more than 400 years ago were still inhabited. Roland planned to establish watchpoints along the coast to monitor the demons' movements. Tilly closed her eyes to think, recalling Roland's hot air balloon. She suggested that they should rescue the witch out of the ruins in the next few days. Roland replied that the balloon could only carry 10 people, and the larger one could only carry up to 15. Either way, it was impossible to include the soldiers of the First Army. If they encountered demons, the witches might get hurt, and coupled with the demonic beasts in the mountains, he thought it was too dangerous. Tilly mentioned that they now had Savvy, whose invisible barrier could protect against spears, while Ash could greatly enhance their combat power. Roland hesitated. The last time he fought against demons, they suffered due to aerial disadvantage. But then, he thought of Sylvie's ability to scout, Nightingale and Ash's powerful offensive capabilities, and the double shields of Anna and Savvy to ensure the team's safety. He looked at Tilly again, asking her if she was sure about this. Tilly honestly replied, "The early arrival of the month of the demons, and the emergence of demonic beasts in the sea, have given her a bad feeling. Therefore, she must go and look for all opportunity to solve the mystery." The gray sky was filled with swirling snowflakes. Maine and Tayfun slowly climbed onto the walls of Hermes City, which had just experienced a major battle. They had never seen snow so early. Maine looked down at the demonic beasts below the city wall. According to the Holy Book, they had only about 10 years left. They would use 2 years to unify the 4 kingdoms, then accumulate the army of God punishment soldiers. With the solid walls and terrain of Hermes, they would have the ability to fight the enemy. Tayfun closed his eyes and said he was old and couldn't see that time coming. The old man shook his head and laughed, deciding not to dwell on morbid thoughts anymore. He asked about the snow powder formula that Zero had obtained. Maine scornfully replied that although it could clear the demonic beasts, it had little effect on the real demons and hybrids. The only way to defeat the demons was a direct confrontation. Just then, a long horn sounded from the lookout tower on the side of the city wall. One long blast, then 2, and before the echo of the horn had ended, the third horn blasted. Maine could hardly believe his ears. 3 horn blasts represented a situation of extreme urgency. The new holy city was in immediate danger. What on earth had the lookout seen? Maine quickly found the answer. Among the black tide of demonic beasts, there were 2 monsters of immense size. They had 4 robust tusks, 4 feet, and 2 hands, and were covered in pitch-black fur. Maine was completely overtaken by a terrifying thought. Why would the horror beast, which according to the Holy Book would only appear 5 years before the disaster, appear now in Hermes? The next day, Roland bid farewell to Lien and Honey in the castle's back garden. The 2 thanked Roland for his care over the past few months. Roland also gave the 2 witches gifts. Lien was slightly stunned, thinking it was another set of lingerie, but Honey was very happy and couldn't wait to unwrap it.
She pulled out a long white strip of cloth. She was somewhat disappointed, wondering why it wasn't a bra. Roland coughed twice and said it was a scarf. He stepped forward, held up the cloth strip made of pure cotton, and wrapped it around her neck. This would keep her warm. There was another gift inside, a small mirror set in a wooden box. Honey's exclamation attracted the attention of the other witches. Soon, the witches from Slumbering Isle gathered around and took turns looking at themselves in the mirror. Tilly walked to Roland's side. She commented on the convenient water supply and comfortable rooms, and how much the place had changed in just a year. Roland smiled and asked if she regretted letting the witches come to Border Town. Tilly naturally didn't think so. She hoped that all witches could live better lives. Tilly prepared to join the rescue operation. Roland was worried about Tilly's safety, but Tilly said she could protect herself. To prove her point, she slowly lifted off the ground, her body floating in mid-air as if weightless. She then pointed her right hand at an open space, and a bright flash of lightning burst from her fingertips. Roland thought Tilly had two abilities. But Tilly said this was her little secret. She hadn't planned to reveal it to him. However, after the meeting last night, she misunderstood Roland. She was pleased that Roland could honestly tell her about the ancient ruins and share his knowledge, and also felt a bit apologetic. Roland said he understood, then Tilly asked about the clothing that Honey mentioned earlier. Roland almost choked on his own saliva and coughed twice before suggesting that she could ask Sylvie or Evelyn. Tilly seemed a bit dissatisfied, thinking that Roland was indeed withholding information from her. He sent Lien and Honey off with hot air balloon, and they started talking about the ruins again. Tilly wondered why these ruins belonged to the church but were abandoned. Many things were mysteries, such as the history of 400 years ago, the origin of God, and the magic stones and demons. After some thought, Tilly asked Roland, "Don't you feel like the church just appeared out of nowhere?" As Roland returned to his office, this question lingered in his mind. He closed his eyes, thinking about the religions of the modern world, each of which had its own history and a complete narrative describing the power of God and the origin. Compared to these, the church in this world seemed rather immature. Suddenly, Kyle walked into the office, bringing with him Charles. They had made significant progress in the large-scale production of nitric acid. Roland was surprised and pleased. He stood up excitedly and asked for details. Kyle chuckled and said that it was all Charles's credit. The young Charles seemed a little restrained. He bowed and then explained that they had dried saltpeter to obtain dilute nitric acid and then used concentrated sulfuric acid to purify it. Charles tried to put the two together, directly heating saltpeter in concentrated sulfuric acid. As a result, they successfully obtained a nitric acid solution with very high purity, even to the point of observing a smoking phenomenon. Roland immediately thought of exothermic reactions, but this was not the same. Charles himself didn't know why it worked. He conducted many experiments afterward and believed that his discovery was coincidental. Kyle interjected, explaining that he had made some deductions according to the chemical formula, guessing that some component in saltpeter had reacted with sulfuric acid to produce nitric acid, which then evaporated when heated. Suddenly, Roland remembered that his chemistry textbook indeed mentioned that before the invention of artificial ammonia production, people used sodium nitrate or potassium nitrate to react with concentrated sulfuric acid to produce nitric acid, which was the oldest industrial method. Of course, because this method consumes a large amount of sulfuric acid and is extremely corrosive to equipment, it was soon replaced by more advanced technology. But this won't be a problem in the border town. As for the strong corrosiveness of nitric acid vapor, it could be solved by psoriasis coating. Roland happily patted Charles on the shoulder. He had another task for him. He said with solemnity, now that they had a reliable source of nitric acid, the next step was to try to make a very dangerous item, nitroglycerin. Well, how dangerous, you may ask? Rapid temperature changes, shocks, impacts, and friction could all potentially cause an explosion. However, both of alchemists didn't see this as dangerous, but rather as an interesting experiment. Roland needed this kind of powerful high explosive. and all three of them were excited to blow something up. Tilly's biggest interest was to stroll along the flat streets of Border Town and observe this remote domain that has undergone remarkable changes under the rule of Roland. The most impressive thing for her was probably the unparalleled vitality that this small town exudes. Andrea looked at the pedestrians coming and going on the street. Many people came out to work even in cold weather. Ashes naturally started arguing with her. Sylvie sighed and explained that the reason is simple. In winter, common folks are reluctant to move around because it consumes a lot of energy, they can't get enough to eat, and they are susceptible to catching a cold or disease, but these problems do not exist in the border town. Sylvie then went on to explain the operating model of border town, which leads to low food prices, and everyone can have enough to eat. When Ashes heard that Roland only bought and sold grain at fixed purchase and selling prices, she regarded this as forced buying and selling. Tilly then pointed out that wheat needs to be threshed, milled, and stored, which all require costs. Sylvie continued, saying that the extra fees collected can be used as wages for those workers handling the wheat, to build new granaries, and to expand the production scale, providing new job opportunities. Suddenly, a long bell rang from the direction of the city wall, which was an alarm for the demonic beast attack. They were already impatient to show Roland the combat ability of the witches from Slumbering Isle. When the bell rang, the entire camp boiled over. All the soldiers ran quickly to the wall along with the crowd. Everyone was not nervous, and their morale was high. One of the soldiers heard a rumor that a selective few would be incorporated into an elite artillery unit. Everyone was shocked and only Vanner was silent. Axe had found him a week ago and told him that Prince Roland planned to develop a new type of cannon, completely different from the field guns currently in use, and it wouldn't be given to the First Army, but would be placed on the ship, making it a warship with long-range attack capabilities. The operator of the new type of cannon will be the best member of the artillery team, and if Vanner wants to join, he can apply. Vanner, of course, agreed without hesitation. He was also told that if he could make great achievements, the newly built warships would be named after those who had made outstanding contributions. Vanner interrupts the discussion of the artillery team members, telling them to stay focused. Soon a large number of demonic beasts began to attack the city wall. The bullets of the revolving rifle were dense and continuous, and white smoke rose from the city wall. As soon as Andrea climbed up to a corner of the city wall, she saw a line of soldiers dressed as militiamen standing on the wall. They were holding a strange weapon in their hands, which was probably the firearms mentioned by Ashes. Although the firing rate was fast, the accuracy was very low. Ashes said that these people used to be miners, farmers, and hunters, and they had only used this weapon for 6 months. Tilly thought for a moment and asked Sylvie about the firearms. Sylvie said that firearms were similar to crossbows, but they fired a small ball using the impact of the explosion of black powder. Suddenly, a creature that looked like a giant turtle, with a huge shell on its back, rushed over. Andrea was immediately energized. She asked Ashes to cover her, and Ashes reluctantly drew the big sword from her back, ready for battle. Sylvie stopped her, but Andrea didn't hear the latter half of Sylvie's words. She only heard a deafening explosion, like thunder exploding next to her ears. Turning her head, the metal tubular objects on the city wall spewed out flames simultaneously. The big long and hard tubes fired ammunition far beyond her arrows. The battle didn't last long and ended very quickly. A swath of demonic beast corpses lay in front of the city wall, and the flowing hot blood caused a white smoke to float above the snow. Back at the castle, His Highness Roland still prepared a hearty dinner for the witches. It seemed that no matter how the world changed, the warm and welcoming nature of this small town remained unchanged, leaving a deep impression on all who visited or lived there. Looking at the variety of dishes on the table, Andrea felt even more upset. Whether it's weapons or food, everything was too powerful. She had always thought that food sprinkled with various spices and sauces was an extremely vulgar way of eating, and that seasonings were only used to cover up the flaws in the food itself. But every dish on the table was terrifyingly delicious. Whether it was mushrooms or what looked like ordinary vegetable soup, and most special of all, the ice cream sandwich dessert.
The milk-scented ice cream sandwiched between two slices of bread. After taking a bite, the cold and soft feeling was simply too addictive. She kept telling herself that this was the last piece, the last piece. Looking at Ashes, who showed a provocative smile at her, Andrea didn't respond for the first time. On the third day, with the completion of the assembly of the large hot air balloon, the day to start exploring the ruins had arrived. This time, the hot air balloon flew very low, almost scraping over the rooftops of the town. Most of the townsfolk witnessed the hot air balloon, with many stunned in place, and others cheering for His Highness Roland. Perhaps in their eyes, only the Lord of Bordertown could create such miracles. As they passed the western city wall, the soldiers of the First Army all saluted in unison, greeting Lightning and Macy in the air. Tilly looked at Lightning. It seemed that she really liked it here. Savvy sighed, saying this was the first time she had seen the Western Territory covered in heavy snow. Savvy had also lived in the Western Territory before, then sneaked on the Slumbering Isle by boat after hearing about rumors that the Slumbering Isle was harboring witches. Wendy now understood why, when the rumors of Bordertown harboring witches had spread, no witches had ever visited them. Savvy was surprised to learn that Roland had also put out messages to gather witches. Ashes came over and said smugly, indeed they were spreading messages, and that Tassa was once caught right by her. Andrea scoffed and said if Ashes hadn't met Lady Tilly, she might have gone to Bordertown long ago. Ashes replied, saying she wouldn't do anything for His Highness Roland. Andrea repeated it, replicating Ash's voice, saying Ashes was quite proficient in saying it, calling him His Highness already, and the two started arguing again. Tilly couldn't help but smile, telling them that whether it was Slumbering Isle or Bordertown, they should stop dividing themselves. She turned around, her gaze sweeping over the many witches. Nightingale and Anna also smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Tilly's gaze landed on Anna. If she had to choose one of them who left the deepest impression, it would probably be this woman who had a profound influence on Roland. Suddenly, Lightning looked down. When they arrived at their destination, everyone was stunned by the sight. The stone tower had disappeared, and a huge hole had appeared on the ground. Sylvie used her ability to look inside. She looked very uncomfortable. A monster resembling a maggot was moving toward the northwest, and the ruins were in its belly. What should they do next? Everyone turned their eyes to Tilly unanimously. Tilly asked if there were other things, like demons. Sylvie observed for a while and then shook her head, saying there were only some demonic beasts, but they were all in its belly and seemed to have died. Tilly thought for a moment and decisively said they would land now. Some people will stay outside, and others will follow her into the hole to kill the giant beast and retrieve the sealed witch. Nightingale and Andrea, the two combat witches, were keeping watch outside, guarding the entrance of the cave, while the others went inside. Tilly carried Ashes on her back, while Macy, carrying Anna and Sylvie. They advanced deeper, guided by Lightning. This was the decision Tilly made after thorough consideration. Although she felt somewhat uneasy, she had to know why the monster targeted the stone tower. This hole was deeper than she had expected, and the surrounding soil emitted a pungent smell. Up close, one could see the sticky liquid dripping from the surface of the mud. As the group ventured deeper, the light quickly faded, and the entire bottom of the cave, except for the faint light from a few torches, was plunged into darkness. At that moment, Sylvie quietly warned that the monster was just ahead. Strange sounds came from the depths of the cave, resembling crunching noises. The witches saw the tail of the beast. It crawled forward slowly, its writhing skin constantly secreting a pungent mucus. Tilly looked at Anna. Anna then summoned a sphere of black flame, which in a blink of an eye turned into a thin line flying straight toward the beast. This thin line pierced the creature's skin, releasing a billowing white fog. Even though Anna had explained her abilities before setting out, seeing them firsthand still made Tilly shocked. With the ability to move her consciousness freely, the black fire transformed into a thin line that was sharper than any sword. The beast let out a sharp wail, its body writhing crazily. It quickly shredded a good portion of its hefty body. Gradually, the monster ceased its struggles. Sylvie says that the monster's heart has stopped beating, but magic is still flowing in its body.
No one recognizes what kind of demonic beast this is. After Anna's burning, the smell is not as strong as before.
They observed under Sylvie's guidance. They quickly found the stone tower, now reduced to mere rubble, but the crystal coffin did not have any trace of corrosion on it. Tilly glanced at Anna, who nodded in acknowledgement, stretching the black fire into a thin thread and gently pressing it onto the crystal coffin. It began to slowly cut through the crystal, and several cracks formed on the crystal. Almost simultaneously, Savvy summoned an invisible barrier, protecting the witches within. Ice shards shot out, revealing the inner core. Suddenly, everyone felt a gust of icy cold, the temperature around them plummeting sharply. Under the burning of the black flames, the ice crystal melted even faster. When all the ice crystals were completely melted, the woman sealed within revealed herself. She seemed to still be lost in deep slumber, falling into Ash's arms. Ashes could still feel the woman's faint heartbeat. Tilly couldn't believe it. The woman had survived in the extremely low temperature of the ice crystal, confirming that she was a witch. As for who she was, they would have to wait until they returned to the border town for a thorough inquiry. Andrea stood somewhat bored next to the hollow entrance, the passage of time seemingly slowing down. She originally came from an upper noble family. She had been taught that elegance and restraint were essential qualities for an unmarried lady. But Andrea was indecisive about initiating a conversation. She remembered a rumor that Nightingale had once fought Ashes in a duel. She pondered that if she were to gather information about an old opponent, it wouldn't count as initiating a conversation. Turning around and lifting her head, she was shocked to find that Nightingale was gone. Shortly after, she heard the faint sound of footsteps. However, when she looked up, there was nothing but snow on the ground without a single figure in sight. The footstep sounds quickly drew closer, and suddenly, she realized that the enemy was invisible. Just as she was about to sound an alarm, a roaring noise suddenly erupted next to her ear. A bizarrely shaped monster appeared, looking like a mutated mantis. Nightingale shattered its skull with her dual pistols. Andrea bit her lip, she had been too careless. She summoned her magic longbow, but she didn't know where to aim. Nightingale fired a few more shots, and one by one, the monsters fell. Andrea asked Nightingale when she had noticed them. Nightingale replied that she had noticed them when they first appeared because they had magic in them. This was the first time Andrea had heard that demonic beasts also possessed magic. Nightingale pondered and said, maybe they're hybrids. Soon, the witches who had ventured deep into the cave returned to the surface. The hot air balloon quickly inflated and ascended, starting to move in the direction of the town. On the balloon, they discussed the demonic beasts they had just encountered. Just then, Sylvie let out a gasp of surprise. She looked down, and Andrea leaned over to see, but she saw nothing. On closer inspection, the corpses of the monsters that were lying on the ground were suddenly missing half their bodies. There were countless footprints in the snow. Nightingale casually remarked, probably hundreds of them, all running towards the cave. Maybe they want to have a feast. While Nightingale thought this had nothing to do with them anymore, Tilly was growing increasingly uneasy. In the northern part of the town, Carter was giving a speech to the latest formed department, the police department. Their mission was to catch criminals, combat illegal activities, protect citizens, and maintain order in the territory. Carter would lead them on their first mission, and everyone orderly followed their chief knight. Wade couldn't believe that he had passed the assessment, completed the comprehensive training, and became a member of this new department. Recalling when the city hall official came to inform him, he still remembered the question on the initial written test, reportedly created by Prince Roland himself: if you were a coachman driving a carriage carrying 2 civilians on a narrow mountain road and suddenly a group of refugees appeared in front of you. Unable to swerve, your only choices are to hit them or let the carriage fall off the cliff. The first option would cause many refugee deaths, the second would cause the death of 2 civilians. But as a coachman, he could survive thanks to his skills. What would he choose? Wade didn't know the right answer, but he wrote a comprehensive paragraph explaining his choice.
He was delighted to be a policeman, earning a stable salary. Soon, the group arrived at the docks where refugees from different places were gathered. Prince Roland, wanting to ensure they safely survived the winter, had sent people to bring them to border town. Their first task was to assist the city hall in maintaining order, ensuring these people lined up one by one to go through the inspection checkpoints for quarantine and registration. It sounded straightforward, a process that Wade had experienced himself just a month earlier. Suddenly, there was a disturbance behind them. Wade turned around to see a man in a fur robe, escorted by several guards, approaching the dock area. Everyone recognized him immediately. It was the Lord of Border Town, Prince Roland. Wade hadn't expected the prince to personally inspect the refugees. Suddenly, a man claiming to be from the north and skilled at farming was registering. Wade noticed the refugee glanced in Prince Roland's direction without a hint of respect in his eyes. As the staff member was about to let him pass, Wade subconsciously told him to stop. He asked the man which month during winter should he seed the wheat. Upon hearing the question, the city hall official looked at Wade impatiently, saying they were only doing the registration process right now. The refugee didn't answer Wade's question, but Wade examined the man's clothing. If he were from the north, such attire would have frozen him, and he wasn't even wearing gloves. His accent wasn't northern either. Wade grabbed his right hand, and the staff member also caught on something was wrong. They both asked who the man was, and suddenly, the man pulled out a red pill from his pocket and swallowed it. His muscles expanded instantly, and his body reddened. He violently threw Wade to the ground. Wade fell hard, his unhealed back injury flaring up in painful bursts. Suddenly, 4 or 5 more people broke from the crowd, heading straight for Prince Roland. Wade yelled a warning to the prince. Roland merely looked at the rampaged man coldly. Soon, Wade heard a series of thudding sounds, and the head of the man who had thrown him exploded into a spray of blood in the ensuing cloud of smoke. The others who had attacked Roland also fell. The strange men who rushed out of the crowd were all eliminated, and the sudden incident caused a wave of panic among the refugees. The scene was filled with continuous screams, gradually becoming uncontrollable. At this moment, Prince Roland's resounding voice suddenly echoed over the crowd. The guards and soldiers gathered around. Echo used her ability to allow everyone to hear Roland's voice. Everyone, including Wade, could hear a clear, calm speech as if the speaker were whispering right into their ears. The crowd suddenly fell silent. Roland declared that he was the Lord of Border Town and that Border Town would provide everyone with food and shelter from the dreaded winter. Everyone will have food to fill their stomachs, a roof above their heads, and many jobs with great salaries. The houses were all solid huts, with stoves under the beds, so even in winter, wearing just a single layer of clothes in their homes, they will still feel warm. The food supplied will be soup and porridge with delicious dried meat every day. Hearing this, the children started to salivate. As Wade listened to this speech, he noticed that the prince, unlike most nobles, did not emphasize his power and the duties of his citizens. He didn't proclaim that everyone under his rule must obey his will. Instead, from the perspective that concerned the people the most, he described his promise through the provision of food and shelter. Seeing the yearning expressions on the faces of the refugees at the dock, it was evident that his words were undoubtedly more touching to their hearts. Roland continued, expressing his hope that all his citizens could lead a good life, but the enemies hidden in the dark did not want this. The ones who rushed out like beasts just now were undoubtedly sent by them. Wade realized that the panic had dissipated. When those abnormal assassins were seen as a common enemy, the refugees' anxiety and worry gradually turned into anger towards the perpetrators who had attempted to harm the prince. They are the villains who wanted to ruin their good life. Such people should not be forgiven. Carter suddenly came over and told Wade that the prince wanted to see him. Roland praised Wade's observational skills and inquired about his previous identity. Wade honestly replied that he had served in the patrol squad in Golden Harvest City until it was attacked by a large number of pirates. The prince looked at Wade's information, which didn't include this. Roland asked why he had hidden it. Wade hesitated for a moment but eventually told his story. He owed his life to an old man named Kakosim, and he couldn't abandon him. After knowing the ins and outs, Roland nodded and then proceeded to ask for more information about Wade and Kakosim. Wade wondered why the prince asked if he and Kakosim had any family members, but he answered truthfully nonetheless. After knowing both of them had lost all of their family members, Roland told Wade that anyone with special skills could be given priority to rent a residence in the inner town and enjoy all the rights of the citizens. This naturally included their family members. Wade was stunned for a moment, then heard Roland ask him if he understood what he meant. Wade suppressed his excitement, knelt again, and thanked Roland. Roland, not a fan of people kneeling, quickly asked Carter to help him up. As Wade bowed and left, Roland told Wade to continue his hard work, for his own sake and Kakosim's. What he had always been worried about finally had a resolution, and Wade felt a lot lighter. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered the written test. He couldn't help but ask the prince about the question from the written test. Why did Roland choose him? Roland explained that there was no correct answer to the test. It was to assess the literacy level and writing skills of the applicants. As long as they could understand the question and express their thoughts, the test would be considered passed. After Wade left, Carter whispered and said that he had learned about the situation of the assassins. Turns out, because there were not enough boats, the news was inadvertently leaked when the envoy tried to hire new boats from his friend. After Timothy found out, he had his people join the refugees and come to the Western Territory. Timothy did not dare to attack Border Town, but it was clear that he wanted to take revenge on Roland. Luckily, these assassins only carried pills instead of gunpowder. Roland instructed Carter to keep a stricter watch in the future, to ensure the safety of the other refugees, and not to let any assassins slip through. He would assign Nightingale and Sylvie to assist them. Leaf suddenly rushed in. She excitedly said, "Everyone's back." Roland stood up abruptly and followed her quickly to the backyard. A huge hot air balloon was slowly descending. As soon as the basket touched the ground, Anna jumped down. Roland opened his arms to welcome her, and she greeted him with a smile and a light hug. Lightning and Macy rushed over too. Roland simply stood in place, letting everyone including Wendy and Nightingale hug him in turn. Tilly looked at this scene and smiled, commenting on how harmonious Roland was with everyone. Roland laughed and asked if she wanted a hug from her brother. She chuckled and shook her head, saying she still remembered when Roland picked her up and dropped her on the ground. Roland could only shrug in innocence, then turned his gaze to the woman in Ash's arms. Nightingale mentioned that the woman's magic power was completely drained and would take several days to recover. Roland ordered a room to be cleared for her and asked everyone to tell him what had happened during their journey. After hearing Tilly and Nightingale's recounts, Roland couldn't help but feel a cold sweat. Despite all of the witch's abilities, pursuing a gigantic demonic beast they had never seen before deep underground was still a very dangerous task. Tilly had a new theory. She noticed that the burrowing maggot kept drilling into the demon's territory. She speculated that there was a hierarchical relationship between the demons and the demonic beasts, similar to the one between humans and dogs. However, there was still an enigma that Roland couldn't understand. The demonic beasts only launched attacks on human settlements during the months of demons. If it was because the demons, due to the red mist, could not quickly occupy the entire wilderness and completely drive humans off the continent, they could have constantly sent demonic beasts to harass the four kingdoms. Why would they wait until winter to take action? Furthermore, some hybrid species showed high intelligence. Tilly sighed, expressing her worry about the invisible demonic beasts they encountered. These mantis-like beasts could hide their forms during the day, move stealthily, and were almost impossible to guard against. She realized that they knew very little about the demonic beasts. Roland felt relieved that these invisible mantises had not appeared in the western region. Otherwise, if several of these arrived each winter, the Changgu stronghold would have been reduced to ruins long ago. Tilly knew that the longer the months of demons lasted, the stronger the demonic beasts became. Given that it began to snow in the autumn this time, they might face very dangerous enemies.
Now, they could only rely on Nightingale and Sylvie to monitor the defensive line. After the discussion ended, Roland headed towards the blue-haired witch's room with Scroll. Scroll hesitated, believing that the woman could potentially be an enemy since they had not confirmed her identity yet. Roland understood this, so he temporarily put a god's stone of punishment on the witch. He sighed, hoping the witch would not misunderstand them. As they entered the room, only Anna was left taking care of the woman. The blue-haired witch hadn't woken up yet. Nanawa and Lily had both came, but there was no reaction. A guard shouted, "Master, the city wall has been breached, the coalition army won't hold for much longer. We need to leave now." The woman could already hear the sounds of battle outside. The overcast sky was revealing a dull red light as if enveloped in viscous blood. More soldiers were dying, and multiple different demons appeared on the battlefield, slaughtering the coalition. After a volley of spears, dozens lay in pools of blood, their painful screams filling the battlefield. A nearby guard tightly grabbed the woman, trying to prevent her from risking her life. The woman asserted she could fight. Her magic surged, exuding an icy aura that shook off the guard's hand. Without looking back, she strode forward. As a member of the Holy City's witches, if she had to die, she would die on the battlefield. Just then, a clear rebuke came from the side of the battlefield. A person fell from the sky, appearing like a deity descending. She raised her long sword high. Her auburn hair, like fire, instantly ignited hope in everyone's heart. The blessed warrior of the Federation, the transcendent witch Acaris. Amidst the people's surprise, Acaris raised her heavy sword and swung it at the oncoming demons. At that moment, it seemed as if time had stopped, with the light appearing like the last shadows before dawn. When she opened her eyes again, all the demons had been slain. Acaris seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She kneeled on one knee, telling everyone else to go first. Someone in the crowd asked, "Where should we go?" Tears streamed down the blue-haired woman's face. Where should they go indeed? Even the last holy city had fallen under the attack of the demons. Tens of thousands had died, all their measures exhausted, yet they could not turn the tide of the battle. Acaris, summoning all her strength, stood up. She raised her huge sword, her voice resonating across the battlefield. She steadfastly told everyone not to give up hope, that they needed to cross the mountains and rivers and head to the wilderness to rebuild their home. People slowly left the city, prepared to go to this new land to survive. The blue-haired woman looked at the holy city. What had once been the most luxurious of cities was now plunged into chaos and disorder. She didn't know if continuous escape could change anything, but she took her party away from the crowd and hurriedly moved west. The experimental tower in the forest held critical magic stones and documents she had left behind. Behind them, a group of demons suddenly appeared. Apart from her guards, the rest had no combat power. A few knights heroically covered for them. From the initial dozens of people, only 3 remained. Her trusty chief guards didn't flee. It was a common belief in the holy city that witches were chosen by the gods, and those without magic were merely the soil to cultivate them. However, the chief guard and those who protected her, she saw courage and resilience. Under the protection of the chief guard, the woman finally arrived at the stone tower. She entered the secret chamber and found the red magic stone. Suddenly, the roar of demons came from outside the door. The woman knew she couldn't die here. She needed to take all her research results out. She injected magic into the magic stone, causing it to continuously emit a signal crying for help. She invoked all her magic, transforming it into a gush of frost. The demon lifted its spear, its arm rapidly expanding. The next moment, the coldly gleaming spearhead flew straight at her. She sealed herself away. She didn't know how long it had been. Her vision turned pitch black, and all sound disappeared. Her body no longer felt cold, as if she was wrapped in a bundle of soft velvet. It felt like she was not in a dark basement, but lying on a soft bed. The pain of being about to be pierced did not come for a long time.
She tried to slowly open her eyes and suddenly heard a woman's voice saying, "Your Highness, she's awake." She casting her gaze to her side, only to see a man enter her field of vision. Roland asked her how she was feeling, but the woman didn't answer. Instead, she asked where she was. Roland gently replied, "This is Border Town," and then introduced himself and the Witch Union. She tried to get out of bed but found herself completely weak. The woman was thinking, things were moving in a direction she didn't want to see. The Witch Union, Prince of Grey Castle, Border Town, what exactly had happened? Looking at the three witches in the room, she was happy to see her kind, but they all seemed to be subordinates of the man who called himself a prince. She took a moment to recall, her eyes wide in disbelief. The title Prince was a very old title, a secular title from the time of the first divine battle 400 years ago. She thought she had gone back in time, that the gods had given her a second chance to prepare and save the holy city and its people. Everyone in the room stared at the woman, but she didn't answer Roland's question. Roland thought the woman was just tired and wanted to let her rest for the night. She suddenly sat up and asked, "What happened to the demons? What happened to Takira?" After a series of questions, everyone in the room showed expressions of joy and excitement. Wendy asked her if she was really from 450 years ago. Rather than answering Roland, she was more willing to answer this witch. She said her name was Agatha, a witch from the Exploration Society of Takira. But she was surprised to hear Wendy ask her if she was a witch from 450 years ago. She wondered if they'd been fighting the demons for 450 years after she had fallen asleep. At this point, Roland told her that she had been asleep for a long time and the world had changed a lot. He could tell her slowly. But the woman ordered Roland to tell her now with a commanding tone. Agatha thought the prince was extremely rude. How could a mortal be so presumptuous to sit by her side and talk to her? But she needed to know what had happened. Roland smiled and wasn't angry at Agatha's rudeness. Roland began to explain the history of Grey Castle and the Four Kingdoms. When Agatha heard that self-proclaimed kings and nobles had become rulers stepping on the heads of witches, she couldn't help but interrupt him. How could witches possibly be hunted? Who would have the audacity to do such a thing? In her anger, Agatha wanted to stretch out her hand and teach this nonsense-talking man a lesson, but she found that her magic power could not be converted into frost as usual. It was then that she realized that there was a metal ring on her ankle, and it actually had a god's stone of punishment. She looked incredulously at the witches in the room, angrily scolding, how could they violate the Witch Federation's order to use this banned item? Roland sighed, he was afraid this would happen. Wendy sat on the edge of the bed, pulled the blanket back over her, and gently explained to her that what the prince said was true and that Takira no longer existed. The organizations she mentioned were also unknown to them. It was Prince Roland who had saved the witches, provided them with a safe place to live, and was researching how to better use their abilities to transform the world and live freely like ordinary people. After listening to Wendy's account, Agatha was completely silent. The Federation was a large organization established by several witch kingdoms. They won the first divine battle and were responsible for training and dispatching witches. Such a powerful organization, and now there were people who hadn't heard of them. The woman thought to herself, where have Icarus and the others gone? She couldn't believe that in the world now, witches could be enslaved and hunted. Wendy seemed to notice her discomfort and brought her a warm drink. Although everyone was kind to her, Agatha didn't understand why a group of witches were vigilant and guarded against her, even restraining her with a god's stone of punishment. She sighed. She knew she had to gain their trust first, so she shared her story. When Roland heard that Agatha had fought against the demons, Roland was somewhat surprised. Agatha frowned, looking annoyed at Roland. This unreasonable man had interrupted her again and asked even more questions. Scroll asked Agatha if she was a witch of the church, and Agatha impatiently replied that she had never heard of the church. Roland asked Scroll to hand that diary to Agatha. Agatha said that the text was created by the Federation so that ordinary people couldn't understand it and wouldn't be able to get involved in upper-level affairs. But the witches could understand it simply by using their magic.
Roland commented that text and language are tools for communication and doing so was indeed foolish. Agatha was so angry. If it were not for her inability to use her powers, she would definitely teach Roland a lesson. He was too impolite. She was not used to ordinary people pointing fingers in front of her. Scroll asked Agatha again if she recognized the name Icarus, and Agatha's hand trembled slightly as she asked Scroll where she had heard the name. Upon hearing Scroll's response, Agatha hurriedly turned to the last page, sighed deeply, and remained silent for a long time. The image of a woman holding a long sword and slaying all the demons surfaced in her mind again. She said Icarus was a queen, one of the 3 seats of the Federation. She was a high-ranking transcendent witch, which means she was above the extraordinary witches. Even among the many blessed warriors in the Federation, she was the most powerful one. No one in the room had heard of these terms. Agatha closed the diary and explained that a witch's powers keep increasing from the moment of their awakening and solidify on their coming-of-age day. However, this is not the end point of their power. Through their understanding, feelings, and practice, a very small number of lucky ones can advance further, which the Federation calls high-order awakening. Roland thought for a moment and understood what Agatha meant. She meant witches have the ability to evolve their skills. Roland counted his fingers and said that 4 witches in the Witch Union had evolved their abilities now. This statement almost choked Agatha. She asked how many people were in the Witch Union, and Wendy said there were about a dozen. Agatha seemed somewhat annoyed. It was impossible that 4 people out of a dozen could awaken to a high order. She thought that Roland and the others were speaking nonsense because they didn't understand. The prince saw her disbelief and called Anna over. Agatha looked at the beautiful and calm girl, but she was still too young, and it was impossible for her to achieve a high-order awakening. She sees an orange flame appear in Anna's palm. Agatha quickly evaluated it. This is a fire-based magic ability, rare but not special. As soon as the words were spoken, the flame suddenly dimmed and turned into a wisp of gloomy green flame. Roland explained that this was her ability solidified at becoming of age. Soon, Agatha saw an incredible scene. The green flame disappeared, replaced by a black cube. It no longer looked like a flame, but more like a lightless metal cube. Its sides were smooth and flat, with distinct edges and corners, standing quietly in the witch's hand. Roland turned to Agatha and asked whether this was the high-order awakening she was mentioning. Agatha was at a loss for words for a moment. The only thought she had was, how did this happen? The holy city of Takara was forgotten, the Federation was annihilated. Without specialized training and guidance, witches' powers should have greatly regressed. But this young witch was able to undergo a high-order awakening. Moreover, the annoying prince mentioned that there were 3 others who had also achieved this. Agatha blankly stared at Roland, and it took her a while to regain her composure. For the first time, her arrogance disappeared. Agatha addressed Roland with a respectful manner, asking Roland about Anna's awakening experience. Roland patted Anna's head and explained that the first time was when her magic power was exhausted in a battle against demonic beasts. The second time occurred while learning new knowledge. Agatha wanted to ask what kind of knowledge, but Roland interrupted her, telling her they would talk about it later. What he wanted to know now was what the experiments written in Icarus's diary about the gods' punishment army. Putting her emotional turmoil aside, Agatha began to explain the contents of the diary. She said Icarus was extremely powerful. Even with the gods' punishment stone, she could stand her ground against several demon lords. She commenting that there were too few transcendent individuals. A better way to put it is that they lost in terms of versatility of witch abilities. Roland thought to himself. Understanding that not all ordinary people could awaken, not all who awakened could fight, and not all who could fight could become stronger. Agatha gently touched the diary and said, and this was the reason why they formed an army composed of ordinary people, but ordinary people were still too weak, unable to contend with the endlessly powerful demons. Under such adverse circumstances, Icarus ordered them to start researching ways to empower ordinary people, allowing them to break the limits of the human body. Judging from what was written in the diary, it seems she succeeded. When Roland asked Agatha whether she, being part of the research group, knew the result.
Agatha admitted that she had left the group after this order was issued and built her own experimental tower in the hidden forest. She hesitated for a moment before she revealed, the research group used the power of the god's punishment stone to forcibly combine witches' power and ordinary people, but this process required the sacrifice of the witches' lives. She couldn't accept such an experimental approach. Roland and Tilly were taken aback by the response. Seeing the sympathy and shock on Roland's face, Agatha felt less guarded towards Roland. With sorrow in her voice, the Federation is gone, and these experiments have disappeared as well. Roland interjected, telling her the god's punishment army still exists. This made Agatha's fingers stiffen as she incredulously stared at the prince. Roland, not knowing how to break it to her, slowly explained, an organization called the Church now established the Holy City. They initiated the witch hunt and continue to search for orphans to take back to the monasteries in the Holy City. The Church has its own armies and territories, the most powerful warriors among them being the god's punishment army. Beyond that, they also possess a group of powerful witches. Roland went on to explain why he had given Agatha the god's punishment stone, admitting he had been unsure about her origins at the time. Agatha was in shock. An organization composed of ordinary people had stolen the Federation's most important secret, and then turned around to capture witches and create the god's punishment army. Seeing her fatigue and discomfort, Wendy gently laid her down on the bed for rest, and removed the god's punishment stone from her foot. As everyone turned to leave, just as he was closing the door, Agatha heard a calm and steady phrase, "One thing you were wrong, ordinary people can defeat demons too." Back in his office, Nightingale reported that Agatha had fallen asleep and had eaten dinner, and now it was Sylvie's turn to watch over her. When Nightingale asked Roland if he believed Agatha's words, Roland expressed his intention for Nightingale to discern if Agatha was telling the truth the next day, but he believed most of what Agatha said was true. What surprised Roland was that Agatha, coming from over 400 years ago, used the same language and writing as they did, while the history of the major kingdoms was only around 300 years. If it was the Federation that led the survivors to escape to this land, then everything made sense. Nightingale looked at Roland with a smile, suggesting a wager. If Roland guessed wrong, he would owe her a luxurious lunch. Roland asked what if Nightingale was wrong. To which Nightingale tilted her head, saying Roland could ask for whatever he wanted.
Oh my God!
Roland forced his gaze away from Nightingale's perfect figure and back to the papers. He needed to sort out the information provided by Agatha. Suddenly, Nightingale mentioned, Agatha doesn't seem to like Roland very much. Roland chuckled, not particularly concerned. He understood that Agatha once lived in a world where witches were superior to ordinary people, so in her eyes, Roland probably held no more significance than a weed by the roadside. When Nightingale asked if Roland didn't resent her for this, Roland shook his head. He had no reason to despise a pitiful person abandoned by time, who had slept in an ice coffin for over 400 years only to wake up to a completely different world. The unfamiliarity and fear would be present in anyone in such a situation. He knew that one day Agatha would gradually change her perspective. Nightingale smiled. This was the Roland she knew in her heart. When Agatha woke up again, the room was empty. She flexed her fingers and found that her strength had mostly returned. As she called on her magic, a sudden chill overflowed from her fingers. She walked to the window and lifted a corner of the curtain. The outside world was pitch black. When she opened the window, the cold wind instantly blended into the room. She was thinking about Roland's words today, wondering what kind of changes had occurred. Suddenly, a voice behind her asked if she was cold. Startled, Agatha turned around to see a woman sitting on the edge of the bed. Agatha looked at the door, it was closed, and she hadn't heard any footsteps. Nightingale introduced herself. Agatha frowned and asked if Nightingale was also a high-order witch. Nightingale thought for a moment, then understood Agatha was asking if she had evolved her abilities. Nightingale shrugged, said she wasn't as smart as Anna. The formulas and theorems in the books made her head spin. Agatha was stunned. Each word was understandable, but when strung together, they made no sense.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Remembering the prince's words, she asked Nightingale if she could see the book. Nightingale smiled and told Agatha that she could if she joined the Witch Union and served His Highness. Agatha's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "How is it possible to serve a mere human?" Calling Nightingale gone mad. Nightingale was curious why Agatha came to this conclusion. Agatha replied proudly, she was once considered an oddity because in the holy city of Takira, most witches would only treat ordinary people as lowly servants, or even tools for reproduction. Although Agatha herself did not see it that way, she still thought ordinary people were stupid, but she believed through education, they can be changed. She taught them to learn and think, and handed over her work to the common people. However, the idea that the witches of the Federation would recognize a mere human as their master was too crazy to her. Nightingale shrugged and said that His Highness didn't regard them as servants. The truth was that he had taken in witches, allowing them to practice their magic and evolve into new powers, and allowed everyone to live in peace with the citizens. Together, they built the city and fought against their enemies. Agatha argued that this model has been proven to be a failure. During the first divine battle 900 years ago, humans and witches co-governed and were utterly defeated in the face of the demons' attack. This was the first time Nightingale had heard about this, and Agatha mocked them for their lack of knowledge about the demons. She warned that the third divine battle is in the corner and it's imminent and there is not a single safe land left in the world. Agatha believes that the Federation should be re-established, witches should be united, and then using what Roland described as the probability of high-order awakening through knowledge, to fight the demons. Nightingale didn't respond to Agatha's words, but continued to ask why she think that way. Just as Agatha was about to speak, Nightingale interrupted her. Nightingale didn't understand why Agatha couldn't let go of the notions from over 400 years ago. His Highness also mentioned that ordinary folks can defeat the demons, not just witches. His Highness wants to unite every ordinary person on the continent. Agatha was about to refute such nonsense, but Nightingale stepped closer to Agatha, asking her to lower her guards and let go of her arrogance, then confirm it with her own eyes. This time, Agatha's silence lasted for a while. She could tell that Nightingale didn't like her. Many witches from the Exploration Society often looked at her the same way, simply because she employed a group of ordinary people as assistants. She didn't understand why Nightingale, who didn't like her, would come and talk to her. Nightingale simply said that if Agatha could let go of her arrogance and treat His Highness normally, she wouldn't dislike her. She paused for a moment, adjusting her hair, and told Agatha that His Highness had said he didn't want to see Agatha being abandoned by the times again. In the holy city, Oberlin sat on the throne, gazing at Maine, who knelt on the ground. Oberlin's voice had become weaker. Maine stood up straight and sought his wrinkled face and his fatigue. Oberlin looked at Maine, knowing that his time was near. He had called for Maine today to pass on the position of Pope to him. Maine wanted to speak, but was interrupted. The guards serving the Pope helped him onto a trolley. Maine followed closely and entered the basement of the cathedral. Oberlin asked Maine to continue pushing him. Maine took the handle and pushed the Pope into the wooden door. The wooden door closed behind them again, leaving only the soft glow emitted by the yellow crystals in the room. Beside the crystals were hung different portraits, and they came to Oberlin's portrait. Maine recognized that all these portraits were previous popes. The Archbishop listened to Oberlin's summary, while looking at the portraits, but a strange unease lingered in his heart. The people in the paintings were too realistic. As they passed halfway through the hall, Maine suddenly noticed that the characters in the paintings had turned into women. They had different faces and were dressed differently, but they were all too beautiful. Directly across the central aisle of the hall was a full-body portrait that occupied the entire wall. It hung behind the prayer table, surrounded by glowing crystals. When his gaze fell on the painting, he felt his heart jump. Maine found it hard to find words to describe the woman in the painting. Her red hair was like a burning flame, and the cold light in her hand was uncontrolled. She stood with her sword, her eyebrows slightly raised, and her eyes looked down. Maine struggled to turn his head, only to find that Oberlin had already knelt down. Oberlin bowed his head and said, "She was the first pope, the transcendent, Acarus." Maine's heart jumped. His previous guesses were indeed entirely correct. The early portraits of the popes were all witches. He couldn't understand why the founder of the church would be a witch. Oberlin didn't answer his question, but asked Maine to bow. After Maine completed the ceremony, he helped Oberlin back onto the trolley. Oberlin called Zero's name and asked her to take Maine to another room. Maine was somewhat confused, wondering how witches could be here. Zero went to the prayer table, and magical light flashed. Then she took a pendant from the Pope's neck and opened the door behind it. Maine followed Zero into the room. Looking at Zero's various rude behaviors, Maine thought that once he took control of the church, he would definitely make Zero understand the rules she must obey. Zero lifted a hidden panel on the wall, pressed her hand on the magic stone, and Maine sat down. Zero said this was the first time she activated this thing. Maine held his breath, and everywhere he could see was black. Suddenly, the ground lit up again. Maine incredulously watched as one by one lifelike female figures appeared in his field of vision. They were dressed in gorgeous robes, sitting around a long table, and sitting at the head of them was the first pope, Acarus. The witch next to her reported that the God's punishment army experiment had been successful. Some people knew that such experiments would cost the lives of witches and raise doubts, while some people did not care. Soon, both sides started to argue. Acarus said softly, "Enough." Although her voice was very low, the scene instantly quieted down. Acarus said that humans cannot defeat demons. They can do nothing and wait for the next demon invasion, or they can make a last bet and pin their hopes on the God's punishment army. She asked the witches present to make a choice, whether to give up resistance or to make an all-out effort. Maine stared intently at this illusion, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. He finally knew the true history. The conversion ceremony of the God's punishment army was actually invented by witches. In order to defeat the demons, they did not hesitate to use their own kind as sacrifices. No one gave up. The witches who raised doubts just smashed the table hard. The witch next to Acarus said that no matter how many witches are sacrificed in the conversion ceremony, new witches will always appear to replace them. The more humans, the more witches. When asked if the God's punishment army can really defeat the demons, even Acarus did not know the answer. But Acarus's style of doing things is that even if there is a slight possibility, she will do her best. Everyone stood up and saluted Acarus. The next step is to convince the other members of the Federation. An older witch said that many witches would not agree. If they want to implement the God's punishment army's conversion without resistance, witches cannot exist as privileges above all. The Federation must be disbanded, and everything that has happened in the past must be completely buried. The image disappeared quickly, and Maine returned to reality. Zero came over, and Maine asked her to open the door. They walked out of the secret room. Maine staggered out of the illusion room. It took Maine a long time to calm his breath, finally knowing the origin of the church. In the end, Acarus led her witches to defeat the witches from the other two cities and achieved victory, establishing new rules. Witches are no longer the chosen people above all, but the evil ones who are tempted and fallen by the demons. Acarus died together with another transcendent witch not long after establishing the church, and the second pope inherited her will until all other factions were subdued. Ordinary people who did not want to participate in the witch war took root in different places and later formed civilization as the four major kingdoms known today. The witch war suffered severe casualties, thus they were unable to unify the continent. Oberlin said Acarus died too early. Acarus's close friend Natalia did not accept Acarus's plan, and according to the history book, she attacked Acarus during the meeting, but in the end, both of them died together. Oberlin said that if Acarus were alive, the witch war could end 50 years earlier, and all the witches would be included to unify the continent at that time. After a moment of silence, Maine asked a question. He didn't understand why the previous popes were all witches, but later all became ordinary people. Oberlin asked Zero to leave the room first.
Only then did Oberlin speak, saying it was because of cowardice and fear.
Maine couldn't believe what he was hearing.